All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 16th, 2026, and once again, we're going to have a crazy morning on our hands because we're doing these post-earnings reactions. TSM, they came in good, beat, raised. They even raised CapEx. That Donald Trump statement he was talking about yesterday, someone spending $100 billion, it was TSM. That was good for the AI narrative and vibe. However, the chips have all sold off. The momentum is to the downside again. TSM still sold. UNH had very good earnings. GE was good, but I think they're starting to trend down a little bit now. But all in all, the earnings were great. We're getting a little bit more, again, this rotation. What you saw yesterday, even today, Mag 7 is already gapped up. You're watching the chips go crazy. Korea already went crazy. But all in all, it's going to be the pre and post reactions, a little red light, green light, and then we get Netflix after the bell today. But definitely chips and momentum are in focus, just like the last couple days, you guys. If I could give you any sort of like informational thing that's going to help you, is just remember that first hour that you're looking at now, the market's going to be completely different an hour from now. So we'll see where it all leads us, my friend. But Chatadonia, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a great one. Happy Friday, Junior. But my friends, here at the Colt, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, God bless you and thank you, for real, man. I know these are just words, but I do hope you could get a long term. I hope I could show my appreciation to all of you, but for real, if anybody should be owning the equity in land, I think all of y'all who have given up so much for our freedom, I think it should be you, man, and at the very least, I hope we could help. I do want to say I love you and show the appreciation, and really, for everybody else out there, man, I don't know if you've served or not. This is not about getting you to support wars in the Middle East or anything like that. No, 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 no. But what I am telling you is you could never take away the honor from somebody who has decided to give up so much and serve for their country and the fellow man that they have never even met. So, veterans, active service, past service, the families, God bless every single one of you, and thank you for your commitment to all of our freedom, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the digits! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Harda! Oh my goodness. Happy Friday, Junior. Bro, you could still go back to bed. If you're not, if you don't want to deal with the chip, the back and forth, the algos, the cash open, I feel you, bro. Just go back to bed. Otherwise, it's Friday, June. We got Netflix today, man. Oh my goodness. So, Chad, we got a lot to talk about. We're going to have a good morning. Call out any plays, any info. Don't pump on the homies' head tops. I gave you some play ideas to watch yesterday. I don't know if you guys realize, man, ever since we first brought up cyber, it's been disgusting. You know that? I didn't realize this is where I made that video. I thought I made it here. No. I know, man. So, yeah, we got a lot to watch there, but unfortunately, off the morning, watch Baidu. They had an Apple headline and stuff with dual listing, TSM, watch the post earnings, anything with the chips. Again, Netflix is going to be on watch, and then UNH, it triggered a lot of healthcare sympathy, so we'll see if that has any follow-through. And then Mag 7, Amazon, Meta, Google, Microsoft, premiums are already starting to go up. Somebody was asking me yesterday, they're like, what's the point of all of this? The point of all of this is to just jack up the premiums. I don't know if you guys have noticed, Mag 7 out of the money have been going up after yesterday. What happens if we get this back back and forth. So we are still looking very far ahead. Remember, earnings doesn't really pick up. There's another like 2 weeks till we get into some of these. But yeah, those are starting to move. China's Mao Zedong expected to head to U.S. next week. SCMP. But we got 30 seconds. Chatadonia. Are you ready for a good day? So yeah, call out anything. I think I have posted all of those. I just want one in the morning, bro. Just let me get one in the. I just want one thing in the morning. I just want to hear Jesus. That's all. Just give me a Jesus in the morning, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus.
I say 5, 4,
Praise
3,
God.
2,
Amen.
1.
It's a cup, baby.
Round 1. Fight. All right. I see a lot of chips off the open. So, like we're talking about here, TSM, what this is already doing to chip land. Cybers at break even. So, yeah, we'll keep TSM up there. Let's see chips themselves. They're down 2. And then where's IGV? So IGV's up. Again, that's what I'm saying. This IGV 0.2, chips down 2. That's a lot of gap for those guys to work around. So again, one's going to go up, one's going to go down. Just like yesterday, remember, there was like a 3% gap between the two, but they were moving all over the place. Healthcare, jeez. So yeah, UNH taking off, and then there's like 4 or 5 other healthcares I just saw run across. I think Cigna is the loser from all of that. I don't think the option chain on UNH is open, actually. Believe it or not. Yeah, UNH option chain is not open. IBM 52-week low. So TSM starting to go. Again, chips were down a little, like 2.7. Now it's 2.3. So starting decent, but it is really early. Radian pop. That's not Cyber, is it? There's one. And then, yep, there's UNH. Is the option chain open? Tell me when UNH options open. But yeah, those are closed. Okay, there it is. Hi. Open. Oh, wow. They make it the premium, brother. Very crazy. Oh, my gosh, Habibi. Okay, my shit's lagging. Oh, they're up 50%. Not too bad. But yeah, some of the UNHs are up 50. There's a decent one. I'll give it to you. I'm not going to take it. But that one's already up 50. That's if you want it. I'm not going to take that one, though. I'll let that one sit here for a second. And then we got to remind me about the the Netflix plays. We got to monitor those because, like I'm telling you, if you want to make a move on those, you should be aware of the premium. So from the other day, the puts are up 50% and the calls are down 25. Did I make a video covering ZS and Strike? I couldn't find it anywhere. Did you look? Are you sure? I don't know. It depends where you looked, man. It depends where you looked. Abbott, that's another post earnings. They're up 8. Again, they beat. Palantir, big drop. I got these UNHs. UAL too. I think UAL's conference call, that's going to begin here in like an hour. So you might get one of those intraday ones. So TSM only down 1.4. I mean, that could have been worse. Healthcare is doing great. Staples are up though. Financials are up. IGV is down. Cyber is down. And then chips are up, but they're both down. Who else? I want to see one more. Oh, the Mag 7. Meta's even down. Nvidia. Google. So that sucks. So yeah, dude, Mag 7 was up a decent amount. You've recovered 1% on chips here. TSM went up, but then all of your little Mag 7 hype is already, you've given up all of that little early rotation. I don't know what's happening. So again, any of the clear rotation, obviously it's chips down and momentum down to start, but yeah, any clear rotation winners besides like XLP and healthcare, because healthcare has the earnings, they're all just chilling there. Now Wendy's, McDonald's, that's more staples, Verizon, communications. We saw that same exact move yesterday. Bop, 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 bop. It is. Mag 7 was up one. I'm telling you, 5 minutes ago, they were up all like around 1%. So they were looking pretty good. That's why it's like, okay, chips suck, but then you'll get the big Mag 7 move. But yeah, those are all at break even. So I don't think it's a bad thing. We just haven't, you haven't really decided yet. You know, your leadership on the day. Right now, it's staples, financials, and healthcare. I'd say healthcare is the big one. Starbucks. Again, UNH still dancing around. Those plays are around. The one that's 70 went down a little bit. I didn't take those, though. We will wait. Where's CNC? Oh, that came down. Again, Humana. Cigna was the one that was down. Okay, now Walmart. So again, staple value is that's very strong. Again, staples are up by 1.5. Again, Abbott, Abbott's up another 2%. So that was lagging healthcare. Again, they had earnings and the earnings were good, but yeah, that just took another 2%. We've only been here for 5 minutes. So you're getting some of those little quick early moves off the bat. But so far, cash open went out of financials straight to healthcare and staples. And then everybody else kind of got washed there a little bit. So yeah, SMH on the low. So SMH back down. Cyber and IGV only went down with it. They're not benefiting. Again, more healthcare. And then you will see a lot of these staples. Again, from MO all the way down to damn even like EL, dude. A lot of things on staples are up. CSX, Habibi, even a transport, even a Uber to make a buyout. Real estate might go again. There was another upgrade on Arquite. So yeah, some of those are actually still holding for now. Okay, McDonald's. I keep seeing that. Even Pfizer, Merck, Medtronic, EW. I think J&J has the medical devices. They reported the other day. Again, Cigna now on the low. So UNH still holding. The premiums are still dancing around. Oh, where's the Netflix? I forgot about that one. So yeah, like I'm saying, the Netflix the puts are up 70% now. Then the calls are still 25. They are very, very how you say with that one, brother? You know these guys? Very, very scam. MDLN with a bid. I'd watch anything medical, healthcare, med device. Again, the MDTs, the EDubs, the Mercs. So again, I don't know, but that's the problem. Just like yesterday, all of this might stop after the first hour. But right now, for the first hour, straight staples, straight healthcare, and then everybody else is turned off for now. But like I'm saying, you got a big sleeping giant here with these with the Mag 7. That hasn't moved yet, and we need that. How do I get my VWAP? I pressed hide on it last time thinking it'd be easy to get it back, but I guess not. ISRG, do they report today or do they already report? NASDAQ down 1%. Dow is up by 0.1. Russell break even. And then SPY is down by 0.3. So again, even like that whole thing, Russell's doing better than the NASDAQ. So your Mag 7 is absent to start this morning. So that's going to be the second half of your move here today. And then again, XLV, UNH is climbing again. Damn, Abbott is still going too. Yeah, those premiums are holding up. Abbott? Yo, that one is kind of nuts. Because those are, like I'm telling you, it's 1% every time I see it. It's only been 5 minutes. There's ISRG, J&J, XLV, NBO. Abbott climbs to session high, up most since 2020. So yeah, that's Abbott's biggest move in 6 years. I say, man, this one is a very... wow. It's only been a 10 a minute. Okay. You get those negative change closes going green. But yeah, there's that one I told you and the one right above it. If you could get it at 10 cents. Not a recommendation. Home builders running. They were running a little bit towards close yesterday. I think, what was it, Lennar? 1.9, not bad. Again, XLV, Abbott, Staples, that's all still going. But now it's, again, you're kind of broadening out there. I'm seeing more Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and some of the consumer names. Voya takeover chatter. Voyager didn't. Oh, wasn't there like a billionaire who just took a stake in that? Something Voyager. What price? IBM? I mean, I think here's a fair price, or if it gets back to where it started at 2024. But then it's going to really come down to relative value of just like where everything else is at. Excuse me. You think Nancy's on Voyager? Is it? I mean, that's a different billionaire. No, I remember there was like some French billionaire just bought Voya or something. Asmil is actually holding up. Again, your Mag 7 just hasn't moved today. So that's the other. So like I remember I was telling you yesterday, what would this look like if Mag 7 went down? I mean, today you just don't have Mag 7 moving. So you still, once again, have chips selling off. Chips are drilling into the low, down 3%. You even have software down with it, down 1.5. So you're not even getting the software rotation. You're just getting staples, healthcare, a little bit of financials. But yeah, this is just what it looks like without what's it called? Mag 7 kind of either catching a rotation or helping out. Intel under 100? No way. Wow, Intel back to double digits, you guys. Is that the first time since we've gone through this little fiasco? I guess it went above 100 once and then came down. But yeah, look at that. Celsius, again, anything consumer, anything non-tech is actually doing great. Check some of those restaurants, see if they end up picking up. Again, more Walmart, PM, GIS, MO, all of these staples. And then UNH chillin', CNH or CNC. The covered call timing could not have been better. Hey, dude, finger to the sky, dude. Scotty's good. That was great. HD and Mickey D's. It's all straight, bro. It's been 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The staples, you have just gone straight cash, staples, and then all the individuals. There's a lot of just straight ups on that. Even Kimberly, for crying out loud. UPS. Would you roll down on the intel calls to protect losses? Listen, man. Like I'm telling you, I did my job. You know what I'm saying? So my job was get you an intel at sub $20 or sub 25, right? Get you to 141, short the tippy top on the covered call. You get nice 50% in 2 weeks. But do whatever you want after this. Because like I told you, I told everybody the last couple days, unfortunately, that covered call was so perfect that you're going to be tempted by it to do whatever you want. So do whatever you want. Like I'm telling you, if you made the play, I hope you did it. I hope you understood why you did it, because now you got to deal with it. So it's good that it makes money. But yeah, do whatever you want at this point. If you want to day trade it, if you want to give into the temptation of the back and forth and then, let a winning trade, remember, you're going to change the marker. You're going to move things around. In that movement, you get different exposure. So it's up to you. Do whatever you want. Would I do it? I mean, you see exactly what if you followed what I did, I mean, it got us in here. So you see what I'm doing with it, but do whatever you want. I love it. I think it's actually kind of fun. That's why I said, I was like, man, this is, I think it's going to get to test some of you. And I think some of you will be definitely tempted to start day trading in your long term, or before you know it. One good covered call, like, just don't let a good thing create a very bad habit. Pal, there it is. Wake 'em up. Habibi, you get the Mag 7 today, not bad. There's meta off the low. Nvidia's drilling, though. Yeah, you had one extra day. If you waited 1 day after I sold it, you would have been able to get more upside, but I don't think there was more premium. I think we sold the tippy top premium. We left 10% on the table. Or no, did I sell it at 58? Well, I sold between 55 and 58. The highest those contracts ever went was $6,000. So yeah, we got pretty damn close, but then you could have got the 210. But like I'm saying, at this point, it's you do whatever you want. But that has a lot of time. You got to see how it protected the account and the play. So pretty much, I mean, you still lost money on Intel. Like if you were holding it, you've lost equity, but it definitely you lost half as much, if not. You only lost like 30%. SPY going down again, though. So watch out. You just got Apple kind of moving, but unfortunately, none of your other Mag 7 is playing along right there. So this is what I was telling you now, though. So because watch what's going to do to premiums, both for the Mag 7 and everybody else. Because now this is just going to tweak everything out as we start, rolling into these earnings pretty much. Here, let me put it in a perspective for you. The Amazon calls out of the money are still up. They lowered the bid, but then they doubled up the ask. So that's what I'm saying. Whenever this turns around, this is all sadly premium game. And then today compared to yesterday, you don't get to see, you're just not seeing the Mag 7 impact because they have not yet rotated. About a week or two later, it was higher. The stock, but not the premium. That's what I was trying to tell you guys at the time. I mean, shit, you guys, this is all public. You could all go look it up. I did it in real time. But like I'm saying, if you view any option on Intel, it should, we were very, very close to the tippy top. I mean, it's not, usually I sell too early, but, you know, sometimes the top tick effect works in our favor. But yeah, so I genuinely think that was a once-in-a-lifetime covered call until we do it again. But that's what I was saying at the end. I was like, dude, this is not, you don't get deals like that, bro. So I hope next time you ever run across a deal too good to be true, I hope you ask a lot of questions, and then I hope you take it. But it is crazy to see Intel below 100. Look at our covered call. So yeah, like I'm telling you, this is where we sold. That was the highest that contract ever went by, like, again, 10%. But this was the one. 2 days later, if you waited, you could have got a 210 for about the same price, which would, or a little bit more. And that would have, but then again, that legitimately, that was your window, and then after that, those were down 40%. CEO of Intel, son. So yeah, but I've been saying it even from last week though. I was like, unfortunately that play, because now I think some of you are looking in your long term and you're gonna look at that gain, and I think a lot of people are gonna get tempted. So I give you a model. I hope it helps, but I do want to leave you guys to kind of learn on your own with this one. Are you what are you gonna do with the good one? But it did protect the account, and that was the general idea. It gave us that money now too for any other cash. But yeah, I just remember, sell into the highs of volatility. That was another big lesson with that one. I know Intel was at 115 yesterday. Intel moves a lot. That's the sad part about it. Okay, SPY's trying to get a candle. GE on the low. That's post earnings. Abbott's still going up. Oh my goodness. Okay, back to VWAP. All you need is chips or Mag 7. Remember, Mag 7 might not bounce. That's the thing. Look, Mag 7's not, Mag 7 just stopped going down on that, but it's not going up. Apple is, but that's just chips bouncing right now. Oh, what about Bradley? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the peach's hair. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. How about a covered peach? Why don't they do that? Why not peaches? Covered peaches. I need a peach in the long term. Oh, my goodness. Oh, see, I didn't even switch the screen back. Bradley, Frezzo. Woo! Oh, that's why the market was like, okay, we're good now. Who cares if Boeing's down? Bradley's here. Amen. Amen. Bradley, good morning. The magnificent peach. We need Bradley everywhere, bro. You know that? In all depths of the government, public service. Man, we need Bradley in the market makers. I see there's just so much. Bradley, God bless you. And good morning. Happy Friday, Junior. That's a disrespect they're putting Boeing on the low as Bradley has arrived. That's offensive. Okay, we just hit VWAP. More value, like I'm telling you. That last 5 minutes there, that wasn't Mag 7. That was the only thing going up right now is Apple. That last there was just the chips kind of bouncing off the bottom a little bit. I guess Microsoft's kind of holding. Bank of America on the low. Financials went red. Oh my goodness. Roach 10. Order. Oh, buddy. 10? Good morning. Said, bless the Chad. Bless the Chad. Hey, man. Woo! 3M ITW. So, yeah. And then, look, I mean, let me check Colt Sister after this. Because, again, I mean, the good and bad thing about the Intel covered call, it just neutered the portfolio. We stopped moving, but then we stopped moving near a high. But that's why, like, again, even days like today with the chips, and if you didn't notice your long-term yesterday, every name, remember, this long-term has so many names, so some of these value rotations you just feel them a lot better. But yeah, this is going to be your guys' problem. Your problem is you're going to look over here now, look at this covered call, even on the small account, that covered call is already up almost 1 year of deposits. So now the question is, do you keep the full amount that you got for it, or do you take it? Ta-da! But yeah, that's going to be the temptation you will need to handle. SPY's coming back down, and now take a look at where we're at here. You can see, I want you to see this chart, how it looked, because I want to see Colt's sister. Because remember, she did not have a covered call. She didn't have enough shares. Her account's not that bad, though. So even without the covered call, I mean, it's not like her account totally dipped. It's not like near its all-time high. It's down, I guess, 10% extra from the high. So not too bad. Could have been worse. Forward, CLMT, low. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this? Dog, the high ticker just with a bunch of consumer names. It's actually kind of crazy. Who was that? Lowe's, Play. There's a bunch of brand new ones on there. Yeah, is it? Equal weight's up 1%? Shut up. 5.9. Yeah, equal weight is doing great. So at least there's some there. Again, just this time though with Mag 7, it's just not showing up on the other one. You got things moving. That's what I was saying. Rotate, not retreat, definitely in play. But yeah, the Mag 7 versus chips, that's just what shows up on the scoreboard. So let's take a look. We've been here for about 30 minutes. 20 names green on the Dow, 10 in the red. And NASDAQ 50-50. And then S&P 500, 340 in the green, 150 in the red. Look at that. So yeah, you actually have more names green, and then NASDAQ is 50-50. Be clear, there's no data, no black swan. This is just the rotations we've been dealing with. Earnings, this is the earnings environment plus that. But yeah, I don't think, I mean, there has been data, but it's only been good. There has not been a black swan unless you count the war. But then again, I mean, I think oil and other factors don't really show it as a black swan, as more as just annoying. But yeah, it's this is just earnings season and the same dynamic that we've been doing back and forth. I mean, kind of for the last 6 months. But especially here as of late, I feel like even from last earnings till now, it's last quarter till now have been very, very similar in terms of stakes and the movement. Help at the heart. You did miss the peach, but it was glorious still. Oh, what time is it? Oh, we're still early. Again, UAL. Let me double check, but I think their call. Apple again. So that's your only Mag 7 ripping right now. And anybody else joins along, it'll be glorious. They all kind of stay here, it'll be annoyingness. But yeah, Apple 330, dude. Yeah, so 30 minutes for UAL's conference call. where is... Oh, Apple. Elijah! And Navarre, another round of healthcare drug names. And then Conagra, they had bad earnings yesterday. That's a value name. And then they're popping up. More medical, NVO, J&J, Eli Lilly, NVS. And now GSK. So yeah, bro, biotech just ripped. So it's XLV, but look, actually IBB was negative. So IBB might wake up here. And then SPY's now moving up. US pending home sales, oof. Minus 5.4. Estimate was minus 5. Or 0.5. See if bonds react. But yeah, it was really weak. Last week, real estate data, bonds kind of reacted. But yeah, I think it was the same exact one, pending home sales. But yeah, it's a really bad pending home sales. I think last time it was really bad too. But yeah, 5% versus expectations of 0.5 decline. For June, yeah, I don't know. You don't really do this bad. I think that's your worst June. I think in the last like 5 years, let me see. You really don't. You don't do bad unless like 2022. That was the last time June had a bad pending home sales of that margin. SYM, and then another biotech, and then there's PayPal. And the Pfizer. Habibi. Yeah, bro, XLV is kind of insane. All right, well, Apple came down, but now Microsoft. But still, Mag 7 is not. This could be chips, yeah. So chips and software, it's not Mag 7. So chips and software were selling off the open. Again, remember the algos on the chips were already down. Amazon's catching a little bit. It's mainly SMH though. SMH just bounced half of that loss there, or a little less than that. Yeah, again, you're right below open. Still red. Dow is barely green. NASDAQ down 1. Russell up by 0.3. And SPY down 0.25. X-ray, laser, ARWR. It's just all biotechs. I see biotechs, I see healthcare, and then throw in just a random earnings name. BioWin's Dow sole source contract. It's kind of tweaking out. No move yet. Expensive. Let's see, a Cyber. More clothing. Again, the retailers. So if it's not healthcare and drugs, you got random consumer stocks doing pretty well. Again, XLP, but notice XLP stopped. XLV is still driving up. And then like I'm telling you, this is chips. Until you get a consistent Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Meta, then this is all just the chips coming back up. MetLife. Swede Bank says DFS settlement ends all AML investigations. Zillow. Clack. Clack getting some, that's $10 almost. Then Sony. Okay, see whenever healthcare. If healthcare drugs start to slow down, that could either open up Mag 7 or you're going to keep getting the chips going. Bonds are going up. And then Zillow's flushing now. Zillow was doing actually pretty good earlier. Why is Zillow on the low? They hit 32 in pre-market. I thought it was about to be a drilling. Well, keep Zillow on watch. See if that turns into something. My screen was making it look like it was about to die. So yeah, Staples, Healthcare, and Mag 7. Till then, more in the chip. Chips seem to be driver. The algo move has not changed from the morning. And then more NVO, more biotech still. Where are we? Down a quarter still. Not bad. Oh, where is a Netflix? I hate Netflix, brother. You know that? They're a little scam. So you got to pre-move on Netflix, you guys. It's just annoying. Because like I was telling you just a couple days ago, the premiums are already high on the puts, but those puts are up 90%, and then the calls are down 29%. So literally, even today, Netflix puts went up an additional 30%, and the calls went down 5%. So that's where I'm saying some of this earnings and back and forth and what it's doing to premium, it's going to be annoying. But yeah, we'll see. Oh, Zillow. I meant Zillow Scaler. Zillow Scaler. Not too bad, but I mean, you know, that last lagger, we finally, remember, I've been picking up a lot of these throughout, but we had our first, like, red day, 2 red days, I think, in a row of cyber. But yeah, it's bad. I'm becoming, you know, I'm going to go buy a Vast antivirus. That's how much I love cybersecurity. But yeah, I'm a big fan for now. Are we getting some more headlines? Oil's coming down, but you might... It's actually been kind of quiet. All quiet on the Arabian front, huh? Okay, back to open. Asmil, I don't know. Is that Asmil headline? It said AML, but I don't know if it was ASML. Meta. Yeah, Asmil is going. Then LRCX now, so watch chips. So chips are getting back to open. That is your driver. AMAT now too. AMAT just ripped $20. $20 in like 10 minutes. Again, Clack was going up. I feel like we've seen AMAT do that before in line with Clack. But yeah, those are both going up. Again, for now, Mag 7 is still not turned on. So yeah, NVIDIA even then. I would say chips are doing better than NVIDIA. This is everybody else. NVIDIA is still even kind of lagging. Okay, high ticker's pretty good. Low tickers, again, I see one healthcare, I see Netflix, and then everything else is on the high ticker. Again, chips had a little burst there. Just see how long it lasts. You're right at open, so right at open and barely above VWAP. Apple is giving it up, yeah. Again, the chip activity is very strong. It's chips and software, but chips are a lot more. And like I'm telling you, it's not just NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA's kind of underperforming, if anything. Even though they're both down too. You thought July was a green month? What is going on? I don't know how to break this to you, but believe it or not, July is still green. I know, man. It's all, I believe it or not, we are still up just under 1% today, halfway through July. So yeah, here's the streak of all green. But yeah, unfortunately, this recession is short-lived. We are still green. I know. Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? That's why I keep bringing it up at the beginning of all these videos, because I'm like, hey guys, we're still near all-time highs. Unfortunately, we still, that's why even like the summer sell-off theme, and so even though there has been volatility and the chips are down 30%, or Korea is, it's like, yeah, we're still flying high. All right, Netflix down, chips up. Until any Mag 7 wants to play along. Again, even Apple is starting to give it up a little bit. Now net. Let's get Cyber woken up. Net needs to sell off more. I'm down to double dip on that, but that usually does those, like, wait till it does a $50 sell off. It'd like to do that on. Sun B, Asmail. All right, SPY going. It's a new high of the day. So remember, yesterday we were a lot higher. You still have a big gap. It's doing the opposite of yesterday, just different fashion. So like I remember yesterday, chips were good in the morning. We gapped up and then sold off. Today, we gapped down, chips were down. You did not get the same rotation into Mag 7, but now the things that were down are getting bid up, just like how chips sold off. So Cyber's on the high now. I mean, it's still down a lot, but you could, again, Zillow, or Zillow, Sentinel, there's like 3 other Cybers that just hit the high ticker right now. So if we could wake those up, that'll be good. And then chips. Shit, man, see if Microsoft moves. But your big softwares are still down. Apple readies OLED iPad mini with low-end Air updates in 2027. Yeah, Fastly, that was the one I just saw. I was saying Fastly and then Biotech's IBB, SPY still at the high. So you're still doing this. XLV, Staples chilled out a little bit, but still holding. But now Biotech's, I just took another 0.25%. Yeah, if you go read the Navy, just put that thing out. I'm sure you'll find one. If you go read the Navy, just put that thing out. XBI. Asmail, remember they had their day yesterday. I'm looking at Netflix. I don't know if I think I might hold them till the bell. But I'm also thinking of monetizing one side. But I'm telling you, Netflix is stupid. The puts were already jacked up. Now those puts are way more expensive. And then the calls have practically been the same price for the last 48 hours. So yeah, that premium is willing to move. What time? 7:12. Bitcoin red to green. Ford. Roblox popping. Remember you had the what's it called yesterday? You had the what's it called? The Google software thing. What was it? Oh, there's something I just wanted to see. Tessie. Oh, wow. Yeah, Tesla off the bottom, $10. Oh, that's what I wanted to see. Quantinium. I don't know if those came back down. So I remember it dropped yesterday, but that one play I made on it, they haven't gone negative. They're break even now, I think. Yeah, I'd wait a little. Because there's only one day those went, but they are break even on the Quantinium with time if you didn't make those free. MPT, see if any other real estate stocks. Again, there was a couple of upgrades there. But yeah, Quantinium, because remember, last time it was here, we made the leap play. And that's what I'm saying. It was like right around here, then it ripped, and then it came back down. But surprisingly break even. So you're not getting a discount yet. All right, man. SPY's still near the high. A couple of names. I mean, I keep seeing Signal on the low, but it's a lot of your same leaders. Now a couple of financials, actually. And now Flutter. And then more, more biotechs on the high, like CGNX. This thing's kind of been on fire. Why are the commodities going down when the dollar has dropped? I mean, there's just been a big lag with everything. I think some of it's part deflation, where people are, again, this idea of AI not performing is deflation. Think about it. Even if AI really performs, it's deflation. But then if you start spending less CapEx, less return, that's all deflationary. But I wouldn't jump to that conclusion just yet, or I wouldn't say that's the number one thing. What I do think is happening is that we're just go back to this last 45 days where the dollar, bonds, and a lot of things have been dislocated, even oil. So I just think there's like a 3 to 7 day lag with stuff. Again, the dollar is down. That's what I was saying yesterday, because even though yesterday felt bad, even if you think today feels bad, even if you're asking me why is July red when it's green, the dollar coming down is very bullish, even though it's still in a bearish zone. It's just like, yeah, I just think it's lagging very, very hard. The market is pricing in 3 competing arguments that all need growth. So I think it's going to take time, and that's why these next 45 days I do think are so critical. Crowd 5 off the bottom, all of them, all cyber. You just need this shit to hold up. If this is just the like relief that gives us cushion, so when it sells off, you just end near the low, that'll suck. But if cyber can fucking break out, awesome. So again, same thing with chips. Chips was able to get above, but sadly, if we've seen days like we stop here, I mean, that's just going to be cushion. So like I said, you'll get like a mini green light up until like middle of the day. We have the ability to move. Algos could turn on and off, but then towards like middle end of the day, everyone's going to stop as they get ready for Netflix. Elijah again. TLT is going too. Elijah's just near the high. All of them. NVO, so many bio. IBB in general. Intuit on the low. Apollo and Crowd got an upgrade. They might have. There was a lot of upgrades today. That's what I was saying is even happening in the mix of all of this. It's just like, you're getting July, there's up and down, but it's like analysts every morning are moving. Did I give out the FIFA tin? No, I did not. You have to talk to me about soccer. We're not having a FIFA conversation right now. The fuck, bro? Nike, Elijah, Lily, S. Dot. Oh, wow. Oh, Nike. And that's what I was saying the other day, because like our Intel covered call, it was nice. But dude, when you look at this portfolio, the more, the bigger one with diversification, dude, all of these other names, like you just have 5-10 names that just outperform. Again, everything in the middle of the market. So that's what yesterday was big for the long term, because it was all those little names. And again, that happens during earnings. Think about it. I know we're focusing on the highlights, but that's what I'm trying to say with some of these days. Like there's hundreds of other names that are advancing and declining while all this is going on. Yo, Tesla, that was a major one. Okay, now SPY getting a candle. Like I'm saying, if you could, anything that's rebounded off the bottom, if they could hold up for their, like, at least an hour, that'll be awesome, and that'll actually look a lot better. Or you need Mag 7 to play along with everything that's with chips and all of that. So we'll find out. A couple financials now, like KKR and those, they're going up there. I don't know what's going on with Netflix. I just know that even if Netflix doesn't move right now, that's the trap. This is welcome to day ahead of earnings, you guys. The day of earnings. Because like I'm telling you, this move is nothing on Netflix. Yesterday, even the last couple days, Netflix has been moving 0.5%, 1%. But even if Netflix doesn't move, the premiums, they're already moving today substantially. And that's kind of going to be your difficulty coming into it. SPY. Okay, UNH now on the low. Interesting, because XLV's still up. I don't know if the money went from healthcare to drugs, but just see. I mean, staples are going up, but now your first, that's been turned on for the last hour. I guess we're just under an hour right now, 7:20. But yeah, UNH and healthcare has been the leader. So there's still a lot of drugs and healthcare companies on the high, but just see what that does to things. And then obviously the other stuff we're watching, and oil too. Oil's kind of chilling here at 80. What catalyst the semis and memory need to get a reversal? I don't know. They either all collectively have to get good earnings, and then we got to go through earnings and clear out positioning, because that's kind of the problem. Because so far the earnings have been good, but chips have been doing bad because there's still way more to go. And then at the same time, even if they're good, the expectations are high, but then how people have positioned, it's creating some of these, massive liquidations. This is something people have been talking about for a couple months now. So I just think you need collectively a good earnings, or you need another push. You need another wave, whether it's a new AI invention, a new development set of contracts. But then again, that's where, right now with this quarter, I want to say the easy answer is just really good earnings, because long story short, we're just at this moment where we're getting AI fatigue. So that's the problem, is that we just have to have good enough earnings, or have another development or something where you have you're excited and people keep investing, and then earnings keep returning profits. That's kind of what we need to see. Otherwise, not so much. I think the non-tech earnings have been great. Like I'm telling you, Abbott, even GE this morning, the banks, dude, Bank of America did amazing. I'm actually, so it's early. We've only gotten like 30, 40 companies, but yeah, the and then again, TSM, ASML, they weren't bad at all either. But they're actually really good. IBM was kind of soft because the pre-announcement, but other than that, the middle of the economy this quarter, so far, if it stays like this, I like it. I think it's a very good sign, but at the same time, that could flip very, very soon. And if it does, that'll change it all. Oh, QXO. Well, even if you beat the bar, though, that's the weird part. You guys, that's what should scare you about earnings so far, but it shouldn't stay like this. Because I don't know if you've noticed, ASML and TSM too. TSM this morning, they beat the highest estimate. So a lot of their metrics, they guided above the highest estimate. It was their margin that was a little bit weaker, and people were nitpicky about that. But yeah, even Asmil, these were beats and raises. These were not this isn't even they missed the high bars. Some of these guys destroyed the high bar and set a new one, and they still did jack shit. So that should worry you, because if that's going to be the story for all of these, all of this anticipation is going to be for nothing, and it's going to be a very frustrating earnings season. But if they could kind of, if the idea is that if they all keep going like this, it shouldn't stay boxed in, and then they all should eventually start to feed off of each other. In relative, do you think Oracle is high for a pickup? No, I think Oracle's it was even lower yesterday, but I think it's one of the better prices than not, considering, Intuit's higher, Microsoft's higher than where we bought it. I mean, Kimberly, unless you want like a value like TAP, it's Oracle's actually, it's one of those that's sitting at a new price. It could be peak earnings theory. It could be, or again, though, if this isn't the peak, like we said, that's why this quarter is so pivotal, because it can peak after a performance like last quarter, but then, if the ball keeps rolling. And that's what I'm saying, though. So far, the early companies that are not tech, chip, memory related, their earnings are looking like last quarter. That's what I'm confident to see so far, is that some of these like middle ground companies that are still very important to the economy and everything else, or just important even to the market, they're doing well so far. That's what I'm saying. We got Johnson & Johnson. We've gotten a lot of these other ones last week. Again, you got the even General Mills, Pepsi. That's what I'm saying. Like FedEx, these are not. So what we're seeing in the middle ground so far has been quite optimistic. But and even then, the chips are doing good, but then, they've already been doing good, so it's not as impressive, and then we still have more. But so far, I mean, if the middle guys could do good, that'll be great, but then, if the other guys peak out, it's not good. But overall, if we just keep the ball rolling and we didn't run into a wall last quarter, then that's going to dictate a lot here. But then again, all of this, how it's playing out, the movement, sad reality, we're still very early. This is still early in the season, like I was telling you, and just statistically, you don't start moving, and we don't get the bigger moves until, like, again, after next week, really. That's when the real action starts coming in. Lilly call buying, ET call buying. Oh, Trump mentioned EQT yesterday. SPY at the high. So this is just working you back into yesterday's level. PayPal's going up. Yeah, Apple's going back up too. Amazon, now Google. All right, man. I think it might be Mag 7 time. If we get Mag 7 time, you're good. As long as the chips don't give it up. So that might be everything. If you get Mag 7 going up, chips don't give it up, oh habibi, it's a 1 hour. Not bad. Not bad here at 7:30. Well, why'd you retract your message on now? I was going to answer it. So I picked up Intuit and Microsoft over now because I still believe now, even at a very low price, it was the highest valuation out of all of those. It's still overpriced. So let me give you an example that relates. Oh, UAL, fuck, is the call starting? All the airlines are on the high. Yo, UAL, damn it. I was telling you all this for an hour. I fucking missed it. Because again, these conference calls, just like we saw with Citi, you have to pick the right direction, though. But that first candle already came in. Airlines are popping. They probably said something. But if you're wrong on the direction, you'll get washed. But if you're right during the call, you guys saw that earlier this week. Let me get. I want to hear it for a second. But yeah, like I was saying, with Microsoft versus Now, I still think Now is expensive. It's like this one hits close to home. It's like the example of cars. So at one point, the Ferrari 812 was going for above retail. And then last year, you could have bought a Ferrari 812 for below sticker, right? So that, and then it would be like comparing. So Microsoft and Intuit, they remind me of that Ferrari. They were overpriced and they came below retail for a little bit. Service Now would be like a Hummer EV going from 250 to like 150. It's, even though it's fell from the high, it's still 150 for a fucking electric Hummer. So you see what I'm saying? I think that if you bought a Ferrari F12 at 300, that's a better deal. So again, I think there's more value in Microsoft and Intuit at that valuation than not. Even though Now came down a lot, it still has a lot of premium. What's that? KO, it's regionals. Regional banks.
Being recorded and is copyrighted. Please note that no portion of the call may be recorded, transcribed,
so they haven't even gave guidance yet.
Without the company's permission. Your participation implies your consent to our recording of this call. If you do not agree with these terms, simply drop off the line. I will now turn the presentation over to your host for today's call,
give it a second.
Christina Edwards, Managing Director of Investor Relations.
Spy near high.
Thank you, Regina. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to United's second quarter 2026 earnings conference call. Yesterday, we issued our earnings release, which is available on our website at ir.united.com. Information in yesterday's release and the remarks made during this conference call may contain forward-looking statements, which represent the company's current expectations and are based upon information currently available to the company. A number of factors could cause actual results to differ materially from our current expectations. Please refer to our earnings release, Form 10-K and 10-Q, and other reports filed with the SEC by United Airlines Holdings and United Airlines for a more thorough description of these factors. Unless otherwise noted, we will be discussing our financial metrics on a non-GAAP basis on this call, and historical operational metrics will exclude pandemic years of 2020 to 2022. Please refer to the related definitions and reconciliations of these non-GAAP measures to the most directly comparable GAAP measures at the end of our earnings release. Joining us today to discuss our results and our outlook are our Chief Executive Officer, Scott Kirby, President Brett Hart, Executive Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer, Andrew Nocella, and Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, Mike Leskinen. We also have other members of the executive team on the line available for Q&A. And now, I'd like to turn the call over to Scott.
Thank you, Christina, and good morning, everyone. I want to start by thanking the United team for staying focused on taking care of our customers and running a best-in-class airline and not letting the conflict in Iran distract from the consistent execution we've become accustomed to. 2026 is once again demonstrating the durability and strength of the United business model. Our focus on building brand loyalty is evident in our strong top-line performance, with second quarter revenues up 16%, recovering about half the increase in fuel price for the period. The significant increase in fuel in just the past week is also proof that our strategy is resilient. At this time last week, I was planning to tell you that we had a good line of sight to growing earnings year over year based on what we expected our guidance to be at the time. But fuel has gone up a lot in the last week, and we've decided to once again be a leader by changing our guidance policy on fuel. We feel we owe it to investors to update our practice and provide guidance to reflect the most current fuel prices. The fuel price spike this month is equal to $1.12 of EPS. Okay. So if fuel goes back to where it was earlier this month,
this is a little bit of guy, but we might have to wait till the CFO.
While our multiples don't yet reflect it, we believe this industry has structurally changed, as demonstrated by the quickness of the fuel recovery for United, but also at an industry level. Perhaps the most important structural change in the industry has been the significant inflation and harmonization in non-fuel costs like airport fees, labor, and maintenance. Cost inflation is what is driving fares higher, though fares still remain 13% lower in real terms compared to pre-pandemic. In the quarters ahead, I expect yields to continue returning to reasonable pre-COVID levels that will ultimately allow the industry to earn its cost of capital. The impact of structural changes are just now beginning to be felt. Demand remains robust as we expect both 3Q and 4Q RASM to grow faster than 2Q's 12%, and yields for fourth quarter are currently booked about 14 points higher for 4Q than at the same point in time for 3Q. Demand is strong, and the overall cost pressures continue forcing fares higher. United has proven that our brand loyal strategy is working, and we're using today's environment to accelerate our investments in all aspects of the customer experience from nose to tail. My conviction in building a brand loyal airline is stronger than ever, and I'm encouraged by the consistent share gains we've seen across the board and the corresponding financial results.
1,000% on the last
The more
call.
brand loyalty we have, the stronger we
nerdy
expect
to
our
watch
earnings
this?
will be
Are we
during
too
good
cool
times,
to listen
and
to
the
this?
more resilient our earnings
my bad,
will be
guys.
during industry shocks.
I didn't know we were too
And I
cool.
can already see and hear from customers that getting Starlink on all our aircraft is going to be a step function increase in our attractive to those customers. And with that, I'll hand it over to Brett.
Thank you, Scott, and good morning, everyone. Second quarter is always an important moment for United as we accelerate into the busy summer travel season. And our employees once again rose to the occasion. Across the operation, our teams delivered a safe, reliable experience for our customers with the care, professionalism, and commitment that show how good leads the way every day. In the quarter, United carried 10 of our highest passenger days in company history, with the highest being over 640,000 customers carried on June 18th. We had top-tier on-time departures for the sixth consecutive quarter, ranking second amongst our largest U.S. competitors and representing our best on-time departure rate in the second quarter since the
PayPal
pandemic.
still, too.
We also had our lowest second quarter seat cancellation rate in company history. Notably, we saw meaningful improvements at our Newark hub, our busiest global gateway. For the month of June, Newark ranked number one in on-time arrivals, delivered its best on-time departure rate ever, and its lowest seat cancellation rate since 2018. These results reflect the continued strength of our operation and the work our teams are doing across the network to solve problems in real time, adjust as conditions change, and deliver a safe, reliable experience for our customers. And our customers noticed. We had our highest second quarter net promoter score since the pandemic in the second quarter. Starlink is another example of how we are investing in a better customer experience and differentiating United. During the quarter, we accelerated the rollout of free Starlink Wi-Fi and now expect to have close to 1,000 Starlink-equipped aircraft by the end of this year.
Like a firm.
Early customer feedback has been very strong, and Wi-Fi satisfaction scores on Starlink equipment are more than double the scores of other Wi-Fi operating aircraft. On labor, we are pleased that our flight attendants ratified
that one EPA. The premiums jump, but they're not. They're just jacking up the spreads.
That is included in our outlook.
I think it'll move when the CFO says some shit.
Full year 2026, and we remain committed to reaching much-deserved agreements across all work groups. United Next continues to be the right plan for the company. We are building a United that is more reliable, more elevated, more global, and more customer-focused, strengthening the experience we deliver today and positioning us well for the future. We believe that our ability to remain nimble and proactively respond to evolving industry headwinds, such as higher fuel, maximizes our earnings potential and proves how we have structurally changed
Starlink. It is pretty cool.
Thank you again to the entire United team for delivering for our customers and each other.
Russian attack on Zaporizhzhia kills 3.
The revenue environment.
Thanks, Brett. Overall, revenue performance was exceptional in the quarter, and proved once again United's ability to quickly adjust to an ever-changing environment. I think our outlook for the rest of 2026 validates our commercial plans are working well. United's revenue accelerated across the board in Q2, with total operating revenue up 16% to $17.7 billion. TRASM was up 12.1% year over year, with load factors up slightly, which indicates strong demand for United's products. We observed minimal to no negative impact on demand from higher price points, a trend we see continuing. Domestic passenger revenue was up 20.3%, with PRASM up 12.2%. International PRASM was also up 12%. Pacific led the way, with PRASM up 14%, Atlantic up 12.1%, and Latin up 10.7%. Cargo revenues were
So
also
I have this
strong,
thing
up
where it could take the
22.6%, and loyalty
transcript
revenue
live,
was
and
up
then-
11.3%.
and then it'll highlight what the algo
Mileage
thinks.
Plus program changes have been
but it's
very
too
effective
delayed.
in building momentum in new co-brand accounts, spend, engagement, and membership as expected.
Again, Net and a couple
New
of
co-branded
other
credit
cybers,
card accounts
they're
reached a
trying to wake
record
up.
level for the second quarter,
Again,
up
Nibis,
22%,
Iron, I was just telling you,
with
those are at the
Q2
low.
card spend increasing 14%. Mileage Plus enrollments were up 9%, outpacing capacity by 5 points. We saw the largest increase in membership in Chicago and in New York. Premium revenues were up 16.4%, and premium PRASM up 11.6% in the quarter. RASM specific to the Polaris and Premium Plus cabins was up even more at 13.6% in the quarter. Main cabin RASMs were up 11.5% in the quarter. This is the second quarter in a row where we've seen main cabin RASMs positive after years of
Space
below
stocks.
average performance
So
at an industry
NeoCloud,
level.
Space, other
While
momentum
main
selling
cabin
off.
RASMs turn the corner in 2026, our main cabin fares remain far behind inflation,
Ooh, and
driven
Oracle,
by all
126.
costs, not just fuel.
So yeah,
We're now just seeing
software still
a
up, but it's
necessary
coming down.
catch-up in pricing. In fact, to put these current fare levels in context, the average main cabin fare today is minimally up versus 2024, well short of inflation, which is up nearly 7%. Close-in business travel was exceptionally strong.
Yeah, you guys
in
don't want to
Q2,
know what they're
contracted
saying.
business revenues
The
flown
airlines,
up an impressive
that line he just said
27%
is
year-over-year,
terrifying.
and bookings up 30%, led by technology, financial
'Cause they view
services,
it-
and professional services.
They think the price
In
of
Q2,
travel has
United
gone
grew
up
corporate
so
share
much
year-over-year in all of our hubs.
that they don't
These
think
same
airline
positive
travel
business demand trends
is
continued
caught
into
up.
early July.
They think
and we
you could
expect
raise
to-
prices
expect
more
to
for
continue
airlines
for the remainder of the year. We've
compared to his
adjusted our revenue
historic.
management posture to
Like
save
this.
more seats for close-in business demand. The load factor contribution of business travel from all channels in the quarter was up about 0.5 point year-over-year. Our outlook for the remainder of 2026 assumes demand strength from Q2 is consistent in Q3 and in Q4. Looking ahead, the pricing environment remains strong across the entire network, with selling yields up mid to high teens year-over-year in recent weeks, setting up a strong double-digit increase in year-over-year RASM. Currently, we're booked about 58% booked through Q3, and given current selling yields and strong demand, we do expect year-over-year RASM in Q3 and Q4 to exceed Q2. Consolidated Q4 yield is currently tracking up a strong
Yeah, remember
19%
we did talk
year-over-year,
about the sell
while
the
Q3
puts.
yield at the same point in
But
the
yeah,
booking curve
Oracle,
sat
it
up
even
only
got worse.
5%. United continues to gain local share in each of our 7 hubs. Passenger share in our hubs has increased 7 points from 2019, by far the
watch some of those
largest
software
increase of
names.
any
They're on the
airline
low.
from their respective
UAL
hubs.
got a premium jump, but no
United's
follow-through.
Q3 schedules are largely final. United's Q4 domestic schedules are not final and will be
ONC?
adjusted downward when finalized.
Uh-oh.
While we are not providing capacity guidance anymore, we will make a final determination on Q4 capacity as we get closer to the quarter where we can properly consider the latest fuel and demand trends. United's efforts to decommoditize our revenue streams and create more consumer choice are accelerating as we head into 2027. New fleet and product initiatives position the business for RASM and margin gains in 27 and beyond, and we're particularly excited to get Relax Row and the CRJ 450 out for sale. We also have a very clear path to larger gauge in 2027 as well, which we expect will be accretive to results and a tailwind to CASM-ex. We have renewed optimism that we'll take delivery of our first MAX 10 in mid to late 2027. The MAX 10 has more premium seats than the aircraft it replaces, along with the best-in-class CASM. We've absorbed an increase in gauge from 104 to 126 seats since we announced United Next, but we're still about 10 seats from our goal of 136 seats
So no,
in North America.
So pretty much the CEO of United and what they're saying is that if you go look at hotel costs, the cost of like food when you travel, if you took JetBlue, he didn't say anything about Jet. Man, right when I turn it off the first time, he gives more guidance. Hold on.
Any new commercial and product initiatives coming. We will begin to rapidly spool up our flying on our new premium 321s, the XLR and the Coastliner later this year and into 2027.
But anyways, yeah, so it's moving. Again, the premiums won't move though. But yeah, the way they're looking at it is that the price of hotels and everything have gone up so much that when you go and see how much airline prices have gone up, they think that that the share now of airline for travel it makes up less. So now you're spending less on your travel. The smaller portion goes to air travel because now you're spending more on everything else. So they believe they could raise prices because people are historically used to spending more of their budget on air travel. So isn't that fucked?
Proportion of brand loyal customers, which in turn then allow us to generate durable financial results, especially during tough environments for the broader industry. Our strategy continues to deliver margins at the top end of the industry, a strengthening balance sheet, and an overall financial position that allows us to focus on the long term. Our confidence in our ability to deliver double-digit pre-tax margins in 2027 and mid-teen pre-tax margins beyond that has never been higher.
Yeah.
We delivered second quarter earnings per share of $1.99
so
at the high end of our guidance range of $1 to $2.
Yeah, listen, this is going to move it.
Pre-tax margin of 4.8%.
They already jacked up the options, though, the ones near the money by 50%.
Billion year-over-year headwind from fuel. Second quarter CASM-ex was up 6.1% year-over-year, which reflected pressure from labor deals and capacity reductions, all consistent with our expectations. We remain focused on driving greater efficiency without compromising the investments in our people, customers, and product that underpin our growing brand loyal customer base.
UAL breaking out now.
In the quarter, we were able to recapture 50% of the increase in fuel expense, and accounting for the sharp rise in fuel recently, we expect to recover 80 to 90% in the third quarter and full recovery by the fourth quarter. At today's prices, fuel remains almost $6 billion higher for the year compared to our outlook at the start of the year. Our focus on efficiency has helped offset some of the fuel headwind, but our ability to drive higher yields has been critical in helping cover the heightened cost of our operation. And, as Andrew mentioned, United has not seen a measurable demand impact based on the higher fares. In fact, if you zoom out to consider price inflation for travel over the last 10 and 20 years,
he's gonna say it.
Airfare stands out as a tremendous value.
Fuck me.
Our customers increasingly desire a better travel experience, and we believe they will continue to pay reasonable prices for it. That's why we invest billions of dollars into our business. It's why our margins have been near the top of the industry, and it's why we expect to continue to deliver strong top-line revenue growth and mid-teens margins in the years to come. Looking ahead, we expect third quarter earnings per share to be between $2.50 and $3.50.
Okay, so this is guidance.
Underpinned with an all-in fuel price of approximately $3.69 based on Tuesday's curve. Given the recent run-up in oil, we felt it prudent to adjust our outlook to reflect the current environment. For the full year, we are tightening our guidance range to the high end of our previous guide and expect earnings per share between $9 and $11. Since early July, fuel prices have increased 15 to 20%, and our guidance reflects that pressure. However, if fuel prices return to prior levels, we expect to be above the high end of both ranges. Additionally, given oil volatility, we expect crack spreads to remain elevated for the remainder of the year. In a year where the industry is experiencing a multi-billion-dollar shock from oil, this would be a fantastic outcome that demonstrates United's ability to absorb and manage through times of uncertainty and meaningful financial pressure. On cost specifically, our plan, volume adjusted, has remained consistent with our expectation at the start of the year. The pressure on our unit costs in the first half of the year was solely driven by our close-in capacity adjustments and will remain a headwind to unit costs for the remainder of the year. We've consistently demonstrated that we will adjust capacity when necessary rather than operate flying that does not make economic sense. These actions reflect our focus on maximizing long-term profits and cash flow. With this in mind, in 2027, we plan to retire at least 80 aircraft as we continue to renew and upgauge our fleet, a step up from the last few years. Turning to the balance sheet. As the quarter began, the industry faced significant risk and uncertainty driven by the hostilities with Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Given that heightened volatility, we proactively secured additional funding to build extra liquidity to manage through a scenario where oil remained higher for longer. We raised capital through a series of private bank transactions that raised $3.7 billion of new debt that is attractively priced at a fixed rate equivalent in the low 5% range, pricing well inside of our most expensive existing debt. Once oil prices stabilize, our intent is to use this newly raised debt to prepay more expensive debt and to purchase aircraft with cash. Our ability to raise this quantum of debt at these terms further demonstrates United's improved financial position and progress towards investment grade. Since the beginning of the second quarter, we have prepaid approximately $1 billion of higher cost legacy aircraft debt and PSP debt. We will continue to closely monitor the situation in the Middle East, but in interim, this capital provides us plenty of flexibility. We ended the quarter with $19.6 billion of available liquidity. We remain focused on achieving investment-grade credit rating metrics and remain optimistic for our prospects later this year. To wrap up, demand for the United product is as strong as ever. Our customers continue to demonstrate a preference for the value our products provide. This supports our relative financial performance and reinforces our confidence in the durability of our strategy and our ability to deliver mid-teens margins in the future. I'll turn it to Christina to kick off the Q&A.
Thanks, Mike. We will now take questions from the analyst community. Please limit yourself to one question, and if needed, one brief and related follow-up question. Regina, please describe the procedure to ask a question.
Thank you. The question and answer session will be conducted electronically. If you'd like to ask a question, please press star, then the number 1 on your telephone keypad. Please hold for a moment while we assemble our queue. Our first question will come from the line of Catherine O'Brien with Goldman Sachs. Please go ahead.
Hey, good morning, team. Thanks so much for the time. I know we're not going to get an actual RASM guide, but Andrew, I just had a couple of questions on the fact that 3Q RASM should accelerate into 3Q versus 2Q. Can you just help us think what that looks like for each of your regions RASM? You know, system RASM comp, that's fairly comparable to 2Q, but domestic has a tougher comp, and then the 3 international regions have easier comps. And I guess just anything we should also be aware of on other revenue or cargo as we make our assumptions on RASM acceleration.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you say paying for aircrafts with cash? I think something along those lines. But yeah, if you don't know too, here's the thing. This is part of what I was saying. You got to realize that all the airlines are up. They gave the guidance. I mean, just after the other day, literally, I'm telling you, early on in the earnings season, until we get the big companies, you know, some of these companies that have their conference calls during market hours, I mean, legitimately 48 hours ago, you guys saw 1,000%er off of that. So if you're wondering why we were listening to that, but also too, like I was saying, with the economic performance of some of these companies in the middle, it's key. Like if you don't realize what UAL and like these airlines, like that's why people are excited for it now. We got to see if it actually holds. But they're, you know, think about it. With oil going up, they're saying that they had like a $6 billion extra fuel charge, but they found a way to get around it. So that's a very good sign. So that's why it's, I think people are getting hyped, and then it sucks as a consumer when they're like, we could raise prices more. So yeah, but other than that, I got a little bit of a move. The contracts went 50% on there, but unless somebody asked him a question, but I got what I wanted out of it. I wanted to see. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a coat. Okay, still healthcare, but yeah, Spy came down there. It was weird because just a second ago you had oil. It is 7:50, so 30 minutes till Euro close. You are right, chips did come back down. So again, you got a little bit of cyber and software, but they're even coming down now too. And like we said, unless you get Mag 7 playing along, ironically, Mag 7 kind of went up with it and then didn't come down as much. But then NVIDIA is a drilling, brother, not good. Oh yeah, that hasn't flip-flopped yet. And then more biotechs, healthcare, Ionis on the high. Dollar pop. Damn, ACHC went up another 4% today. Those spreads are terrible. But when do they report? Oh, end of the month. Netflix coming off the lows. So weird, bro. Those premiums. But yeah, we got to do something again. KKR and Apollo. I brought that up a couple of times. They keep moving. Now communications again. So that might not be good. We might get a little bit. Again, any other day, like yesterday, anytime the communications started running up, we would be selling off. Is a dollar coming up? Indeed. Ooh, the dollar's up a quarter. See, I don't like that. It's funny because yesterday it didn't even feel good, but the dollar was down. Today still doesn't feel good, and the dollar's up. Corsair and then CSGP. IBM, brother! Look at that. Lucidian. I mean, dude, they said it was fake. It's crazy, though, how that old rumor or that 5-hour article really killed it, though, that day. Okay. Yo, something's going on. Eyes up. Low ticker, high ticker kind of tweaking out. And then, but, dude, natural gas is on the low. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I think the last 2 oil moves I've seen seem more bullish than not. But we're going down, and then nat gas is dumping, and oil's coming down, but, like, nothing big. But yeah, something's tweaking out. The low ticker just started kind of doing those blocks. And then NVIDIA. So it's a mix of energy and NVIDIA at the low. Yeah, meanwhile, your equal weight is doing fine. Dow's up a quarter. NASDAQ down by 1.1. Russell is up by 0.4. And SPY is down by 0.17. So ITS. I said, we want a biotech, brother. And then again, Lucid. I got that in the top right. Euro closes in 30 minutes, 8:30. O'Reilly. So again, it's like consumer stuff. Staples are climbing back up. You can see it, man. Again, chips come back down. Staples, healthcare, they come right back up. Again, Mag 7 doesn't know what it wants in this life. And then, yeah, literally, equal weight is at the high. Equal weight's up almost 1%. So you still, again, SPY was like 300 names in the green. Let's see. Still 350. 350 in the green. Dow, 27 in the green, 7 in the red. NASDAQ, 55 in the green, 45 in the red. And then Lucid still going. Again, communications up. So whatever happened there, something's going on with energy. I don't think we've gotten a headline yet, but... yeah, something's going up. Brent crude is break even now. But yeah, something with energy, but then now this pervasive rotation. But you have more names up than down today by a good margin. But it's still early. I know, dude. Isn't it New York and Michigan, like the wildfires in Canada? So yeah, I don't know. Wear a mask. Stay inside. Don't be Canadian, but even if you're not Canadian, you still got to deal with it. It's crazy. You sold like a put sell, or like you sold a premium that you already had. But someone was asked, because someone asked me the other day. Again, we were just talking Intel covered calls. We even talked Oracle covered calls for some people, but then also selling puts. Because again, I mean, I don't really like selling puts, but kind of what I've been telling you on some of these situations, like just like Intel, I want to take advantage of the 30 days in a row of straight up. Same thing with like Oracle, $100 down in a month. That premium, I'm sure, is through the effing roof. Because that's what I was saying. Like, even if you went out to like January, you could kind of sell. In this case, you could pretty much 30% lower on Oracle, you get paid $1,000, but then you're committing $10,000. So essentially, for every $10,000 you commit, you get 10% return over the next August, September, October, November, December, 6 months? No, 5 months, give or take. Meta now. So yeah, I mean, I'm not even like opposed to that. Yo, Meta, we got our first, besides Tesla, technically. That was the first one that woke up. Did that give it up? No, Tesla still held. So, yeah, Meta's following along now. Stay locked in. High T Warriors restoring the warrior ethos. That has to be a Department of War post. Because that's... Are they no, I thought they said they're doing the testosterone test. I was like, I kind of want one. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, they give that to you now default in the military? I want to test. I want to know my testosterone. I don't know my testosterone. I just go based off of my hair loss and my anger. And I like to figure, I mean, I'm a pretty peaceful dude, but I like to think I got this testosterone. But yeah, I've never done the like test. I've never like had a vial and a beaker. I don't know how it works. Why does Oracle drop like his hardware when software selling off? No, Oracle's both, unfortunately. So it's their investments, all this free. They make their money on software, but then they've been taking all this profit and then spending it on data centers. So, and then even then, the extent to which they own those data centers is still variable, depending on which project. But yeah, it's not it's kind of a mix of both. But that's why, too, I love them for that reason. Because that's what I was saying. Even with what I was hearing yesterday, you guys, that's the tinfoil. I'm telling you. I am, I don't know. Was I tripping yesterday or did you guys hear it? You know, maybe this is the good part about having thousands of people. Because, like, was I tripping yesterday or did you guys hear it? I'm telling you, yesterday, from Kevin Warsh to Donald Trump, it was the first time I heard so many officials just talk about AI like for other things. They were all bringing up these data centers and what was going on, but they're like, yeah, even if AI doesn't work, there's other things. There's AI and other things and other things. Everyone just kept bringing that up, dude. And I feel like I heard it way more yesterday or way clearer yesterday, where it really, really stuck out. So that's the part that's like, oh shit. But that's why I like Oracle. Just go look at the video I made when I bought Oracle. Because like I'm telling you, is Oracle risky? It really is. You know, they're spending a ridiculous amount of money, bro. I'm telling you. It's the analogy I gave you where it's like it's like this real estate area I found. It would be like if I sold everything I had and I just kept putting all of my money into one project. So please don't take anything I'm saying as like Oracle, just because what I'm about to explain does not take away the risk. Do you guys understand that? That's what I hope you understood with Oracle, because like I told you, that was probably one of my riskier plays that you've ever seen me make, because it's not, I think they're making a huge gamble. So, and I just want to be a part of it. But I don't think this is a safe stock. So whether I like it or don't, whatever I think is going to happen or not, it doesn't change the risk of like, this shit is, this is an extraction mission out of fucking Chernobyl. You know what I'm saying? Like, the ground is radioactive. Like, you're not going to get around that. You know, we might be able to go in and out without getting hurt, but at the same time, just please understand, no matter what you like about this stock, you're not unwinding this massive risk that they're in right now. Okay? Are we on the same page when it comes to Oracle? I hope so. Josh Brown, Target. Retailer continues rising while its biggest rival fails. So, that being said, if you do go back to the Oracle video, though, I told you something in that video, which I'm a believer in. And now all of this shit we keep hearing where they're like other things, thank God it works. Because I said this in the video, I was like, dude, I don't think Oracle's balance sheet, I don't think it has the ability right now to reflect the asset that they're building. AKA, I think these data centers are going to be worth so much that right now it just shows up as spend because that's all it is. But once you find the purpose for it, or now if AI, whether it's AI or other things, if you need these data centers, they're going to be very valuable. So I talked about this in the video when we first bought it, where it's like, I think the balance sheet, exactly, it can't comprehend nor calculate. And that's where down the line that may change the fundamentals of this company. But then again, that's a big bet. So that's not a small. It's either I'm either correct or they lose all their money. That's it. It's either I'm correct in the balance sheet and these assets get revalued because we can't really understand their value just yet, or it's just like, yeah, they wasted $75 billion and it's going to take now 50 years to get that money back. Ta-da! Yes, they're going all in on data. So I'd watch the video. I mean, this is not a new scenario. I mean, Oracle has been it was number 2 next to NVIDIA a couple years ago. So none of this is new. Remember, Oracle is the main thing that brought up the whole circular finance thing. So, but yeah, we've talked about it for a while, but it's just kind of what they're doing and using their capital, their free cash flow to invest, just like these other companies. But they're in one of those positions where they kind of have the most to win and the most to lose. So, like, if you think like Google, Amazon, Meta, these guys are spending a bunch of money on AI, but they're not doing it like Meta, or they're not doing it like Oracle. They might be spending more money, but none of these guys are taking practically their whole entire company and putting it all towards this effort. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Yeah, Oracle is down, but it's not that cheap. Yes, but it's not like Netflix because, like I'm telling you, it's not a, what's the word I'm looking for? Netflix isn't taking a gigantic gamble. You know what I'm saying? Netflix isn't like, yo, we're going to take 1 year of free cash flow and we're going to put it into the One Piece movie. You know what I'm saying? That I would be terrified. If Netflix was like, yo, dude, we really think that we're going to take $12 billion and we're going to make the One Piece movie. And then you see what I'm saying? It's just like they're not taking exactly. They're not putting out a levered loan practically on the entire business for one future product, essentially. So that's the thing. I do think Netflix still is, or Oracle still could be cheaper. It's not at its bottom, but yeah, it's just, high risk, high reward because they would be doing good if it wasn't for this gamble. Is oil climbing again? Saying their current liability is something you're pricing as a net positive, and your conviction for them to stay afloat until it can materialize. I mean, kind of, yes. That's like a smarter way to put it, but it's much more stupider than that. And what I mean is, like, that's why I think, this is why I liked Oracle when it's all said and done, is that it's very binary. That's what I like about it. I think, that's why I'm saying we could get hella smart about it. And again, some of you get smart with it. You guys know it. Again, we've went over the shares and we could get real deep into it, but it's stupid shit. It's very binary. That's in the next 5 to 10 years, Oracle is going to be worth substantially more if this works and materializes, or it's going to be fucking worth nothing. That's why I like it and I'm scared of it, because I think it's so binary with how they are doing this gamble on the data centers. So yeah, that's, I think, just as simple as can be. It's either going to work or it's going to fail. Either massive success or massive, massive failure. I do like the One Piece. I don't know if I'd spend my whole free cash flow on it, but I do like it. It's a good show. IBM is ripping too here the last couple of minutes, and then Eli Lilly again. One in 30 Koreans margin called as Kospi crashes. Yeah. I think that level yesterday I was telling you about, It's like once we go past the like second rip point, that was the margin call for a couple of people. Or I guess 1 in every 30 Koreans. More NeoCloud on the low. Is market acting like a drunk? No. This is traffic, you guys. That's it. I don't know though. I want to start punching some of you guys. I'm we've been through so many earnings, you guys, and just like I feel like last earnings felt like forever. So I hope you remember it. But like we've gone through this so many times, and like even down to how people react in the moment. That's what I'm saying. Even where like we're green and people will be like, "Oh my gosh, why are we red on the month?" It's like, dude, we're green. It's like, "Oh my gosh, this is terrible." It's like we're right near all-time highs. It's like this is it's like this crashing. It's like, no, this is just chips selling off their 100%, 5% of it, and then we're rotating back to this, and then we're getting ready for another set of earnings, and then you just had like 50 companies with like 50 sympathies. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just patience and timing. So yeah, man, I hope y'all feel. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I didn't add more Oracle yet. No. Because I'm on a lockup, you guys. So I said this yesterday, and I don't know. I think it's valuable. I think it's valuable for everybody. Because I truly hope, and that's something too, man. When I give you guys examples, I hope there's something you could follow, and that's what I'm saying. I hope you don't ever, don't gloss over certain actions as if it's meaningless. Because like I'm telling you, we got a bunch of cash. It's a lot of cash, dude. I've never had 1 year of deposit. Again, from day one of building our long-term, we have been putting every deposit to work practically. I've had to save up 3-4 months just to get any capital. You know what I'm saying? So we've had the most capital we've ever had all at once. Big influx. So like I said, I'm going to lock it up for a month at the very least. So after the Intel, I got back the money that was on the 22nd. So I put a 30-day lockup on myself. So that way now, I've had a lot of impulsive ideas, but I'm not allowed to act on them. That way, after 30 days, the best idea I could take. But that way, I've locked it up so then we don't make any impulsive decisions. Get used to having a lot of cash, because that's what I'm saying. It's nice. It's nice having the portfolio stay stable. It's nice knowing that if anything goes down, I could buy it. I could buy a lot of it, so just get used to it, get comfortable. And then next Wednesday, my lockup expires. And after that, I'll see where everything's at. And then, I could go from there. But and then if everything bounces by then, I'm not buying shit. But we'll see where it's at. But I like Oracle still. I wouldn't buy a lot. I would keep it small, just how we did last time. Aragachi Islamic Republic urges neighboring countries to prevent aggressors from using land, air, and sea. Low ticker's picking up. It's mainly energy, but now oil's getting an up candle. And then more consumer industrial defensives on the high with Apple holding. Again, chips are coming down, unfortunately. And then value staples are about to break out. Where's healthcare? Oh, healthcare's still good. BB, you're at VWAP, so right at open, or right, actually a little bit above open. GNL, Repl, Jumia on the low. Again, UMP. Depending on Netflix, is it a good long-term buy? Listen, I don't know. Listen, I mean, you guys are great with women, right? Like, some of you guys have to get mad girls numbers and shit. Because some of y'all are persistent, dog. You know that? And I don't know if you've asked me this before, Kenny, but holy fuck, man. Everybody is hella like, you know that? Honestly, y'all trying to get in my pants on Netflix. I'm going to give it up at this. I'm tired, you know? This is a Bible parable. You understand that? Where it says if you knock on the door enough, if your neighbor, he don't even care. He was not because he's your friend. He's just so annoyed by it. He will come down and give you sugar. That's what the Bible says. You know, and I understand it now. Bro, I understand it, bro. Don't give it up, fight. No, bro, I don't think, honestly, I think some of your approach to Netflix, if y'all approached women like this, I don't even think we would have an incel epidemic. You know that? If some of y'all, bro, the way, if they're like, Josh, Netflix for the long term? No. Next day, yo, Netflix for the long term? No. Next day, Josh, Netflix, okay, so if Netflix on earnings for the long term? No. The next day, Josh, Netflix for the long term? That's what I'm saying. Y'all persistent. Eventually, someone's going to say yes. Somebody is going to, you know what I'm saying? Eventually, you're going to get what you asked them. So, but once again, no. I bought Netflix for less than $20, you guys. For real. Like, no, I'm not even fucking making it up. 25 max. I'm just telling you, bro. It's not, so it's no. Just no. You're like really far away from where I got it. And unfortunately, I just can't, in good conscience, no matter how many times you ask me. But I'm impressed. You know that? No. I'm impressed. I'm genuinely impressed. I'm like, wow. That's why I'm saying, like, y'all need to just, you see what I'm saying? Like, the behavior, if you put the same behavior to a different industry, like what I'm saying, in this case, getting women or biblical stories asking for sugar, you guys would dominate. You guys would absolutely fucking dominate. Right here, right now, dump that bullshit. It ain't gonna fly here. You know the answer. But any other industry where that consistency and persistence, oh, you guys would dominate. But I'm just telling you, though, in this instance, though, however, unfortunately, no dice. But wow. Yeah, so no Netflix, even after earnings. Unless it goes to $20. Maybe $30, we could talk about it. But until then, oh, man. It's very impressive, though. Incels, he's saying, respectfully ask women, can I get your number? Can I get your number? Can I get your number? Yes. I'm telling you that you will have more success with that in random women than asking me if you should add a stock that I'm up 300% on for your long term. That's what I'm trying. I'm being dead. I think this is very objective. I think objectively you will have more success in life in what you're looking for if you approached it like that. That's what I'm saying. But for the long term, it's easy. They're rage baiting me? Well, I'm impressed. That's all. I don't know. You've never been impressed? I've been impressed. It's like watching someone get hit in the head 100 times in a row. And you're like, why would they do that to themselves? Obviously, there's many other concerns. But then by the 99th, I'm like, you know, that's kind of impressive. That took strength. That took tenacity. That took persistence. I'm like, you know what? I may not do that, but I could respect it. I'm like, wow, it's impressive. Dude doesn't ever average up. I do everything. That's especially in the markets. Stop trying to do everything all the time. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I even ask people at certain prices, like, what are you going to do with your cash? Once you use it all, you're just going to sit there anyways. But you don't have to always be, like, doing something. If that, again, from moving the covered calls to putting money out, I've averaged up. It just happens few and far between. That's why, again, even covered calls, few and far between. It's just like we're not doing the same thing all the time over and over and over again, except buying. But at the same time, it's like, you know, we got a nice toolbox and you just got to use the right thing at the right time. And then, you know, don't fall in love with the same tool or the same thing. And then you just, you know, you build around it. But I have averaged up, you know, watch. There is going to be a time. Oh, well, you're going to cut me off for that, YouTube? Really? Oh, well, they got me. We're back. Oh, what was I saying? That threw me off. QSR. Oh yeah, this is where. Here, I will predict the future. Would you guys like me to predict the future? I hope. I don't mean it. I don't say this with arrogance. You know, Lord willing, God is the true one. Okay? Because I need to tell you, this is. I just hope this. I hope what I'm about to tell you increases the weight of what I've already shown you and what I've already taught you. And I hope you realize how important it is. It's very simple. Some point in the future, my friend, BTI popped 3%. It was already up. But at some point in the future, we're going to look around the market and there's not going to be year-to-date laggers. That's what I think you guys do not understand, some of you. I think, God bless you, I hope you learn this. We should make it a philo for crying out loud. I don't think you appreciate the opportunity right in front of you. I'm not saying this to talk shit. I'm saying this to make you money. I'm saying this so you recognize the gravity of this scenario. But sometime in the future, you're going to look around and you're not going to see the S&P 500 have this many names that are down on the year. I don't know whether it happens in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. I don't know. But some point together in the future, we're going to look. And all of these names aren't going to be there. You're not going to have big discounts on high-quality names. You're not going to have multi-year. And guess what's going to happen? They're all going to look like this. They're all either going to be break-even. They don't have to go up 50%. They'll just be break-even, slightly up, 10%, 20%. But they're all going to be up. Everything's going to be up. And then you're going to watch me average up. Once we have ran out of all of this gift that the world has given us, their greed, that's the problem. Some of you are so discouraged about the greed. Shame on you. What, you haven't learned? You haven't learned that foolish behavior opens up other doors? Let them be greedy. Why are you crying about it? Their greed just gave you this gift. They're so greedy, they are dumping this high quality to fund the chase. Oh, my brother, that's what I'm telling you. It's not going to stay like this forever. Their greed is giving you a gift. It's giving you the best companies in the world at multiple discounts for multiple months in a row. That's not going to stay there forever. And then once it's gone and all those other names, you're going to be looking around, and then we'll be averaging up. But yeah, so like I'm telling you, just use what you got while you're in the moment of it. But, you know, different tools, different timing. And yeah, for right now, we got something. That's why I'm utilizing everything I am, from the midterms all the way down to taking advantage of the laggers. And when they're done, then that's it. Oh yeah, there's gonna be the dogs, but not the, like I'm saying, these aren't dogs. Go look into it. Take that list, go pull up the first 50 names that are down 20, 30%. And you'll realize these aren't names that have been underperforming for 5-10 years. These aren't names that are the risk of being fallen angels. That's what I'm saying. It's like these are names that are good. These are not doggish names. Like, these aren't consistent underperformance. We're talking about it's actually kind of recent. Or at the very least, going back 5-10 years in time and just getting you a better price from some of their growth. Gold. Interesting. Wasn't it just selling? Yeah. Well, gold and silver now on the high. Dollar didn't budge. Microsoft. Apollo and KKR. ISRG, we'll see after the earnings. It's compelling, but, it's still up there. Again, tech, or at least Microsoft, and then a couple of consumer names, but SPY just got a big candle. Again, oil's even dropping. We saw a bunch of oil freakouts, no headlines. Oh, yeah, Euro close in 5 minutes. It's still early. There is going to be sectors out of favor. I'm just telling you now, in as straightforward as I could be, do not discount this moment. That's all. You could explain it however the fuck you want. I'm just telling you, this is pervasive how many people are missing. It's just like when I'm making real estate videos in fucking 2021, while every YouTuber is telling you real estate is going to crash, rates are at 2%, and I'm telling all of you it's fake. And I said, go get a house at 2% interest while you still can. That is not going to exist forever. Do you guys I don't think people understand this. I think it's crazy. Some of you are older than me and you are not grasping this. So, like I'm saying, this is one of those things where when we look back, I can't give this back to you. I can't give you Intel back at $20. I can't go back and do you see what I'm saying? So, I really truly hope that you guys do not just don't miss what this environment is giving you, especially for your long term. And you may not like it now, but I'm telling you, it's right in front of you. And it's not always like this, you guys. That's what I'm trying. It's not always like this. You don't have this many choices of names that are declined so much or lagging so much relatively to the index, and names that you would want. The last time we had to go, and that's why we started averaging up, because the only other names are going to be dog shit. There will be things that'll be cheap, but they're not going to be high quality. It's not going to be like being able to acquire a good house in a good location at a good rate. And that's what I'm telling you, is that there's a lot of good neighborhoods at good prices. This is the cheapest some have been in several years. And like I'm saying, moving forward, eventually this whole lack of correlation, all this, it's not going to exist anymore. And we are going to look back, and you are going to you're going to miss it. And it's not something you're going to be able to get back, unfortunately. And then that's why too, some of how we're behaving today, maybe you'll see an average up, but at that time we start averaging up, think about it. I hope you build your portfolio appropriately, because think about what that means for our portfolio if we're averaging up by then, because that's going to be a very different environment. My last LT play was Microsoft and Intuit. Just a month ago, maybe a couple weeks ago. Biggest regret was not loading up on 3% real estate. I mean, it just all depends why. Like, if you didn't have enough money, if there was other factors, I wouldn't really trip on it. But if you made the mistake, because like I'm telling you, even during, this isn't the first, like, flashing opportunity that I have called in front of people in the world. And always, it's the same reaction. Like I'm saying, is that I see a younger and even people my generation, even when things are like new, they very quickly take it for granted. And then they assume that it's going to be like that. Same thing happened with real estate. That's what I'm saying. Not only did some people think it was going to crash, there was just this idea that you were going to, rates were just always forever going to be this low, and houses were just, it was just always going to be there at this price for some odd reason. It's like, no, that situation was very fleeting. Same thing with stocks when they drop. And again, that's what I'm telling you, these rotations and what's down and what's not, and how people are behaving towards AI and and what they're doing with other investments. It's not going to stay like this forever. So you got to use it while it's there. Just don't fall for the trap of thinking you're watching something and you're getting too caught up in the story of right now, but look both in the past and in the future, and you'll realize this wasn't always like that. It doesn't always stay forever. Where's it going to be when we move forward? Appreciate you. Can you name some of what we're not seeing now? So this is where it's just getting kind of sad. Because my brother, if I have to even explain it to you right now, then I still don't even think you'll see it. I hope I'm not talking to you specifically, but it's what somebody asked me on the video yesterday. Here, let me show you a comment, and I'll show you my response, because I love this comment. Where is it? Said, everything you say is contradictory from one day to the next. What a joke. How about some real advice, player? And you know what my response was? It's actually what Jesus said. He said, if you don't believe the Josh Atola in little matters, why would you believe the Josh Atola in bigger matters? Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, if I have to explain this and show you when this is what I'm saying, if this in front, I'm going to make it the whole screen. Without saying another word. If you're not getting it right, that you need to go and look right now and understand this. That's what I'm trying to say. You're like, oh, tell me an opportunity. You've watched me pick up a bunch of them. You're in like this right here. Oh my gosh. Even just stop at like 20%. And just the sheer quality of some of these names, bro. And then when you pull out, it gets disgusting. But that's what I'm saying. It's like at this, if it needs further explanation and you're not wrapping your head around it at this point, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think you're going to value it. If you can't see the value now, you may not be able to see nothing I'm going to show you is going to change that. Because like I'm telling you, this is just, that right there is so unique that it's kind of insane. Verizon again. Just get a long term. Call it a day. Doesn't make life easier. What's the I mean, here. I believe right now, I think 48% of the market of the SPY is either in a bear market or trading near its 52-week low. Half, almost half. So just think about that. You're going to look back in the day. Some point in the future, you're going to look back. You're going to say, wow, I remember AI 2026. Everybody was buying, they were buying NVIDIA, they were buying Micron SanDisk. But every half of the market was 50% off. I don't know why nobody wanted it. I said, what the fuck? Yeah, so I bought some diapers. Now I use them. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Oh, never too late for the long term. Just time. It's not about, the earlier you start, the better, but it's going to be about when you start and then how long you keep going until you quit. And then if you never quit, then, oh man, glorious. Glorious. Cyber. Google and Meta chilled out, but Microsoft. That AI, you'll be the edge. No, I don't. I want more people to trade on AI. I look forward to it. So, to give you an idea, it's honestly, this is the sad reality of it with AI, because it's what it's trained off of. And you got to realize that Wall Street, out of any of the data in the world, Wall Street's data is not the one that is, yo, PGR. Whoa, they had earnings yesterday. They did bad. Did they ever have their conference call? And I don't know if they delayed it or not. Interesting. Well, yeah, it's moving down. But yeah, like I'm telling you, Wall Street's data, like the good data, it's private. So that's why everybody builds their own models. If you have certain data, it's not like widely circulated. But then that's why too, a lot of the trading bots and stuff you see now, it's even like when you ask it trading questions, even a normal AI, it's trained off of public data. So it's trained off of Reddit and Twitter. So, and that's why it's kind of crazy, because even if it doesn't work, most AIs are actually conditioned towards technical analysis, just because there's a sheer, do you know how much technical analysis content there is? So do you get, I don't know if you guys are understanding what I'm telling you. It's a trip. But like, even though there's a lot of trading info that's public, a lot of the public trading info is lower quality. So a lot of these bots that are getting traded on it, it's very interesting because it has I guess the assumptions and like the base level of knowledge, it's pretty trash. Or again, it's gonna think like the mass of Twitter and Reddit traders when it comes down. That's why it's like, okay, why did this go up? It's gonna think technicals and then the other reasons and God knows what. So no, I love it. I think I'm telling you, I've seen some things, and that's what I'm telling you, even with the human element, where just some people now, they will rely on it. It's using poor public data, and then if they're not looking, and if you're not aware of the game, it's leaving fat gaps. So I have a great example from yesterday. I think I had like 30 comments call me a psychic or a clairvoyant. And actually, you could have made money on this. But that's if you're into that. But yeah, you don't know what happened yesterday? Why did people call me a psychic? I got called a clairvoyant. What did I do yesterday or 2 days ago? Do any of you remember? No, not algebra. No. Ding, 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 ding. Remember when Kevin Warsh was talking? And I told you paragraphs of what he was going to say before he said it? See, that's the sad part. That's one of the easiest things in the world. We've gotten more and more computer already. Even that fucking AI don't even know how to pick up on that. And then you now have more humans who will opt to not looking or reading, give it to the computer, and then the computer is not using that. I just went straight to a pre-written statement just because I knew where the source was. Do you see? And then the algo, that's what I was telling you, that how the algos were moving even afterwards. You got this kind of see it, and then you at least knew what was driving it. But like, okay, but are you guys ready for this crazy one? You guys don't understand how stupid this is. So are you ready? That pre-written statement on all of your little prediction markets filled with bots and all of whatever. Pre-written statement was out for over 2 hours. None of them adjusted. I rest my case. It's not. I can't, bro. I'm salivating over the day. All of these kids and all of these old people turn off their mind and then load up their money and then give it to us with the long term. Unfortunately, I look forward to that day. It's sad, but. And then maybe I am a greedy bastard, but like I'm telling you, it's not especially if you're really in the cult, you should be excited for the day of AI. Your AI is not going to take your job. It's going to enrich you heavily. Especially like I'm saying, if you keep your critical thinking, if you do it for the right reasons of what you're learning now, learn the right way, learn the right thing, you're not going to regret it. If it always in. Ice was moving. SanDisk on the low, though. Be careful. NVIDIA stopped going down. But Micron, SanDisk, STX. Yeah. Cyber, bro, I didn't realize. That cyber video, I looked at the timestamp. Bro, I made the video here. I didn't know that. I thought I made it on the first pop. So yeah, it didn't even break out then, and then it did bubble. But yeah, time flies, bro. I thought it was a month ago. It was actually almost 2 months ago we made the first cyber video. But yeah, that was, and that's the thing. I mean, some of these things, AI will understand the cyber stuff now. But like, that's what I'm saying. In leading into it, it won't, because then it's just going off of sentiment. But then again, too, like I'm telling you, it's not as if all AI, the AIs that are really good, the data's not trained publicly. That's all. That's what I'm saying. These guys, these quants and the people who have, they already had data sets that were serving them, making them money. Now you could plug it into stuff. And that's what I'm saying. Their algos, their AIs are going off of different strategies, not technical analysis, not sentiment, not the stuff you see on widely circulated across the internet. Oracle, like I said today, I think Oracle is going to do really good or really bad in the next couple years. So, yeah, it just depends on this bet working out for them. Bro, we're chilling pretty good. Oil's coming down, but yeah, this is a weird one, man. I feel like every day a little weird, because now it's just like yesterday, but just no Mag 7. So you're in a very awkward spot, because Mag 7 could either just ignite this up or down in either direction. Pretty large. It's only 8:40. Oh, did y'all do push-ups? Let's get a push-up, baby. We're 15 minutes behind, but sitting is the new smoking. We've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. Get beside your desk and move. So let's go, man. Stand up, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Just get your body moving. Make it good for you, brother. Good for you, brother. That's all you have to do. Oh. They hate AI trades because they're not really trades. It's banger. Can't do push-ups, 5-minute walk. It's good. Do other mobility. I mean, I've been doing leg workouts. That's why I've been standing on this little board thing. Oh, I had one stretch I wanted to do. I'm blanking on it. Oh, deep diaphragmatic breathing. That too. Get a good deep breath in. Oh. See, I got a good. It does feel really good. Oh, I had a stretch I wanted to do this morning, but I forgot it. What was it? Oh, I had a stretch. This is gonna mess with me. I need to go stand on the board. French civil authority, possible delays at Charles de Gaulle. Risk of storms. Got a 4-mile race this evening. Gonna save up the energy. 4 miles? I could do 4 miles. I can't do them damn marathons and shit you be doing. I could do 4. Now, it'll take me a long time. Okay, SPY coming down a little bit. Let me get you a track. And then we can move our body. I just need to stand on this board real quick. And I need to try to remember the stretch I wanted to do. I can't believe I'm blanking on it. Hey, A-I-R. Let's go, baby. All right, do a push-up.
I make the contracts free. Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my burn. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free. Free contracts.
Jamaican party would be fun. Yeah, or we'll end up on the news. UFO! You always surprise me with how smart you are and how knowledgeable you are in different sectors. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Man, brother, thank you for even recognizing and giving me a gift, man. My brother, I look forward to showing you a lot more things. You know that? And I hope we all can learn more together. And hopefully, not only just learn it, because we already know it, but, you know, some good behavior, some good understanding, some good fruit. You know, I don't know. I could start ranting about we should rule the world, but, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just saying, man, we should own the land, Chad. Every single one of you. Recontracts. That's my therapy. Risk, get reward in harmony. Chevron to sign preliminary agreements on Friday with Iraq to advance interest. We heard that the other day. It just didn't move. If Intel goes down, we lose the support. Hey, man. That covered call, though. Either way, even 75, though. Even seeing kind of Colt Sister, still not bad. I mean, this was a good one, but it is wild. It's down that much. But yeah, thankfully, our covered call is pretty much, they kind of secured us at like 130. And Intuit keeps running up. I saw that. I mean, software is still down, you guys. Your big software, your Oracles, Palanters, they're not really playing along. For 2 months? Oh, wow. So you're new. Well, welcome. Get a long term, please. I'm telling you, man. That's where we've made some really crazy changes. I'm telling you, it blows my mind, man. You know, the impact we've had. Just thousands of people, I'm telling you, thousands of homes purchased, people who thought they never would, people who never had investment accounts. So telling you, man, well, again, we hit 1,000% a week. That's been cool, and there's a lot of stuff. And I could tell you what's going on the micro, man, but that long term has been the real impact, the real change, and that's what I'm saying for some of our goals in the vision, man. I would hope that all of you could learn every day, learn with me, grow in all of this, and become wiser. But then I'm also hoping there's something in the background to reflect it. You guys know that. Let me put it this way. I do not want. I don't think it'd be cool if a bunch of you guys were hella smart and had nothing to show for it. I actually despise that. You know what I'm saying? So it'd be one thing if I was just this guy and I'm like, yeah, well, the bond market and I could tell you all these things, you know. But imagine I didn't do anything with it. So and that's what I'm saying. You need a long term. I could teach you a lot, and I'm gonna teach you a lot more. But I'm telling you, you need to become an owner. You need something to. Nothing says I understand what I'm learning like owning. You know what I'm saying? Nothing is going to show you that, like, wow, this was beneficial, and, like, how was it beneficial? Look, this is what I have. This is what I got out of it. So I do hope you start a long term, man. 2 months in, if you could survive 2 months with Josh and you're still excited and you get the damn long term, I'm telling you. I do give an update. I didn't make a new one recently, but the latest one was the Intuit in Microsoft and Kimberly. IBM is having an interesting day. It ripped after there, but it's still crazy. That's only 0.5%. So yeah, get the long term. All you new guys, telling you, go make a Schwab, start putting 10% in. And then again, even in 2 months, we've got Kimberly, the Intel or Intuit, and the Microsoft. So little by little, doesn't take much. Yeah, the long term is these separate accounts. So long term is an account where you don't do trades. You are literally putting 10% of your money. You're saving 10% and buying stocks that you hold for a minimum of 10 years. So that's why when I show these little accounts here, they're big now. This account started with $500. We just added $200 to $300 a month over and buy stocks, never sold, and then whoop. So that's why we can make trades. Some trades win, some trades lose. There's a lot of back and forth. Again, you could kind of see how the market moves even with this chart, but That way you're becoming an owner. You own something and you're growing. Iran says U.S. missiles hit location near Bandar Abbas. And dude, I got something else for you. Energy on the low, end phase. Dude, I have one for you guys. You remember yesterday I was telling you? I was like, dude, we haven't had a press briefing in a while. Do you guys remember me saying that yesterday? Does it sound familiar? Well, yeah. They heard. We have a press briefing today at 10 a.m. So, yeah, apparently with Caroline Leavitt. Isn't that funny? I know. Tap. Dude, Dio was running up earlier. Free contracts. It's kind of like an IRA, but you're not. Just in your own account, though. Because, our plan is move it to a house. So that way you get a little bit more flexibility. You should get a retirement account, too, though. I think Rubio did the last briefing. I was saying yesterday, I was like, dude, we haven't heard from her or anybody. Or we haven't had any press briefings in a while. And then, yeah, now we have one today. I did see the Argentina game. It was sad, man. They do that every time with 7 minutes left. Yeah, General Mills, that was from the they had good earnings, but the conference, when they were at like 7-8 and then they guided down and then they like lowered guidance and then raised it, or analysts lowered it and then they raised, and then, yeah, it's taken off from there. But that has been a good value one. That was just at 7.8% yield. That's what I was saying. I was like, I'd throw that on the list. But I was still on my lockup. Oh, wait a minute. You just brought that up so I would tell you the tinfoil. You tricky mother. Okay, should I tell you the tinfoil? I could either flip the coin again. Or... yeah, we should flip the coin again. Do you guys want to do 2 days in a row? See, this is good, though. You know why? I am going to flip the coin for this tin. Because look at what you're experiencing. Yesterday, I hyped up this tinfoil. I flipped the coin, and the coin said, don't tell you. So you got all hyped up, and then nothing happened. And now today, you're like, okay, he's going to tell us the tin. But now I'm like, nope, we got to flip the coin. What does this sound like, you guys? This is earnings. You see? And that's why you got to learn how to get through this, because that's why some of you, you're getting uneasy. You're like, no, he's going to flip the coin again. I might have to wait. Oh, you see, this is earnings. I'm training you. GameStop CEO Cohen, we're coming for eBay one way or another. Okay. Calm down, Netanyahu. Okay, whoa. Okay, well, that's what he just said. That's hitting the wire. And Microsoft going up. All right, heads, I'll tell you. Tail, I will not tell you. And you'll have to wait for tomorrow. See? And then you have to rotate again. Then you'll have to spend a whole nother 7 hours of rotating just for another opportunity at the tinfoil. Doesn't that sound fun, huh? So, heads, I tell you. Tails, I don't. You ready? The answer! Oh, dude, I'm not lying, you guys. It's tails. Shit. Well, I guess tomorrow you can ask me. Another rotation day. Look at that. Another rotation. I know. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I do, but that's just saying. That's feels like earnings, man. Tails. No, I can't tell you. The coin said no. I flipped it. I honored it. I told you I'm down, and then it looks like, guidance was good, earnings was good, but for some reason, the tin is not moving. You're going to have to wait till tomorrow now. I know. We didn't see? I mean, you technically didn't see me buy the crowd play. That didn't stop some of you from buying hundreds of them. So why do you care all of a sudden now about seeing it? I didn't even tell you the play of yesterday on Zscaler. Some of y'all were just buying anything. You didn't even ask to see it, so I don't know why all of a sudden now, you're like, I need to see the coin flip, huh? Mm-hmm. Look at that. Y'all turned into Infantino real quick. Y'all like, VAR, Josh, VAR. That's bullshit. I need VAR on the coin. Fuck that. Nah, I want the coin cam. We should go back. The VAR. Uh-huh. Yeah. The hype plays down 50? No, you're correct. It was terrible. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm telling you, I mean, we did amazing. We got out with big money on momentum 2 days before it all dropped. I still took plays after that were smaller, and those were all finicky. Some hit, some didn't. I mean, we've still been on our 1,000% streak, but yeah, generally though, this momentum sell-off in the last 30 days, the only other time momentum has sold off this much in a month is 2008 and 2009. So this was a massive. I'm telling you, a lot of those like Energy, Pump, Russell, any of those big runners, bro, they're literally down 30 to 50%. But then even as a whole, the whole basket of high beta momentum stocks, that this is their worst 30-day performance since 09, 08. It's kind of crazy. Bahraini Coast Guard restrictions will continue till 4 a.m. I mean, NVIDIA's holding up. But remember, SanDisk and Micron, those can bring down the chips. So NVIDIA's not going down, but those guys are. Not that desperation. When it's your time, it's your time. See, exactly. Don't be desperate about the coin. It's easy money. Tomorrow. It's really good tinfoil, though. So, like, I'm glad I'm sitting on it. Because, like I said, it might make some of you go crazy. It's too deep. But, yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Again, into it on the high, and then chips at the low, SPY at VWAP. What time is it? 9:03. Iran, Hormozgan province, no casualties or damage. This is Iran's Supreme Leader Advisor, Mokbar. Damage to infrastructure is a one-way ticket to the destruction of the entire regional supply chain. Okay, a couple more software. Workday. CRM, yeah, you got software turning on a little bit. Software's only down a quarter now. Again, cyber's down 3/4. Chips are at the low. So at least on this low, it's triggering some software. But yeah, still the leadership dynamic from the last couple days. But then today, we still no Mag 7. Free contracts. Intel. We will integrate advanced Gemini-powered AI across global workforce. Is that Google? Intel and Google, but it doesn't sound like a... Sounds like they're just spending money. SPY below VWAP now. Low ticker, almost fully maxed out. AMD and Intel at the low. So yeah, you got an Intel headline. It sounds like related to Google, but not helping. Sadly, it's wait, if Nvidia goes down, it gets uglier, but this is just STX, Micron, some of these other chips, Marvel. Again, these guys are huge, but they are going down. And then software is taking it a little bit, but software is now slowing down. Watch what staples, healthcare, financials do. But then, yeah, this is still chip dynamic. Actually, you got Google and Microsoft kind of chilling out too, though. And Meta. So now you... Where's Amazon? Amazon and Apple are holding up. But you got one after the next. One more and more of them are starting to go down. Like I was saying, Mag 7, if it just stayed the same, you'd stay stable. But if they start going down, that's not going to be good. That's a weird-ass day for Intuit. All things considered. Did they raise guidance on Intuit? Let me check. Because that's its second outsized day this week. Again, Workday, KHC now. No. Yeah, Intuit, nothing. CVX, Chevron, remember they just had the Iraq headline. It kind of went. It doesn't look like it, just momentum. I mean, energy is coming up. You just did have that, what's it called? You just had that one headline from the Iranian. Google blog rolls out app linking AI mode in search. Gemini, Omni, and personal advertise for Google Vids. App integration in AI mode in search in the US. They're putting minor internal company updates on the wire. Yeah, you gotta. I could show you guys that one, because remember the other one just stopped working this year. I still have it, but it just doesn't connect well. But I have one wire that it's like that, but you just gotta whittle it down, or just usually just take off. What is it? Not like 8Ks, but yeah, because there's one wire. What is it? You just got to change one filter. But yeah, but I still have one wire that, like, it's disgusting. It says everything, but then it's not. It's like it's too much noise than signal. So that's why I could give it to you guys. I could put that one up on screen, but it's useless. Like it works if you see it at the right time, if you're just looking, but otherwise it tells you everything. Like German stocks decline, Conagra, Japanese file certification of change, DJ Kaufman, Oakworth, Burberry rallies, Oakworth scheduled 13 earnings, Brogengard slide 1-2 earnings, Borsen, Renterkulik, climb states, just everything. It's just so, that's all in real time. See, but then now Chevron, that Chevron's thing is hitting there too. The full story just came across on that wire. So like, but that one has the full no paywall on there. So that's how it goes through it, but it's too much. Or turn off, or just don't look at the updates at the top of the hour or every 15 minutes, essentially. So if it comes out at the top of the hour, 1:15, 1:30, 1:45, those could be pre-scheduled. So that's a good way to get through a lot of noise too. Because the ones that pop up randomly, that's fresh. Like these ones coming in right now in between 9 and 9:10, 9:09 and 9:10, the ones at 9:09 are more normal. The ones at 9:10 or 9:15, they're going to be more planned. memory and semis or buy the dip opportunity? No. I mean, my view is different. So you guys should be able to tell how I've taught you. I don't know if you knew. I've taught you. I really, really have. Because when an industry goes crazy, like chips and memory, I don't, if they go up 500%, then come down 30%, I'm not like, okay, let me buy the dip. What do I do? So when an industry goes crazy, there's one main strategy that I do. Does anybody know what it is? You've seen me do it. I'm doing it right now. I did it last month. I did it the month before that. I did it last year. I did it 2 years ago. That's how I got some good growth. Ding, 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 ding. Find the lagger. So I'm a believer it's always a good time. Always a good time to buy real estate, right? You find me a good company, chips. I think they're great, but I'm not going to buy them at all-time highs. I would just look for the laggers. So I don't think it's a good time to buy just the dip on all of them, but I think it's a good time to find a lagger. That's why with cybersecurity, we're talking about it 2 months ago. We found a couple of them, but then that's the whole idea, is that I get to find. I started with one set of laggers. They go up. It keeps ripping. Even if cyber pulls back, I'm not looking to buy the dip on what's ran. I'm looking to see if there's more laggers. The stream alerts setting up. It's giving a 404. Really? That's weird. Try on an incognito browser. But if it already let you signed up, just make sure you respond to the confirmation email. But you have to fill out the form first. I'm falling for the trap. What trap? For memory? Or for news? And then low ticker is still dying? CSP on stocks? Only if the volatility is high. So, it has to be extremely high volatility. They're persist. Oh, you mean for the chips? Yeah, I feel. But that one's. But I've gotten more. Surprisingly, should I add Netflix to the long term? I've gotten more of that than buy Micron. Believe it or not. But yeah, in all cases, find the lagger though. Okay, dude, chips are down 3.7. It's weird. You're getting more rotations, but it's nothing like the last couple of days. Google Vids enables digital avatar creation with selfie and voice recording. Wow. Your avatar is going to have your voice now. Well, I think we've already had one. I'd be careful with that, because we've already cycled with. Just look at all the memory and small caps that have already ran. That's why it's either this earnings and everything we keep going, or it ends. But then that's why I'm even saying for the long term, it's not necessarily the cycle momentum plays, but there is good non-hyped plays that are good quality that when this is all said and done, they may not stay there when we look back. Pepsi, XLP, speak of the devil. And then again, you got some IGV holding up, so it's not doing the inverse of chips anymore. But Yeah, dude, chips are just like yesterday. It's a very pervasive effect. I mean, they're large, dude. They're very, very large. And now this time you do have Apple up and then Amazon, but now you got Google. They're not as strong. Microsoft's holding, but then Meta was just drilling. And there it is again. So yeah, the big chips plus now Mag 7. Yesterday you had big chips down, Mag 7 was up, and we still kind of struggled, but yeah, now you don't really get the same support. UPS on the high. 915 ain't seen no wires, and then I heard long term from the amplifiers. There's the hit. The put plays for Netflix. So, look at these scammers, you guys. You guys are gonna remember right here what I was telling you. You're gonna love this. So right here, I was telling you where the puts were. Oh, this is beautiful. I should have sold. Remember, I was telling you I was thinking of ripping them. The puts were up 90% right here. And then the calls were down 30%, I believe. We were up 90 and then down 30, 35. So 1 hour later, stock is up $1. The puts are up 33% instead of 90%. But now the call is down to 46%. Like I was like, bro, this one's weird. So the put gained value was up 100%. The call was down 30% here. It goes up $1. The call goes down 20%. And then the put loses 60% of its gain. Ta-da! So like I was saying, it's the contracts on this one. Unfortunately, it would have been a good idea to just sell the put there like I was talking about. I didn't do it. But yeah, the whole idea is that this like pre-earnings and Netflix itself, I mean, they've already been wacky the last couple of days. That's why I'm giving you these updates, because when we did the play, I think Netflix is going to move big after hours. That's why I went both ways. I don't know which side. I just looking at the estimates, how it is, they're prime for a readjustment in either direction. But yeah, so I got both of them, but the puts were already jacked up, and that's what I was weirded out by. But then the calls just kept going lower. But then the puts went up, and now the puts are way, way too expensive. But yeah, they're still holding up. And then even after that, that helped chill out the puts, but you could kind of see how they are with all of it. Du-du-du-du. Oh, what the fuck? Yo, when did this happen? Yo. Damn. Booms reported in Dubai? Yeah, I have that on the wire too. Sorry, I came across something else. But yeah, VIX is on the high now, oil spiking. So you're either going to bottom out or it's about to be a war freak out if they, what's it called? If you attack Dubai again. Because remember, that's kind of more, it's a different type of escalation. No. Just watch oil. So see, I was saying UVXY just spiked. Oil took $1 or give or take. Yeah, they already moved them around a little bit. Dubai, there'll be videos. Maybe. I mean, remember, they were throwing people in jail for that. But check UNG. Because then at the same time, it would mean more. You start Dubai, Saudi. If we start running into this attack oil, then we have a problem. Or attacking nat gas fields. Remember, you just had that headline where you're saying if you touch infrastructure. Oil's chilling out now. But then spies near the low. Again, we just started. That was all chips to start. Again, we've heard explosions in Dubai. No follow-up yet, but chips are into the low. And then again, it's going to be, I think, extra pressure is just going to be on how these guys do. The rest of the mags. Myrna on the low. Verisk, I don't know if any more cyber. Again, you're picking up. You're about to hit the low of the day. So once again, started off gapped down, sold off more, went up for a little bit, kind of chilled, but then now you are right back into the low. I don't know. We kind of did this yesterday to a certain degree. You know, same sort of. You just held this morning a lot better, and then you started lower. But yeah, still a lot of time in the day. It just sucks. The Mag 7, again, if that thing was turned on a little bit more, it'd look a little different. But, yeah, unfortunately, not so much. Explosions heard in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi is up. How about the Abu Dhabi? And then KHC, you see, I feel like many times market will just start selling off. That's my dad, Rappy. Reuters citing Pakistani officials were monitoring growing concern, increasing division with Iran leadership. Well, I have tinfoil for you. I could give you one. This one's not gonna melt your brain, so I don't need to flip a coin. But there is tinfoil going around that some people are saying Iran falls in the next 2 weeks. Simply that all of what's going on right now just kind of highlights the internal turmoil. So even, I don't know, I feel like I've always I feel like I've had these conversations with you, Tyree, because last time we were talking about, I was telling you about the internet. So remember a month ago when the internet finally turned on and we were like, yo, that's weird. That's what I was saying, just don't even get distracted. The fact that they turned on the internet was a big deal. So yesterday, think about it. We broke the ceasefire. We're bombing them again. We're doing this back and forth. They're putting out their record, right? Why the fuck did they just release an American? So they just released an American citizen for some reason. That's weird. In my day, they used to behead them. So, yeah, they released an American citizen. That's good. So the whole idea here is just like, it's a signal of what we're seeing, where it's like there's one part of the Iranian government that is trying to get a deal. I don't know if it's Ghalibaf, I don't know if it's Aragachi, but there's one part of the parliament, they want the deal. And they're doing these little actions pushing that deal forward, but then you have these factions who do not want it at all, and these are the guys bombing. I'm sure they're tight with the Houthis, all of it, and they're trying to get in the way of this now. So after this little positive development today, and then people are pretty much starting to say, like, yeah, what we're seeing now is just like big internal conflict with Iran. So the tinfoil is that they're going to implode in the next 2 weeks. Pretty much both of these sides, one side's trying to get to America, one side's trying to fuck up the deal, and they're saying that that's going to reach a boiling point pretty much. I would say this tinfoil is a coin toss. I don't know. I've always said this from the beginning in the sense of Iran is very fractured. I think they're incredibly weak. I don't give them as much credit as many people do. So, I mean, it would make sense, but yeah, I also do believe, though, that the Iranians, if they're good at anything, they're good at propaganda, they're good at negotiating, and they're good at sticking together. You know that. They don't let the Shia Sunni fool you. You may think that certain ideological differences exist, but no, dude, these guys, they stick together. I'm telling you, the Iranians they want a cohesive, save face. They want to look strong. That's why even guys like Ghalibaf and Aragach, they kind of, they pander to the hardliners. But yeah, I really don't know. I think it's all a toss-up. Microsoft Habibi. Yeah, the Houthis are back, because remember a couple years ago the Houthis were just annoying. We couldn't deal with them. But you want to know what's funny about the Houthis? Because like a couple years ago, they were annoying. We couldn't stop them blowing up those ships, if you guys remember. It was just annoying. And like, yeah, we had our hands full with fucking pirates. But yeah, here's the funny part. Are you ready? You know how like people are saying rap music? You know how rap music hasn't had a Billboard 100 hit in the last like 40 years? Or now that they're saying it's there? Well, and they're blaming USAID. So like what USAID is to rap music is Iranians to the Houthis. Does that make sense? The Houthis can become a threat, but at the same time, all of their money is from fucking Iran. That's why they're down to squabble for Iran. But if Iran can't feed them, they could only do so much. That's why it's weird that the Houthis have talked. This time around, the Houthis have talked more than they disrupted. Last time, the Houthis disrupted more than they talked. So, all very fascinating. Yeah, that's why I'm saying the Houthis, I think they can be ready, but they might need money. They might need a deposit. Because I don't know why. It's very different than just even 24 months ago. That Iran used to be a tourist destination. Yeah, Iran was when it was Syria or Persia. Like not the Islamic Republic of Iran, but yeah, Iran used to be the golden goose of the Middle East. I told you guys, the G-Wagon. The G-Wagon is the best example because the Shah of Iran, he used to be one of the biggest shareholders of Mercedes. He had stakes in Toyota. He had stakes in some of the biggest global companies. Iran was very rich. The Shah. So again, the guy, that's how you got your G-Wagon. He invented the G-Wagon. He owns so much of Mercedes that he commissioned them to create a SUV where a soldier could ride in it. But yeah, I'm telling you, some of the deals and the money, Iran was popping, dude. It was a fun place to be. The women were beautiful. The place was beautiful. It was the most secular place out of all of the Middle East. It was shocking. Some people would be surprised if I told you. Again, that literally straight up that this place was in the Middle East, you wouldn't have believed it back then. Now low T influencers ride them around LA. Okay, tell me how you really feel about me. Damn. Just fuck, bro. Just at me. He said, yeah, the G-Wagon used to have history. Now a bunch of low T influencers drive them around LA, Joshua. You know any low T men driving a G-Wagon, Joshua? How's that? Your testosterone fit. Hey, Joshua, I bet you doing everything but signing up for the military, you low T boy. Okay, shit, man. I guess. I actually used the car for real estate work, okay? Ask the guys at the farm. Okay? We were whipping around a G-Wagon on the farm. That's how I load shit up, bro. You know that? I got videos of it. I got videos of the farm using the G. You don't remember that video? I remember the pain. That car is not a good truck, though, to be honest. I was holding shit out the back. No need for legal evidence. I got receipts, dude. I know, man. Jeffrey Epstein. Workday, and then man age, more software. I would just like a software rip. But yeah, some on software that I don't know why Workday shouldn't be doing that good. But that's good to see a outsized software non-cyber move. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Intuit, Adobe. Now you got Energy on the low, or Constellation, and a couple of others. Is ICAP back? No, you don't remember? I banned his ass. I banned ICAP. You're never gonna hear that song again until I edit it, and that's it. But then I hope you know. I told him. I gave him his warning. I said, "Don't be cute. Today was not the day for it." And then that's it. He didn't take me seriously. So unfortunately, that's it. I made more of a show for everything but banning him. That's why I said I just banned him. I banned him silently, and then we move on. That's what I said. And then just into the event. Then that's it. There's another thing to focus on. Welcome to the stock market, man. Unfortunately. So yeah, that era is over. I tried. You guys, did I try? Did Josh Atola tried? You saw that. I tried. I gave it. You guys were even shocked. You're like, whoa. He gave you a warning. You guys were even shocked by the level of grace. And I said, I was too. I even shocked myself. But then, yeah, sucks. I tried to embrace him. You didn't know he got clapped? I know. He probably just found out right now, too. That's it. We gotta go, dude. Gotta move on. Gotta keep going. That's the first warning you've ever heard, yeah. So hey, I tried. I tried, you guys. I tried. Dubai witnesses in downtown UAE on Thursday. The UAE Ministry of Defense tells FITUC that there have been no explosions in Dubai. What are you talking about? The psychological warfare! No explosion! Even if there was, you think I'd tell you? Fuck you, no. That's exactly what I would say. Why would I even tell you? You think I'd tell you? That's not a good strategy. Okay, not strategy. I don't tell. Fuck you. It's a no attack. I tell you, nothing, no problem. Fuck you. I say once the conflict is over, we look forward to welcoming a massive amount of terrorism to the country. So that way, when the war is over, you could come on vacation and make a terrorism in our country. Okay? We need to bring an end to conflict so that we could have an active, booming terrorism economy. Okay? I don't get it. Why you guys want to make end to terrorism? It's a flight, a travel, all of it. It's a bullshit. Oh, Netflix. I wonder, to bring a call down now. The calls are still down 40%. You were the OG. You kind of were. Finra was the OG. But I mean, to be honest with you, I liked Finra. I liked you a lot more than ICAP. ICAP was trying to just fight you mad. But like, Finra was tight. We were homies, bro. We'd have fun. And then you'd get a little annoying. And then I'd warn you. And then I'd ban you. And then I'd warn you. And then I'd ban you. But then, like, yeah, you good. After you understood, I was like, we could be friends. But when there's the seriousness of I don't ask for much sometimes, but all I'll ask is, we got to lock in from time to time. And that's it. Once we got on the same page, you haven't been banned in years. Mm-hmm. But yeah, my relationship with ICAP started off with him trying to fight my friends and then me telling him he needs Jesus. So I think me and Finra, I think we hit it off with daily options. That was before the world even knew about daily options. You know what I'm saying? So we had a good time with that. Progress. Good progress. So ICAP in person? No, I don't. No, I don't even know Finra in person. It's kind of crazy because there's just a lot of Chads. But, like, I've met a lot of Chads in person, but then there's still so many that I have not. But then there's some that I felt like I have met. Like, I haven't met Tim Whitman, but I've talked to him a lot. I've actually spoke with Tim several times over the years. But, yeah, and I like Tim, but I've never, like, met him face to face. The ban era was ruthless, I know. The tyrant of Chatadonia. It didn't matter, man. But it's a good kingdom. Good kingdom. You ever think about being a moderator so you don't deal with the trolls? Yeah, we've done that before, but then the stock market is one of the most unique industries because it's like very emotional and how it makes people behave. That's why, like, stock communities are insane. It brings the craziest people. But, like, we had moderators, but then what started happening is that, like, you guys would beef with the moderators. Like, y'all were trying to, like, fight them in real life and then do all this. And then at one point, moderators would get distracted. And then if I make someone a moderator and then they fucking discover Solana and fucking dog shit gambles and then they start pumping, I'm like, oh, fuck me. So there's a lot that could happen. And then I just personally wanted you guys to focus. I don't want to waste your time. You don't need to play social cop. And that's why. And then I want all of the smoke. That way too. Let's make it not confusing. That random person didn't ban you. I fucking banned you. I did. Josh did. So hate me. That's fine. I love it. That's I've learned to appreciate the hate. So I could absorb it all, and then that's just as simple as that. 1v1. Call it a day. Call it a day, and everyone stay focused. I got you. There's no explosions. I don't. It's funny because, like, an explosion is so, like, non-deniable. Like, we hear explosion! We don't hear explosion. So we are debating the most obvious thing that doesn't need debate. But, yeah, we have no idea. Because we live in America. We live in America. I don't even know if this happened yesterday or today or last week. But, yeah, the last, like, 10 minutes have been debating whether or not an explosion exploded. It's very fascinating. He said, no, my brother. We were trying to tell you that the explosive diarrhea has reached Dubai. That's what we said, a big explosion. I went to bathroom number 2, big explosion. Number is Psilocyclobin Sosaurus Rex. How you say? The one is a very explosive diarrhea, brother. Very explosive. This is facts I learned with Josh playing Black Ops 2 with him. It is true. You got to see it firsthand. Y'all don't realize. Damien got to play with me. You see how fast I could turn it on, Damien? Do you understand how much I hold back? You know that out of grace? You know that if y'all came at me with the same energy of these Call of Duty kids, I will rip you. I'm ready for it. I don't want to do people like that, though. That's why. So, at least, but that's why I need Damien on my team, though. Damien was great to have on my team. Because, like, I could run my mouth, but then he was, like, putting up the points. So thank you, Damien. Thank you. Is that what y'all do with the long term? You're like, yeah, I got the long term on my team, son. Woo! All right, a lot of I think it's because of Oracle and Palant, but software is moving pretty good now. At least, like, beating down software. Explosion heard in Dhofar Air Base in Abu Dhabi. Powerful explosion occurred in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. IRNA sources. Yeah, so your latest war headline is them literally debating whether or not bombs are going off in the UAE. Remember what I said the other day, though? I just don't know if we're on real time yet. That's the problem. I don't know if they delayed the satellites. So that's kind of been my issue as we are fucking 4 months into this. CVS. What time is it? 9:45. So how are we gonna do this? We have Caroline. We have Caroline and Philo, but we haven't heard Caroline. But then if Caroline lags, we could probably be done with Philo. So it's gonna be a little complex. Microsoft Station. Has CBOE gone above 280? All those plays are up. Like I told you, the first play is even up 60%. Hubs. All right. I'm thinking we might be able to do Philo early. It shouldn't take too long, but I also think the market still has we got a program or two to turn on. And then I don't know. I think those explosion headlines just look for a delayed reaction on oil. So essentially, whenever they do figure out what happened, oil will probably take a stick. The PayPal buyout, I think it needs to be higher. That's what I was saying, but then apparently some people are saying it, but otherwise I don't have any, like, you know, that deal has been rumored for a lot. I don't know if it's actually going to happen. Oh, what? You're in Abu Dhabi? Like, actually, like, you're there right now? Okay, yalla habibi, everything fine. Yalla. Okay, but I don't know. So Chad's saying he's in Abu Dhabi. He says he has no mobile alerts on his phone. So, like I'm saying, it's that's been being debated for like 15 minutes now. All good as far as we know. All right, well, if you get something, you'll probably get it first. On Nokia? I don't know, but our play is still up a lot, I think. Oh, they did come down, but my Nokia leaps are still up around 200%. They were up a lot more, though. Yeah, Microsoft above 400, you guys. So, and then, but like I'm saying, dude, even this morning, I hope you guys realize it, because some people are like, oh, the market is red in July, but I'm like, dude, sadly, this last 3 days, what they are doing to premium is fucked up. Because this is all just premium moves. And if you don't realize it, it's slowly jacking everything up. So you guys realize we did a Microsoft front run last week. You guys remember that, right? Remember I was saying it was time to start getting some. And even those Amazons. So all of these out of the money dog shit earnings plays, they're going up. They're already up 30 to 40% now. So, and then even on when it slows down, they keep those plays up. And then now you're going to have high put prices for the chips coming into the next set of earnings. So, yeah, it's sadly, this back and forth, we're not advancing, but you're moving premiums around. Again, like I even explained with the Netflix and kind of ahead of its earnings here. So, but yeah, it's kind of, it's don't get fooled, man. But then it also sucks too. Because now even like trying to position for Microsoft, like I'm telling you, those are 40% higher now, sadly. FIFA, we flipped the coin again. The coin said we have to do tomorrow. And then we got to flip it again. Dubai, they deny the validity of it. Yeah, they don't want it because, again, remember what happened a couple months ago? That was the worst thing that happened to Dubai in a long time. That was the first time people like me who like were not a fan of Dubai were like, see, I told you. So they clamped down on it heavy, dude. That's why even when it got back, I told you my girl, she has it's like her cousin lives there. I was talking to the guy during all of it, but yeah, he was really ready to go back. So another little thing of this would make people mad. GFS, Centrini long. He lived in Dubai. He lives and works in Dubai. He left during the March stuff, but he wanted to go back. And then right when it chilled out, he went back. I even asked him, I was like, he said, unless it gets crazier, he's always going to go back. But then there was one point where he was like, yeah, I would leave. But no, Dubai wants to make sure that they need that. They don't want that, the war and conflict. It was one of the worst things that could have happened for him. But then also, too, now, even in the sense of the conflict, like I told you earlier, if you start attacking Dubai and UAE, Saudi, it opens up the door for more escalation. Or that's how we got to the gas fields getting hit. And then if that gets hit, then you're going to deal with a bigger problem. We do get Caroline. Bro, into it again? Well, if Caroline, I was going to start, but then now we're only 7 minutes away. Yeah, bro, Microsoft. Woo! Finally went up. Now Palantir for the first time. Will she have the kid at the podium? Wow. It's a great question. I don't know. Sweet Caroline. Oh, oh, oh. Long-term all green. I think you guys got used to it when everything rallied. But remember, the last 2 years, bro, our long-term has been outperforming because it shines like days like today. Or again, wait till the market goes down. Remember, we had some periods where that's where, when everybody goes up, that's where everybody catches up with us. But, some of what we've positioned and how we've done it, the times when shit's not going buku, That's how we kind of developed our things, and then we kind of trail with them when they get the crazy pops too. IBM's been doing it all day, and software. Now oil's dropping. So look, you just went from oil spike. I'm telling you, bro, that's a $2 swing on oil almost. From that top to that low, from high wick to low wick. But yeah, software's starting to come up now. We got a couple of these other ones. Again, Palantir just went red to green. Where's Cyber? Cyber's not really moving. So it's these like big laggers on software are going up, but Cyber itself, not so much. Cerberus now. That's weird. Chips aren't really getting too much. But yeah, those are going. And then again, oil at the low. Huh? Oh, I was gonna say. Yeah, Corsair, I see that on the high. I see a lot of names with C. There's been a lot of those. But yeah, just SPY still at VWAP. You're technically a little bit below open, but yeah. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, and then dude, hold on, I forgot. Well, this one doesn't apply to you. But did one of you guys find the farm? Is there anybody in here with a lot of money who knows where the farm is? Is one of you buying it up? Because, bro, I just saw another one. I didn't even know this existed. There is a farm down the street. It's almost a carbon copy of ours. That one went off market and sold for a couple $100,000 more than I spent. And that one, I didn't know that one just closed. That's what I'm saying, bro. There's 3 off-market sales at stupid prices. And, yeah, dude, I don't know. I can't even see it. I'm shocked. Bill Gates is coming for you. Well, he's just making me rich in this case, but yeah, no, but I don't know, man. That's what I hope happen. I want that other area. So how do you guys want to do this? There's 10 houses. I could either buy them all up and then just sell them to each of you individually, or we go in and we all offer on them at the same time, or what? Or like I said, I just sell the farm and turn it to that. You found it. I mean, you guys helped inspire me there, but like I'm telling you, I don't know what's gone on. The last 27 days in the farm, there's 3 very weird sales. I didn't even know this property existed. I didn't even know there was a property like ours down the street. But yeah, it sold $300,000 more than what I bought it for. And then the other one sold like legitimately well over $1 million more than what I spent. And then there's another one that sold for like 1.2 above. But I don't know why. I never saw any of these listed. I look around that area because I want another one, but I haven't seen any of these properties go for sale. So these 3 off markets are all pending and or sold. How much am I going to sell it for? Like I said, I mean, I would take, if they buy it for whatever these neighbors are selling for, sadly, I would take it. Unfortunately. But then again, what's my problem? So I'm down to take it, but I have a problem. Yeah, what am I going to do with the money? I need the next investment ready. And turn it to the farm. Well, I think we either use the farm, because like I'm saying, like worst case down the line, like I told you, it'd be cool if we had an event center. So like, I don't know, I'm just spitballing, but like 10 years down the line, if we keep this property and this ends up becoming one of these like, you know, $10-20 million fucking crazy estates, you know, that would be dope if we secured it for pennies on the dollar and then we could just use it. Otherwise, I would need to know what I am going to buy next. So that is kind of the problem, because it already has a good gain. So we could sell it, but what am I going to, I'm going to have to re-put that money in the long term till we find another. But then like I'm telling, this other area, I might use this as a template, because I like this location. It was a little different, but that took a year. So like I said, I found the farm off market, got a discount, and that gave me the instant equity. But as you're seeing, it took now 12 months for the market to pick up on this area and to start running it up. So I think that'll happen in this other area I have. But these houses are substantially cheaper. That's what I'm saying. There's like, we could get 10, 15 houses for about $2.5-3 million. And I think those houses will double in 12 months. So that's why. And so what I'm going to do is buy them. I have these 10 properties, 15 ready. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm in, because I want the Colton on them. These are perfect. These are exactly what I tell you guys to do. These houses could all be executed with like 30 to 40 grand a pop. But the idea is that they, you know, it's going to take time. So that's why after looking at this, you got to factor 12 months. But yeah, I'm going to get those properties, or we'll offer on them together. But I have one more area, because I like these real estate moves. This is what I've been telling you guys, because even if it's slow, like 12 months, like I'm telling you, even with the farm, like I'm saying, my conservative estimate was I make 250 grand. Now, like I'm saying, if we take some of these comps, what if I could pull out 750 grand? Do you guys understand what that would mean? So I don't know if this will happen. I don't know if I'm ready to do it. But hypothetically, we put 250 into it. If I sell it with 750 profit, I get my 250 back, and then I get my 750. That means our long term that was at 220 last year, I would be coming back with $1 million deposited. So, and that's why I'm saying why I like these deals, because you need money. Remember, it's been a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of expenses, and you do need to do that. But it's at the same time, it's like the reward. So it's like if I do monetize it at the end of the year, if I get that money, then, you know, as long as I was able to ride through it, there was expenses, remove that from what we spent. But that equity I like, that's 1 year. You're telling me 1 year, $750,000 of equity. That's exactly what I want. You know, how much time to maintain? Well, I mean, I feel like I did the farm like a norm. I've never had a property like this. I don't even think I maintained the property good. That's why I need more landscaping. I need more dirt work and all that. But just simply the cost and like general maintenance, and then furnishing it and getting it ready to rent, those were the expenses. But all I did was sit on it for a year and just made sure I generated some money. That's why I was saying the idea was making it pay for itself, so that I lowered those costs. But yeah, it took time. It took a year, and I still haven't even made money off of it. Technically, I'm making some on the income, but now I haven't sold the property, so all of what we're talking about is it's imaginary. All these numbers I'm telling you, until I actually go and sell it, it's all fake. So yeah, that's kind of, but that's why I'm saying this is what we're doing, both long term and not. That's why I'm even telling you some of these cheaper ones. Again, if you have a long term 40 grand, you turn that 20, 30 grand, we turn it to a property. Ideally, you hold it for a year, it rents out, pays for itself. But then some areas like this other place, if they go, again, you buy the property for 200, if a year from now it's at 300-400, that equity is very, very nice. And so, like I'm saying, it doesn't happen all the time, but if you either have, you know, where demand is going, or you make your money on the buy and get it cheap enough, that's how we get these scenarios, but that's how we're trying to do it. Netflix is after the bell. Is the thing starting yet? Caroline? A short term or long term? These would be short term. Well, you could, it's either or. That's it. There's a place. There's a place, I think, with a lot of upside coming, with good demand, and they're still cheap as fuck. So the idea would be just like this property, just like the farm. You could either hold it short term, rent it out, get it to pay for itself, or you could even hold it long term. But the idea is we just want equity. We want low prices, and we want something with upside. And then, if it has the ability to rent, even better. And that's what these cheap properties, I'm never worried about renting them. It's hard to rent the expensive properties. Anything in, Cali is harder to rent, believe it or not. Where it's like these other Midwest places, dude, the mortgages are cheaper. If the rents are solid, they actually pay it. It's not generating the rental was probably the easiest part. All the properties I have in the middle of America, they cover rent so easy, if not cash flow. Those are the easiest ones to rent. The ones in the high equity areas, those have the less returns, or they're harder to rent. Or we only make good returns on the ones that we've have such deep equity on that the rent makes it make that much sense. Yeah, she's not on yet. She's cutting into our philo time. Should have just started. Did it start? I don't see her there. The house. Oh, I think I did. The one in San Antonio. It's weird that they want a little bit more. It looks like it only rents for $2,000, but the house seems decent. Ask them why they're trying to sell. If you could get it the same price he paid, but yeah, there was I saw it compared to one comp. It's a big house too, but it seemed like it was at least livable. I just thought the sales history was a little weird. The inspection, foundation, and siding got wrecked by termites. How bad? Termites aren't too bad, but I hate foundation. Deep foundation problems, I'd run away. If it's bearable, then they'll give you enough money, maybe. But yeah, I'd be mindful. You say 2 minutes? I need to go to the bathroom. I'm kind of hoping this starts. It's kind of good I didn't do philo. Now I need to go test if I have this explosive diarrhea or not. You know, I got to run tests. Microsoft stopped going up. I'm kind of excited. I told you, but we haven't heard from her in so long. Okay, but right when she comes out, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I might even go right now. Fed Logan calls for modestly higher policy rate. other day. If it came back to that pre-data center price, pretty much that last low, the low of the year. You can do it. But yeah, because we were talking about Qualcomm before it popped. So yeah, sadly, like 120s, 121, I'd be down with it. Bro, so many names got slashed from the high when you look at them. Dude, GFS was at 90, 100, now it's at 50. Qualcomm was at 2-something. Oracle, 250 to 120. Micron drilling. SanDisk 2,300 to 1,400. That don't even look as bad, but yeah, wild. It's crazy. You know how many people I've seen? They're like, "Oh, I'm down 60% on Micron," and I'm like, "When did you buy it?" They're like, "Last week." But yeah, it's those moves, man. Big. Wait, why are they turning? Oh. I didn't know it does that. There's like a glass container? Did you know this? What? Oh, this is like a real ass set, dude. Yes. IoT is kind of going crazy. Samsara.
Good to see you. Good to be in this. Back to work. We're going to begin with a few. Back to work.
Tonight, as you all know, at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern, President Trump will deliver a major address to the nation.
Oh, come on.
Protecting the integrity of our election.
Why does it sound so bad?
Every American to tune in. On Friday, the president will travel to New York City to attend a
first one, y'all. Come on.
Trump Tower, followed by his attendance on Sunday at the FIFA World Cup between Spain and Argentina. His attendance will cap what has been the most watched, most secure, and most successful World Cup in American history. This is a fitting conclusion to a tournament that showcased America's ability to host the world on the grandest stage. Turning now to the economy. Tuesday's CPI report confirmed what President Trump predicted. Prices are falling, and this administration's economic policies are working. Inflation dropped 0.4% last month, beating expectations and marking the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Prices fell, including for gasoline, electricity.
Prices fell, including for gasoline, electricity, non-prescription drugs, car insurance, medical care services, and hotels, delivering relief for American working families. We also saw real weekly earnings rise in the month of June. For private sector workers, real wages have increased by roughly $1,000 since President Trump took office, after falling nearly $3,000 during the previous administration. This is real progress made possible by the president's pro-growth economic agenda. There is still more work to do, no doubt, which is why President Trump remains laser-focused on lowering costs and raising wages for working families across the country. Just last week, Walmart and Sam's Club announced they will be lowering prices on thousands of items in their stores across the country. Shoppers can expect meaningful savings on groceries, household essentials, outdoor living products, toys, apparel, and other everyday staples. As President Trump said, Walmart answered his call and stepped up in a big way, and we commend them for that. We hope other major retailers will follow the lead of this patriotic American company. While we're on the subject of helping working families get ahead, I want to remind everyone that the Trump accounts are now officially live. To date, and this is a new stat from the Council of Economic Advisors this morning, more than 6.5 million American children have been signed up for accounts so far, including my 2 kids, who I signed up during my maternity leave. There are a few things I want to make clear about this massively beneficial program that has the potential to literally transform the financial future of this country. First, any child under the age of 18 is eligible to have a Trump account opened in his or her name. This is a free investment savings account that costs nothing to open. Second, thanks to President Trump, every child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 will receive a $1,000 seed deposit from the United States Treasury. Third, parents, guardians, relatives, and friends can contribute up to $5,000 per year combined for each child. Employers can also contribute up to $2,500 per year on a tax-favored basis, counting toward the annual cap. The president believes there is no better investment than in America's children. Government projections show that a child whose family maxes out contributions could see the account grow to nearly $300,000 by the time the child turns 18. This is, I think we can all agree, an enormously powerful head start toward the American dream. These funds can be used for college, starting a business, or purchasing a home. This is truly a transformational, nonpartisan program. So I encourage everyone listening with a child to establish a Trump account today for your child and tell everyone you know with children to do the same. The app is also incredibly inviting and easy to use for parents at home. Finally, let's turn to the border. Brand new numbers this week from the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Protection confirm that for the 14th straight month, this administration has released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Again, let me reiterate, the 14th straight month, not a single illegal criminal alien has been entered into our country, released into our country by this administration. Illegal crossings in June remained at historic lows, and southwest border apprehensions are down 94% compared to the same period under the Biden administration. These numbers speak for themselves. Thanks to President Trump's strong leadership and unwavering commitment to law enforcement, America has the most secure border we have ever had in our nation's history. The administration continues working to reverse the previous influx of millions of illegal aliens into our country by the Biden administration, and our law enforcement professionals, God bless them, are arresting criminal illegal aliens across the country, including those convicted of the most heinous and violent crimes. This past weekend alone, ICE arrested a Mexican national and gang member convicted of second-degree murder in California, a Dominican national convicted of aggravated manslaughter in New Jersey, a Saudi national convicted of indecent liberties with a child in North Carolina, a Mexican national convicted of continuous sexual abuse of a child in California, a Nicaraguan national convicted of second-degree child molestation in Rhode Island, and a Mexican national convicted of lewd acts with a child under 14 with force in California. These are egregious crimes, and again, I think we can all agree that none of you would want these individuals living in your communities, and you have this administration to thank that they are on their way back home. The American people delivered a decisive mandate to arrest and deport these dangerous criminals, and President Trump is wholeheartedly committed to delivering on that mandate every day. He will never waver in his duty to defend our homeland and protect the American people, and he has proven without a shadow of doubt that the chaos and the lawlessness that we saw every single day at the border and across our country under the Biden administration was a choice, and it is a choice this president has chosen not to make. While this work is far from finished, the border is secure, and deportations will continue. With that, I'll take your questions today. I look forward to doing so. I know there's a lot of news. We have 2 people in our new media seats today, Rachel Bade and Ben Black. Rachel, why don't you kick us off? Ben will give you a question, and then we'll get to the rest of all of you. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back to the briefing room, and congrats on your baby.
Thank you.
2 questions,
Sure.
if I may. The first one, a fun one for your first day back. You now have 2 babies under 2 years old.
I do.
As someone who has a 4-year-old, I can only imagine how little you are sleeping right now. What is your one tip or secret to women who want to have it all, the kids and the hard-charging career?
Well, thanks for the question, Rachel, and it is really good to be back with all of you. I don't think there is a secret. You just have to show up every day and keep going, and it really does take a village. Take the opportunity to shout out to my husband, who's home with our babies right now. I look forward to returning home later to be with them, but it's challenging. But for me, I view this as more than a job. I view this as public service on behalf of a president who I firmly believe in everything this administration is doing and really creating a better country for my children and their future, and I'm very grateful for that. Blessed to both be working in this job, but also to have 2 beautiful babies at home. And as you know, Rachel, and any mom in this room knows, there's nothing better than being a mother. So thanks for the question.
Babies are the best. Okay, a question about tonight. There are a lot of Republicans in this town who very much support the SAVE Act and want to make sure, our elections are upheld, election integrity, top priority for them. But some of them are concerned that tonight's primetime address might focus on, elections of the past, relitigating them, rather than voter concerns of today. I'm wondering, can you tell us if the president tonight is going to talk about the economy? You just talked a lot about the economy and what we're seeing there. And what does the White House say to Republicans who are worried that election issues like this could actually turn off swing voters?
Well, a few things. I would encourage everyone to tune in tonight. I've seen a lot of reporting and frankly misreporting about what the president will say. I think the American people will be relieved to hear what they are hearing from the President of the United States and his commitment to transparency and the focus on the integrity of our elections tonight. I think all Republicans and Democrats should recognize this should be a nonpartisan issue. If we don't have safe and secure elections in our country, we cannot have a country. It is a vital part of our democracy, of our constitutional republic. The president will be speaking about that tonight. And in addition, at the very same time, of course, he is working on all of these economic issues that the American people have at home. I just read to you the latest inflation numbers are looking good, the best report in 6 years. The president, Republicans and Democrats and all Americans have this president to thank for the largest tax cuts in American history, which every Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against. You have this president to thank for the Trump accounts for our children and securing the future of the American dream. So this president is doing a lot, but obviously safe and secure elections are a true tenet of our constitutional republic, and the president will be speaking about that tonight. Thank you. And Ben, please.
Hey, so I'm from England. I've been following the World Cup all around, absolutely loving it. Unfortunately, we got knocked out last night, so I'd love to ask a favor.
Tough day for you today.
Yeah, it's all good though. But I want to know, so all these football fans coming to America, absolutely having a great time. I've had an amazing time. What do you want these football fans to take away from their time in America?
Sure. Well, I'm so glad you enjoyed your experience here in our country, and sorry for the loss. We look forward to the final match on Sunday, and I know the president looks forward to attending, but I think the world saw that this president and this country is able to put on the greatest show in sports in the world. And we are a kind people, we are hardworking people, and we have the best country on the planet. And I know I've loved seeing the videos from foreigners from around the world who have traveled to the United States and have been quite surprised about how lovely and enjoyable the United States is. I don't think we get enough credit from the international media around the world, but we encourage everyone to come and experience America for themselves. So thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
And safe travels home. You're welcome.
Caroline.
Garrett.
Caroline, welcome back.
Good to see you.
Likewise. To the degree that this speech tonight is about elections past, not elections upcoming, the 2020 election has had dozens of recounts, lawsuits, audits. 2024 election widely believed to be safe and secure. There's not really any question about that. A lot of people look at this.
Because it was too big to rig.
Well, I think a lot of people look at this
There's a
and
massive amount of votes for this president. That's why he's in the Oval Office right now.
No one disputes that. And there were a significant amount of votes for Joe Biden, who won in 2020. I mean, I think the question is, why is the president unable to let this go?
Well, first of all, Garrett, I think part of the problem is that the media has refused to acknowledge that
I'm the only one who beat that motherfucker. I'm the only guy. I got the fucking W victory.
Of our elections. And your premise of your question,
I wouldn't fucking. You can't sleep at night. I'm your fucking sleep paralysis demon. You can't beat me, Donald. Oh, you gotta try. You gotta be quicker than that. Oh, look at that. I'm the president.
A little bit of honesty and a little bit of integrity, because it does.
Fuck your integrity.
It will
I
shock
won.
you if you have an honest eye listening to the president tonight, and everything he is saying will be backed by facts and by evidence that will be provided this evening. And again, Garrett, I think all Americans, Democrat, Republican, should agree that we are the greatest country in the history of the world. We should have the safest and most secure elections in the history of the world. And what the president will be speaking about tonight will show you that perhaps that is not the case, and we need to make some adjustments moving forward, including the Save America Act, as Rachel pointed out, is a key legislative priority for this president on Capitol Hill, and he wants to see all senators and members of Congress voting in favor of the Save America Act, because it's crucially important as we move forward. Aisha.
Hi, Caroline. Welcome back. And
Thank
I'm
you.
assuming the pink is for your baby girl.
You know, I didn't think that, but I guess it is now. Thank you.
We've talked a little bit about what the president might say tonight, but the other question is, who is running the teleprompter tonight after this report that the other guy is now under investigation for making money off of reading the president's speech?
Obviously, I'm aware of the report. The president is too. I spoke with him about it. He believes it's deeply unfortunate.
Damn, the teleprompter guy was making money?
And the individual that was cited in that report is complying with the CFTC, but has been put on paid administrative leave. So there will be a teleprompter
Why are you still
operator
paying
tonight,
him?
of course, but it will not be the one, unfortunately, in that story.
ATPC is already up a lot.
The vice president, J.D. Vance, went on this podcast.
You got a weed. Senate Democrats file bill to fully legalize marijuana under federal law.
Within their system that we know beyond.
Confirm that. You might get some follow through.
Manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely.
These are the one centers are going to double if it
President
actually
would certainly agree
moves.
that
So
yes, foreign countries certainly do try to persuade American public opinion. There's no doubt about that. I think it's just a basic fact. Ed.
Good to see you, Caroline. Following up on the teleprompter and then one on tonight's speech, what steps is the White House taking to ensure something like that doesn't happen again?
Well, the White House has extremely strict ethical guidelines with respect
I know
to
IGV
issues
did
like
go
this,
back to
and
green.
as
It's
I
great.
just told you, this individual will no longer be here. He'll be on paid administrative leave. I'm sorry, without pay. The administrative leave is unpaid, to be very clear. That was a decision by the president, so I think that speaks for itself.
On the concerns about the election, will the president accept the results of November's elections?
Look, Ed, you should tune into the president's speech tonight before you jump ahead to conclusions about what's actually in the speech. Again, I've seen a lot of reporting and misreporting about what the president will say. We hope CBS will take the speech, and all Americans should take it.
Okay, but I'm not presuming anything. I'm just asking, will he accept the results?
Caroline, two questions on the Trump account. First, following the birthright citizenship case, is there concern that babies that are born to illegal immigrants here in the United States are not excluded from these accounts? And also, since the $1,000 per child from the Treasury seeds these accounts, can you assuage concerns from those who feel this is wealth redistribution?
I would certainly not describe it as that. As you know, this was an incredible private-public partnership. We had incredibly generous Americans, Michael Dell, and many others who contributed to the fund for the Trump accounts. So that money will then be passed along to America's children, which I think is a great thing that all Americans from all political persuasions can agree upon. With respect to your question on birthright citizenship, I think the president has made his view and the White House has made our view on this case quite clear. We're going to continue to move forward to work with Congress, hopefully in the future, to remedy this problem in our country and to ensure that we cannot have this scam continuing where you have foreigners from all around the world traveling to our country to give birth to babies who are then given the greatest
vaginal
privilege
cream
on the
in
face of the
India.
planet, American
citing
citizenship.
supply
That's
challenges.
not how our founding fathers intended
Exploring
this country
options
to
to
work or
resume
operate, and the
supply
administration is committed to finding
pre-marine
solutions
vaginal
to remedy
cream
that.
in
You have
India.
access to the Trump accounts, though, those are children
anybody
of
interested.
those illegal aliens?
That's not something I've discussed directly with the president, so I don't want to speak out of turn on that. As you know, Carrie, all American citizen children are able to access the Trump accounts as it stands right now. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mark Stone from Sky News. Can I switch to Iran, please?
Sure.
And specifically, the Manab school attack. 120 children dead, 26 of their teachers. A Sky News investigation released today points to all this being a tragic mistake by America, by the US military. So could you explain, please, why the president is repeatedly saying it wasn't America, when he hasn't actually, he says also that he hasn't even seen the report.
Damn,
I can't speak to
SpaceX.
the Sky News investigation
131.
respectfully because I have not read it. All I can speak to is what the president has said as I speak on his behalf, and the investigation continues, and we would defer you to the Department of War for further questions on it.
Following up, if I may.
Sure.
I just want to
My
understand.
answer's not going to change.
I just want to understand why he consistently says it wasn't us.
Why don't you just say the easy
all
answer?
The evidence and
it's because
indeed
it's very
the
hard to
preliminary
believe that the
report, and
Iranians
we've spoken
would
to
prioritize
a
women
military
and children.
insider who says this
So,
was
despite the
human
unfortunate
error.
event,
that's the president's
it's
opinion,
still
and at the
very
very
hard to
same time,
believe
he
that
has said the
Iranians
Department of War
value
is
that. At least
investigating
the
the matter,
hardliners in
and we would
government.
defer you to them for
There,
any
I
questions
said it.
with respect
I
to
got
the
you,
investigation,
Caroline.
which obviously has not been released
Next
yet.
question.
I would defer you to them for further questions on it. But there's
Trump is
been-
gonna
I think the
eventually say
president, feels that way because he knows that
I
our
mean,
military
let's be
always
real.
acts in good faith and absolutely never targets civilians or children, unlike the other side of this conflict, Iran, who is well known for killing women and
Oh, there you
children
go.
and innocent people in their country for a very
She
long
said it
time.
a lot
So you should
nicer.
focus on that in your reporting. Daniel.
Uh-oh, Marvel.
Welcome back. Another World Cup question, much as it pains me. President Trump had some harsh words for Spain at the NATO summit last week about their spending. Does that mean he's going to be supporting Argentina next Sunday?
Danny, it is a really good question, and I'm disappointed in myself for not asking the president before I came out here, knowing you would probably ask. I haven't talked to him about it, but we'll get you an answer on that. You're welcome to ask him yourself at some point before the game. I'm sure you'll see him, and I'm sure he'll have a fun answer for you on it. Sure, in the middle. Go ahead. Sure, Jasmine, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Back on the teleprompter issue, Notice reported earlier this year that Kalshi was inaccessible on the Wi-Fi that journalists here at the White House have access to. Are staffers back in the West Wing and other parts of the EOB, et cetera, do they have access to Kalshi and Polymarket on their Wi-Fi?
On our work computers? Yeah. Honestly, I've never tried, so I don't know. But I'm happy to go try and get you an answer on that.
Another question, Caroline.
In the back,
Another
Reagan.
question, Caroline.
Sure.
I just wonder, are
Jasmine,
there
go
other,
ahead, and then
another
Reagan,
question.
go.
Are there any other White House staffers or people within the administration who are suspected of also placing bets on Kalshi or Polymarket or other things with some of this privileged information?
Not to my knowledge, not that I've been made aware of. And as you saw, I think this played out exactly how it should. Kalshi notified the CFTC of suspicious activity. They investigated that, identified the individual, and he will now no longer be working at the White House. So I think that answers all the questions on this matter. Reagan.
Caroline, I have a question for you on the Save America Act and
Sure.
Senator Graham, and then a quick question on Iran.
Sure.
Trump said in one of his final conversations with the late Senator Graham that he was talking about the Save America Act and that he felt like they were in a great position with it. Do you anticipate that the Senate is going to be more aggressive to push the Save America Act in light of the fact that it was so important to Senator Graham so close to his death?
Sure. Well, since I haven't had the opportunity, let me just express my sincere condolences to Senator Graham's staff and his family. He was beloved by so many here at the White House, especially the president, and I know that the news of his sudden passing was just
Hey, Spy, like I
tragic
just said,
to all
Marvel
of
was
us,
on the
especially
low.
the president who considered
But
him a
yeah,
dear
the
friend.
chips still, even though you had
the
a
Save
couple
America
of
Act, as I said,
tech
Reagan,
stocks, the
is
weed, those things
of
doubled if
vital
you want
importance to this
100%,
president,
but it's on
and
the
he
ass
wants
now.
to see it move forward. I understand that
Now it's
Capitol Hill
gold, dude.
and
This has
Speaker
been a
Johnson are moving forward with
very
attaching as
flip-floppy
many
day
elements
with
of
it,
the Save
but
America Act as
Then
possible
again, look
to
at
the
the
budget
time.
reconciliation 3.0.
Your red
Here
light
we go.
ahead of
the president
Netflix
is
should be
supportive
kicking
of
in.
that process, and he hopes that Republicans
More
will vote
staples,
for
but it's
this
chips
important
selling
piece of
off, and now
legislation.
Nasdaq.
The budget
Nasdaq's down 1.4.
reconciliation
Everything's
bill
gone red.
not
Dow
only,
and SPY
will
and
address
Russell.
the Save America Act,
But yeah, you are going
also,
to the low with it.
ensure,
Still same
important
chips.
aid for our farmers and
You
our
need
war
your
fighters,
boys,
which the president
bro.
supports as well.
You need something
Ryan.
with the Mag 7, but at this point,
On
just the
the,
chips just keep getting
council
dirtier,
situation,
dude.
I have just
Just
a
like
few
yesterday.
questions on
Same
that.
point. Remember, I was like 9, 10,
This
15%.
individual
It's
has been
starting to
accused of
get in.
making trades around the president's speeches for months. I mean, this has been going on since at least earlier this year, maybe even before that. Did the White House counsel have any awareness that this was going on with this individual? And if not,
No.
so if no, then why not? Is there any sort of plan in place to try to figure this out, to see if anyone else is doing this, or to track future people from, see if they're making these types of bets in the White House? Any discussions around that?
Look, there are very strict ethical guidelines here at the White House that explicitly state not to do this, and the White House counsel's office makes that clear to all of us who sign up to work in government on behalf of the president. So I think there has been a plan in place. This individual unfortunately violated the plan, and therefore he's paying the consequences for it. I don't know why there's further questions
I
on
just want to follow
it.
on this, but then doesn't that leave open the possibility, even though there are the rules, I mean, there's no disputing there are strict rules on this, but if there are no mechanisms in place, and then I'm not saying that there are, there should and should not be, but if there are none in place,
Bro,
to
this is
try to
just
track
an
this
extra
happening
chip
inside the White
blow.
House and
Like,
inside
again, you're just kind of
executive
blowing
branch
out
of the
through the
government,
low.
doesn't that leave it open
Some
to the
more than
possibility
others.
for
Like
this
I'm
to keep
saying, Marvel
happening
down
again,
10,
and these result in people
SanDisk
making
down
bets like
12,
this inside the administration?
Micron
Again,
down
there are very strict
666.
ethical requirements required by all staffers.
So Nvidia
and
hasn't even
officials
hit the
here
low,
at the
but
White
those
House,
other
and if
guys
they
are big,
violated,
dude.
people will pay consequences for that, as you're seeing.
STX
with this
down
case.
9,
Libby.
Broadcom down 5.
Thank you.
I have a question about Senator McConnell, but first on Iran. President Trump has now greenlit strikes on Iran for nearly every day.
Staples are hitting a new high, and oil hitting a new low.
Does the White House describe negotiations more at a standstill or essentially completely over?
Well, I've spoken with the president about this as recently as an hour ago. Iran very much continues to talk to the United States of America and express that they want to make a deal with us because they are suffering devastating blows on behalf of our United States military. The reason, and this is important for the American people to understand, the reason for the recent strikes over the course of the last several days is because Iran violated the Memorandum of Understanding that we struck with them. Specifically, in the Memorandum of Understanding that they signed, they were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, they have made the tragic decision for them to do that. And President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that, and that's what we are witnessing right now.
Spoke to him about this within the last hour. I mean, does he essentially seem fed up with these negotiations? And can you explain why the American people should think that a deal with Iran would even be worthwhile at this point, given the fact that they broke it already?
Well, look at how bad they are behaving. It just proves the president's initial point for launching Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. That's why he launched Operation Epic Fury. They have suffered devastating blows to their military and their economy as a result. The president is always open and willing to diplomacy. He is the peace through strength president after all. After Operation Epic Fury, the conclusion of it, we did move forward into a diplomatic phase, if you will, but unfortunately Iran has since violated that. They have expressed they still want to make a deal to the president. We're talking to them, but again, the president is not going to allow them to fire on ships in the Strait without paying a consequence for that. And I think just one more point, I think throughout this entire endeavor, the president has proved not just to Iran, but to the entire world that we can hit Iran anytime, anywhere, any place, and their ability to defend themselves has been essentially wiped out because of this president and Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Sure. Lena, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Welcome back.
Thank you.
2 questions for you. If I can read 2 comments, one made by President Trump and one made by the Vice President on Iran. President Trump recently said, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. There's something wrong with them. They are cuckoo. They are scum, sick people, vicious, violent people. And then Vice President Vance went on Joe Rogan last night and he said, I'm very frustrated by the Americans and frankly by people in other countries who say you cannot negotiate with the Iranians.
So your response to these contradictions, because I think you can understand how that's confusing for Americans with this mixed messaging. And then second question for you, at least 6 Americans are still
Yeah, I sold
detained
one
in Iran.
ACHC.
Will
I just
Trump
want it to
make
run a little
this
bit.
Conditional,
Just giving
a
it
point
some
of
liquidity.
condition in continuing these
that
conversations with
we
the
could change
country as well
anything.
as political prisoners.
VIX
and
on the
also
high.
people that are still being
You got Fed
executed
Logan.
in Iran to this day.
Sure. To your second question,
Fed
I'll never
Logan saying
create
data
a
centers
red
are
line or a condition
inflationary.
on behalf of the president without his
Comprehensive
blessing. I haven't heard
review
him
of
say that, but
Universal Service
obviously
Fund,
ensuring
FTC.
the return of Americans wrongfully detained or held hostage all over
But
this
yeah,
world
VIX
remains a priority
SQQ
for
on the
him, and he
high. I
has
mean, we
done
haven't
so,
hit a new low
in
yet,
a
so
tremendous
we're
way
either
over the
about to
course of the
dump
last year
or
and a
that's
half.
going to be your
Americans
bottom.
from all over the world have returned
Staples
home
are
thanks
ripping.
to this president and the efforts of his national security team. To your first question about the comments between the president and the vice president, respectfully, I do think you're taking comments from different times throughout this conflict and kind of asking me if these are contradictory of each other. I can tell you the president, vice president are on the exact same page about where we are right now in this conflict. And the fact that you do see elements of what's remaining in the Iranian regime that are more willing to make a deal, and then other elements who are not so maybe willing to make a deal, shows that Operation Epic Fury was incredibly effective because we neutered their ability to communicate with one another, and they are a fragmented system. They are not the once very strong, powerful terrorist state that they were before this operation, which was one of the ultimate goals. So we'll continue to work through the process, and as I said, the president will hold them accountable when they turn their back on the words that they state to the United States, but he is always open to diplomacy at the very same time.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
Regarding the president's speech tonight, he's been in office over 540 days now. If what he says is tonight is backed up by evidence, why hasn't anyone been charged?
Well, he hasn't revealed it yet. He hasn't declassified the documents yet, and you will see what he says tonight, and then we'll move forward appropriately from there.
Tonight from the Justice Department?
I don't speak on behalf of the Justice Department, Caitlin, you know that. Rachel.
By evidence, will there be charges?
You'll have to ask the Justice Department. I don't charge people. I just speak on behalf of the president. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Just a point of clarification really quick. On the staffer who is accused of profiting off of the president's speeches, you said he'll no longer be working here. Is he on administrative leave or is he going to be fired after October?
He's on unpaid administrative leave right now.
Okay. And just to follow up on the president's speech tonight, I mean, we've been talking to a lot of Republicans over on Capitol Hill. They have said that focusing on the economy is the right way to go ahead of the midterm elections. They believe that's what voters care most about. What does the president say to Republicans who think that focusing on the 2020 election, election integrity, all of these issues right now is not
dumping
the right approach
now
so close
too.
to the election?
Again, you guys
It just
have not
sucks, bro.
heard the
Every
speech
single
yet, so I
like
would
window, you just
digress
get
with
one
the
of these little
criticism
chip names,
until
whether
you
it's a
actually
big one,
hear
but
what the
mainly like
president
these
is going to
mid-cap
say and
ones,
what he's going
or
to
like in the middle ground.
say
They
when he
just
addresses
rip through
the
the
American
low again.
public. I would also add
But yeah,
again
HPE
that
now.
the administration and especially this president are able to walk and chew gum at the same time and tackle a number of issues on a number of different subjects every single day. We see that president do that, working around the clock on foreign policy, on domestic policy, all of the time. You all report on it, you have to keep up with it, so I think you can agree with me on that point. And I would also add, the president will continue to be traveling all around the country to talk about the economy. We were just in Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago touring a Mack truck facility, which has been greatly strengthened and enriched because of this president's economic policies over the last year and a half, and he loves doing that, and he will continue to do so. Jennifer, go ahead.
We have seen, with the increased community strikes, a real decrease in traffic commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. What is the U.S. doing right now to facilitate flows through the Strait of Hormuz and preemptively address the risk that Houthis will actually choke off the Red Sea oil route and that prices will increase further before November?
Sure. Well, two separate questions. First, let me address what's happening in the Strait right now. We know that there is a blockade of ships directed by the president for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This has been fully implemented and is in full force. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States of America. More than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with 2 aircraft carriers and more than 20 warships and dozens of aircraft, are executing the blockade mission as we speak. And during the first 24 hours of the blockade, U.S. CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. So look, the Strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports specifically, and the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that can take place. With respect to gas prices, as you know, the price of oil right now is approximately $80 a barrel, maybe a little less. Before I came out here, that's what it was at. Gas prices are down approximately 60 cents a gallon off the peak of this conflict, and the president was honest with the American people from the beginning. There may be temporary disruptions in the oil market, but what we haven't seen is what all of the naysayers said, that there would be massive increases in the price of oil that so many warned about. And that's in large part because of the president's domestic energy policies here at home to revamp our domestic production here, but also the administration has taken many swift actions to mitigate these temporary disruptions. As you know, we've released oil through our SPR, the Jones Act waiver, which has been incredibly effective, fuel environmental waivers. We also, the president signed the Defense Production Act to restart California oil production. So all of these very swift and mighty actions on behalf of this administration have led to a rather stable oil market, and the president will continue to do all he can to ensure prices come down, stay stable for the American people and the American consumer until the end of this conflict. And ultimately, I think Americans should keep in mind why we're doing this in the first place, to ensure that Iran, a terror state, can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Dasha, go ahead.
Nice to see you back.
You too.
Two questions, one on tonight and one on immigration. It strikes me listening to the conversation in this room about Iran, given the questions that folks on both sides of the aisle have about strategy and endgame, given that the United States has intensified strikes on Iran, typically in a time of conflict, when the president gives an address to the nation, you would expect him to address this conflict. Number one, will he talk about Iran, and why is that not the major topic of his speech? Does he believe that the SAVE Act and the 2020 election integrity are more important right now?
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections. However, it is also very possible at the top of the speech he will mention the current situation with Iran and also the economy as well. As you all know, President Trump is a man of his own word, and he sometimes is thinking about these things up until he walks out. But we have had conversations about him addressing a range of topics, and that could very well be possible tonight. Again, this is all more reason for all of you to carry the speech live and for the American people to tune in tonight so they can hear directly from the the president and draw their own conclusions.
Caroline,
go ahead.
Caroline, sorry, I just wanted to add the immigration question real quick.
Sure,
Caroline,
go ahead.
Sorry. 3 men were killed in ICE encounters in less than a week. As a result, DHS announced that it would end vehicle stops, and then President Trump urged them to change their position. Can you confirm whether vehicle stops are back on, and is the administration doing anything more to prevent these kinds of deaths, maybe accelerating distribution of body cameras which weren't present in this case?
So a couple of things. Vehicle stops are continuing. Verbal guidance has been given to all field offices across the country by the Department of Homeland Security. The President and the Secretary of Homeland Security are on the same page that vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country. With respect to body cameras, I know there's been some questions about that in recent days. Over half of all ICE field offices now do have body cameras, and the remainder of the field offices are expected within 60 days. It's been a slower rollout than we would have hoped, but that's because of the Democrats' decision to shut down DHS for several weeks. So we expect to fully execute on the promise of body cams to all field offices across the country very soon. Karen.
On the parasite outbreak related to produce, can you give an update on the administration's response to this? Are there federal officials on the ground in the hardest hit states right now doing any testing of production facilities or farms to try to figure out where this outbreak has started?
Sure. Well, what I can tell you, having been back at the White House for just a couple of short weeks, I've been in meetings on this very topic, and I can tell you the White House is closely monitoring the situation, has a handle on the situation. We're committed to providing the CDC and the FDA the resources that they need, and we urge all Americans to follow CDC guidance on properly washing and cooking raw ingredients to prevent this foodborne illness. As you know, there has been an unusually high number of cases. There are typically thousands of cases cases of this outbreak every year, but there has been an unusually higher number, and that's why we're working with the FDA and other partners at the federal, state, and local level to increase detection methods, provide the guidance, and then also, most importantly, trace the outbreak back to its original source, which we are currently in the process of doing.
Permanent leadership at the CDC and FDA and any funding cuts, has that slowed the response to figure out where this outbreak has started?
No, we've talked to the CDC and FDA specifically about that, and not at all. They have the resources they need to make sure that Americans are fully informed and protected from this illness during this time.
Please. Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Last year, the administration signed a critical minerals deal, mining deal with Kazakhstan for a little-known U.S. company. It was an agreement that President Trump and Howard Lutnick got tentative approval for with Kazakhstan's president in September. 6 days before the deal was signed, which was in November, the president's older
very
son
nice.
and other partners took a 20% investment in a company related to the deal. What did the president know about his son's involvement in this arrangement, and when did he find out about it?
From my understanding, Maggie, nothing. I've spoken to the president and his family about this. They would absolutely never do anything that would put the president in a place of a conflict of interest. And we have timelines to give you and to provide you, which we did to the news media at the time when this story broke, to prove that very point that I just made.
Sorry, just 1 second. So the president did not learn about it until it was in the media? That was when he found out?
That's my understanding of the matter, yes.
Caroline,
Go ahead.
Thank you very
Carrie, I'll
much.
go to you after. Just
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Me? Okay.
Why don't we just...
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kurdi.
Starting in the
very,
back.
very welcome back.
Okay. Thank you.
Yesterday, Iran launched a drone attack against U.S. facilities in Erbil, threatening American personnel and the Kurdistan region, one of the American closest partners in the Middle East. What is your message to those responsible? And are you staying with your loyal ally in the Middle East and at least helping them to defend itself?
Who launched the attack? You're saying
Iran,
yes,
Kurdistan
of course.
region.
Well, I think I've addressed that previously in saying that Iran has unfortunately shown to violate the word that they struck with the President of the United States. They're paying consequences for that in the strikes that the President has authorized in the recent days.
Thank you, Caroline. You were with the President in Ankara for the NATO summit, and there Ukraine was one of
I was not, actually.
Oh, you were not. Okay, yeah, but the issue of Ukraine was one of the most important topics there, and the situation is escalating between the two sides in these days, but there are still efforts. Can you give us more information about where we are and how the local power breakers, including Turkey, are involving in order to solve the problem?
Sure, I'll check with the National Security Council and get back to you on that with more specific guidance. What I can tell you is I know the President greatly enjoyed his visit to Turkey and not just his participation in the
had a
NATO
little pop
summit,
and lock,
where he
called out the
applauded the
first
United
pop, and now
States
it's
for
getting a
getting
headline.
our NATO allies to step up and pay their
But
fair
Spy's
share
still
for our
coming
defense,
down again.
but
Keeping
also he
Staples
greatly
up
enjoyed
here.
his time with
Because you're
President
just
Erdogan
doing a
in Turkey,
rotation. This time
and
Max Evans
appreciates
kind of left
bilateral
out, but
relationship between our
that's
two
going to
countries.
decide what happens here at the margins.
Thanks.
And then get ready. I
Contrary
mean,
to
it's
what
almost
mainstream
Netflix
media is
time.
reporting, Americans that I speak to care deeply about election integrity.
This is true.
Why do you think the mainstream media is so fearful of tonight's speech and anything to do with election interference? And why are they attempting to discredit President Trump's speech before they've even heard it? And lastly, what's your message to AOC, who is asking for President Trump, the mainstream media, to actually censor the sitting president's speech tonight?
Yeah, I think that the mainstream media should air the president's speech and allow the American people to draw their own conclusions from it. Again, I think it's important that the American public hears directly from the President of the United States on a topic that, to your point, is very near and dear to the hearts of many Americans across the country, the integrity of our elections. This should be a nonpartisan, non-controversial issue, and I think you'll hear the President talk about that tonight. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
He was telling the president that he wanted.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you. Well. Not bad. Kind of. I haven't seen her in a while, bro. That's why I wanted to hear it. I was just talking about it yesterday, bro. I swear I didn't know. I was like, dude, it's been a while since we got Caroline, but hey, man, here we are. Here we are. So, how you feeling, Chad? 11 a.m. You know why the market didn't go up, right? I mean, you guys, I hate to be that guy, but you guys see it, right? You notice how we're near the lows. Again, oil's down, bonds are up, healthcare, staples, financials even doing decent, but then they kind of gave it up. You don't know why? It is the red light. Amen, amen. Red light, green light, but also, I mean, I'm sure the market would have done better if it had something called Philo. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe we try it out now. Don't take my word for it. Again, you are near the lows. It's a very interesting day. Again, it's like every day is kind of like the other day and the other week with like a slight remix. So yeah, this time you don't have the major Mag 7 players. There's a couple out there. Again, Merck, but again, the healthcare, the biotechs, the staples, they are really catching the rotation. And actually, before we begin Philo, let me give you guys a checkup on the market so you could see. NASDAQ 100, let me refresh. Dow Jones, 24 in the green, 6 in the red. You're still down a quarter. And NASDAQ 55 red, 48 in the, or 55 green, 48 red. You're down 1.5. And then S&P 500, 348 in the green, 152-ish in the red. So yeah, I don't know. Again, there's a lot. That's why too. Even look at the long term. You know, you have a lot of names in the long term. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like you have some names that are going up. A lot of laggers. So if it's not a staple, if it's like a big lagger, it's kind of catching a bid. I mean, even damn Checkpoint is on the high. But again, who else was lagging? Intuit, Adobe. Those are some of the big standouts there. Again, IGV did go green. So we'll see where this leads us. We got a couple of hours left, Chad Adonia. But we might as well begin. We might as well begin. All right, man. Get ready. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. 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 Amen into the lows. Oh, Chadadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, how are you doing this fine afternoon? Fine morning if you're in Hawaii. Maybe almost evening if you're on the East Coast. And then everywhere else, I mean, I don't know, man. But Chad, I got a simple one for you today. It's actually it's a funny one. It was I liked it a lot. I think it's a great reminder of many things. And I don't know if you've noticed, everything is a reminder. That's a word to you already having all of the information. Anamnesis, they say. But, man, this one was pretty convicting. You'll see. I think it was funny. And, it actually made me think about some things. So I thought I'd share it with you. But above all else, I mean, once again, Miles, he'll have something for you. But before I get into that, can we talk about something? My least favorite topic. I think it's funny because I thought the same thing even the other day. I had a very interesting awareness over it, and I was like, ooh, but dude, my favorite but least favorite topic. What do you think it is? I think it's responsible for it affects how you think. It affects your decision. If you know this, understanding this, the way it plays out, what do you think it is? What do you think is my favorite but least favorite topic? Greed. That's a good guess. Because I could see how that could be my favorite but least favorite. Money. Yeah, right? Close. Those are great guesses, but not quite. It's everything. It's like, even like word to Jesus. Like Jesus was, he talked about this topic a lot. At least it's in the Bible a lot. It's a borderline a command. Fear. It's funny because you'll hear what I'll show you the clip, but fear, man. And what are you afraid of? Are you afraid? Do you cry right now? Do you ever get nervous? Are you afraid? Fear, it's interesting. I mean, some people have been, they've told me they're afraid. They're like, gosh, I'm afraid to ask the question. Why are you afraid? Miles will talk about it. But fear. This is my favorite but least favorite topic. Why? Because you shouldn't really think about it. That's why it's like kind of my least favorite. Because if you really think about it, if you should have no fear, like why even talk about it? Sometimes some of y'all talk yourself into fear. I've talked myself into fear if I think about fear enough. Google. Hot dog. Hey, yo, Google. Mag 7. That's why the spy started actually moving. Google with a candle down. They've jacked up a lot of them. The 1 centers usually don't work, but I'm going to try one. I got a 1 center. I don't think they never hit. So, or you could go near the money. You might be better off. Low key. I don't even know the headline, but that's 1.5. Launch delayed as it falls short of goals. That might actually move. I'm going to flip one near the money, and then the other ones did go up, but I don't know if it's going to actually go up or go up. Let's see. Okay. All right, I made them free at 300%. I'm down. The first one. I guess I don't even need the near the monies now, but those are up too. But yeah, Gemini delays launch. So sorry, mid-filo. Hold on, let me flip these real quick. Alright, I sold the last two at 100%. And then I have the free cheapies. Those actually haven't moved. Alright. But that's still what? That's down 2%? How do I get the 1 center? I just like that. I go to the option chain and then I buy the one that was at 1 cent. You may have just heard it a second ago. This is the simple. I tell you, very simple. Probably the kimchi benchmark smoked or Gemini. Yeah, maybe. I don't even like. See, now those are starting to gap up a little bit. The rest of those. But let me see if they'll fill. Actually, wait. What am I doing? Google, dude, it's still dumping. I did. Oh, IGV. Maybe software. They were already up today, pretty good. Oh, come on. They robbed me. Well, that was mid-philo. I hope you enjoyed it. But what was I telling you? Have no fear. This topic of fear is very interesting. So I said, I don't even like thinking about it. But, oh man. You're told a lot not to have fear. Once a day. Meta is going up off of it now. Habibi, I tell you, these people, you get a lot of back and forth, man. You know? Now SAP and into software might move off of it. I really think the overall market's liking it. As weird. Again, you saw this the other day with IBM. Remember, software kind of got hit off of it and then started going up, but and then you still have the staples going up too. Yeah. Well, like I was telling you, my friends. Oh, excuse me. Have no fear. Very crucial. But embracing it is part of it. But like I say, I had a very interesting awareness over it the other day. And this is the big reminder that fear, and like I was telling you, man, your mind, I don't know, from last year, this is truly one of the biggest differentiators when it comes to critical and accurate thought. The level of fear you are injecting into your thinking and how that affects your decisions, your actions, all of that. So you have no idea why. Saying fear is very important. I don't like it. I don't like the fear, but if you know how to embrace it and what it really is, it's great. And it's a command. Have no fear. We talked about this the other day. I just gave you a reminder, and that's why, I don't know, man. Especially as you're in the middle of action and result, in that gap of uncertainty. I hope I could remind you that fear is a signal. That is how how can you be commanded not to have an emotion? That doesn't make sense. It's because it's not the emotion. You're all going to have the fear. The question is, are you actually giving into it, thinking and using it negatively? You're going to have fear, but it's just the level of how you actually utilize it. And I'm telling you, this was a life changer. The moment I learned that fear is a signal. And now here's the thing. Sometimes you may not be aware of it. That's why I'm telling you this. The other day, I had a very interesting deal come my way. And I was thinking about it. And then I was like running through stuff and I was like, I could do this. And then I was like, wait a minute. And I was like, that's kind of scary. But not like, it was funny. It was different. It wasn't like when I say that's scary. You know, you've even heard me. I say Oracle's scary. Like, I'm not afraid of fucking Oracle. You know what I'm You know what I'm saying? Like, there's things that are like, they're scary, but no. But like, I was I was thinking about this deal. And I legitimately got like fear about it, just about thinking about some of the possibilities with it. And it was weird because I was like, wait a minute, I was like, this is kind of weird. And I was like, ooh, that's scary. And then I started to not like it. Apple's dropping now. Hot dog. So then I sat around, dude, for like, maybe like half a day. I went through the half a day with fear of anxiety towards this deal. That was very unusual for me. Oh, and then it clicked. I asked, I was like, why am I being weird? Why do I feel like afraid of that? Why would that even scare me? Dassault Systems in talks to buy drug trial software company for $2 billion. Who? Eris Global from Nordic Capital. And SPY, you just hit a new low. So yeah, bro. I asked myself the question, why? And that's when I had the awareness over it. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, this is fear. But I didn't use the fear as a signal. That's why I was like, wait a minute. Oh, man, this is scary. Oh, this. Oh, my gosh. Took a step back. I said, this is just a signal. I said, maybe this deal is actually kind of important. Oh, and I started looking at things very, very differently. And a lot clearer-eyed and oh my gosh, a lot better. But dude, I'm telling you, especially now, I know StubHub with a pop, but especially with this market, this earnings, everything, the high stakes, economy to earnings, bro. Oh, be wise. And that's why, I mean, if you're really, be wise, be aware. But above all, man, have no fear. And just remember, you are going to have fear. So that's why it's not. I'm just saying, like, be aware. What is it saying? And I hope you have a moment that, if anything inspires fear in you, I hope you take a step back and ask yourself why. And if it's genuinely scary, that's what I'm saying. Like, concern, if it's genuinely a bad idea, that makes a lot of sense. But then again, if you do come to the conclusion that, well, you're afraid because it's something on the line that you would value as important, well, ta-da. And again, if you could actually now go through what could potentially go wrong, do your due diligence, but now not react to fear in the sense of it being debilitating, but more so being an alerting signal to you. Oh, it's a beautiful thing, Chad. So that's all I wanted to share with you. The other part I was going to share with you is now what Miles has to say. And oh my goodness, Miles. He has a good one. It's inspiring. And that's the thing. He talks about inspiration. He talks about vision. I even have another one. I mean, I could play it for you, but, it's just a simple one-liner from Jim Rohn, man. You got to plan the future. You got to know what the future is. And honestly, this is what Miles says. And sadly, this is a reality check. I don't know. Would you guys like to do a test? Can I give you a test? Like one of those quiz. It's like not a quiz, but it's a test. Do you want to see if maybe, have any of you lost your discipline recently? If you have lost your discipline, I have a discipline test for you. Very simple. Very simple question. And you tell me if discipline being lost coincided with this event. Very simple litmus test. So you tell me if this principle is true. But have you lost discipline either recently or any point in your life? Did the losing discipline or the lack of discipline, did it coincide with losing your vision? Like your doubt of the future, a change in plans of the future. It's very simple. Did you lose your vision and then lose your discipline? Think about it. Not, you know what a lot of people think it is, right? People think they lose their discipline, and then they think they lose their vision. No. Because it comes down to why. So it's like, why? Why did you lose the discipline? If that end destination is in doubt or changes, I mean, usually it coincides. Why would I? What's the point? I'm telling you. Do you guys want to know why is it such a psyop to tell you to make believe you're never going to get a house? Because if that is your vision of it, you are not. Think about it. That changes a lot of your spending and behavioral habits with money. Does it not? Think about it. Can you see yourself owning a home? I don't care about inflation. I don't care about the price. I don't care if the price is 10x or if they got slashed by 90%. Do you see what I'm saying? Ignore all. I get it. Ignore reality for a second. I'm telling you to just think sociology, behaviorally. How would you react if you thought that was possible or not? You lose your vision, you lose your discipline. It's not the other way around. You know that, right? That's why you don't get it. Why do you think they say a righteous man could stumble 99 times? 7 times, 8 times, he gets back up again. My brother, because if you have your vision, even if you make a mistake, what's going to happen? Lose your discipline, that's fine. You're not going to be 100%. You're not going to bat 1,000. You have a vision, the vision is there, simple as that. And then the more you focus on vision, your discipline usually rises with it. Because now it's there. Again, let me tell you, imagine if you were, like, for real now, what if you were only 3 months away from a down payment? 3 months away from getting your dream home. All I'm saying is if that vision was clearer, more vivid, closer, your discipline would mirror that so well. Would it not? Oh, well, that sucks. You wouldn't want to blow it. Oh, I got 2 Microsofts. I'm loving it. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Mobileye, Volkswagen, Robotaxi, arm race. Why they say, Philo, give us all of the headline, huh? My goodness. So yeah, bro. The vision and the discipline. So that's what he talks about it. He talks about it briefly, but I think it's a very sticky concept. I think you should let this one and think about it. But yeah, you got to plan out the future, man. And you don't got to be a tight ass, but take your future seriously. I don't know if you've heard that from me enough, but I feel like you hear a lot of things on a day-to-day basis. So, I'm glad I could be a repetitive voice in your ear telling you to, plan and think about your future seriously. Everybody says this. You hear this everywhere. In the personal development world. And again, that's why I love Miles Monroe and so many of these things. But I hope you guys are feeling it, man. And yeah, you got to think and pray about it and plan for it. But above all else, bro, this is your discipline and vision. It is something that I think about it, bro. Like, think about Philo. Philo is either the best thing in the world or it's the dumbest shit in the world. So, I think that relates to your vision. Does it not? Why would you think about your discipline towards it? Why would you care? What's the point of sitting around caring if you don't see anything? If you don't see a future, if it's all really seen as futile. So I'm telling you, bro, I could get so deep on this. But yeah, I think you should keep this in mind. And I'm telling you, let's invert it. Thank you, Charlie. Let's invert it, man. I'll reverse one of this for you. Bro, what if discipline is your problem? Are any of you bad at discipline? What should you do? What if you have trouble being disciplined? What's the answer? Oh. Chad. Do you know? Invert it. Just inverse everything I said. So if you're telling me it's hard to be disciplined, I struggle with being disciplined. What should you do? Amazon now? What the? Yeah, Amazon's flipping now too. Exactly. Discipline's the problem, strengthen the vision. That's why I think things like the long term, some of these real estate examples, that's why some of y'all want to punch you in the face, because I'm like, yo, how you're not envisioning? Come on, we need to get this vision, dude. So if it's hard to stick with it, you could see it, but you have to strengthen your vision. You got to start seeing something in the future to believe in what you want and are working for. Because if that vision's strong, the discipline is going to match with it. You got trouble getting discipline, get a stronger vision. Oh, so I've ranted enough. I'll let Miles explain all of it. But you'll see too the part. There is a part, there's a part he talks about. And I felt a little guilty because I'm a violent individual from time to time. But yeah, you'll hear it. You'll hear it.
Question you got to ask yourself. If you want to become an effective leader, you must answer this question. Do I have a guiding vision and purpose that warrants the commitment and effort? I believe that the proverb in Proverbs 29 verse 18 is so true. It's an old proverb written by Solomon. Where there is no vision, the people, you use the word perish. That's the King James Version from the 16th century. And the word perish today has a different meaning than it did back there. So I think it would be good to go beyond the King James Version and go back to the Hebrew and get to the root of the word. The word in the Hebrew literally means to throw off discipline. Where there is no passionate vision, no purpose, people lose constraint, control, self-control. That's why whenever the nations fall apart, God goes looking for a leader very quick. Because the leader brings back discipline, order, control to people's lives. He who does not know where he's going will probably end up someplace else. An important ingredient of leadership function is the ability to draw the best out of other people and inspire them to maximize their own potential. Leadership causes people to become themselves. The purest form of leadership is influence through inspiration. I wish I could spend 3 weeks with you just teaching on that statement. I'm going to say it again. The purest form of leadership is influenced by inspiration. I want to repeat it one more time, because I got 2 chapters in the book just on this. The purest form of leadership is influence by inspiration. There are a lot of ways to influence people. You can do it by fear, intimidation, manipulation. That's not true leadership. I'm going to say it again. The fact is, the greatest and most important aspect of leadership is inspiration. I'm going to say it again. The most important ingredient of leadership is inspiration. Inspiration is the opposite of intimidation, and it is absent of manipulation. There are many so-called leadership situations where fear is the motivator rather than commitment based on response to inspired life. If true leadership gets its source from inspiration, then what is inspiration? Because if you need inspiration to really be a leader, you better find out where inspiration comes from. What does inspiration mean? And where does it come from? And how do you get it? The question of inspiration I want to deal with later on in the week. But just suffice it to say at the moment that inspiration is defined, as all of you know by now, those of you who studied the word, it literally means to breathe in, or God breathe is the definition used in Scripture. That which is breathed into with life. To put life in, to inflate with life. Write that down. That's the simplest form I could put it. To inspire is to inflate something with life. Big question you got to ask yourself. If you want...
Inspire. Inflate with life. That was Miles Monroe, and amen. It's beautiful. Chad, I hope I've inspired you. Oh, but at the same time, I told you, I was like, damn, you know. No, because unfortunately, you know, if I wanted to be positive about it, I'd like to think I'm multifaceted. But no, I got to learn a little, because I started to realize, I said, hey, you know, that was pretty convicting, because I did realize that I think I work better with people who respond more to inspiration with me, who already have vision or are receptive to vision. I work very well with them. If I have any sort of inspiration, again, some people, when I show them the long term, oh, it's a great inspiration. And it works beautiful. But some people, the Yashatola, has had to use fear and intimidation. I've tried to beat people into the long term. I've tried to bully them into the long term. I have tried to gently guide them into the long term. I've tried to hype them into the long term. I've tried to ease them into the long term. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know if I'm multifaceted or not, but I don't think he's wrong. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you know, wherever my behavior stands, I think there's truth in there. And that I think it's all truth, honestly. And I think that's why I'm like, man, you know, it is so true that, like, man, inspiration and, like, growing and leadership and the way it affects people, the best thing is true inspiration. When true life, when true truth is breathed into something and it's able to take soil and grow and all that, it's just like, it grows so amazing. I think you could do stuff with fear and intimidation, but yeah, it is always, it's such a different outcome every single time. But yeah, that wasn't the only thing he said, man. That part did stick out to me. But like I told you, the first part, man, the discipline and the vision. The discipline and the vision, my brother. And it's just simple. No purpose. You lose self-control. You lose constraint. You lose your purpose, there's no what. Why would I constrain myself? What for? You see what I'm saying? What for? What's the reason? That's no purpose, no constraint. And then, dude, I don't know. It's simple. This is a word to drift. Simple. He who does not know where he is going. You're going to end up somewhere else. You know that? I have no doom and gloom for you. Fuck all these doom and gloom. If you don't do this, you're going there. You don't do this, I don't know. But I just, listen, if you don't decide where you're going to go, you're going to end up somewhere else. I don't know if it's good, bad, better, worse. Who knows? But you're going to go somewhere else. So you might as well pick, dude. You decide your purpose. Because if you don't decide your purpose on it, you don't decide your vision, you're going to just end with something else. That's the irony of having no vision, is that you actually end up with some vision. That, I don't know. That's the wild card. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're inspired. And I hope you are inspired to even use your fear as a signal. But man, vision. Have vision for next week. Have vision for the end of this month, the next 3 months. Like we said, in 45 days. Are you going to regret or be so thankful that you had a lot of cash? That's in the next month or two. How about the end of the year? You see what I'm saying? Well, okay. What is your vision for the trading? Even if you want to just sit and flip it all day, where do you see it going? To what? To get what? What are we working for? What's the plan? The long term. That's why I'm saying I hope you could get the house. That's why, too, some of you, I know why you fighting. Because you know damn well the moment you believe that you could get a house, that means there's a vision, and now there's a reason for the long term. Now you got to save 10%. It all falls in place. But you got to have a vision. So, I've shared a vision with you. I hope you could be inspired by it. But otherwise, they go somewhere else. But yeah, we got some time, chat. God willing, I would start looking ahead. And not just looking ahead to what's going to happen, but what do you see for you? Oh, it's a good decision to make, and make early. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist MA channel. First link for the Scream Alerts. And my goodness, dude. You see this? I can't believe it, you guys. It's the first time the market went down. Should I just keep trying to philo until it bounces, or? But yeah, the philo is over, man. But the market, I don't know what to tell you guys. I guess it's because we started late. You could blame Caroline. Sweet Caroline, long term. Shukran. Okay, shukran. Cold, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you, there's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do, man.
man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. Hey man, I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Ay, yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, it's no I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country, a dummy or a junkie. I'm humbly getting money, I'm different, don't be grumpy. I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the plan that we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy, I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit claps. Yeah, they talking, but it broke through what broke through. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool. Like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still act in high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clapping. Coke, baby. I'm just tryna teach some, so let me teach. I'm just tryna eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit they free throws, they back on D. I can hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the peace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. running. Money ain't the motive, but it sure is motivating. You ain't a hoe with love complaining into celebrating. You sell a home, you know I'd love to have a conversation. We was buying cribs before you knew about inflation. You ain't gotta give me credit, boy, the banks give me a lot of that. I meant it when I said it, we gon' take it all and give it back. I learned a couple lessons, the wisdom that came from all the bad. I learned the repetitions, I put that shit on my dad. My money ain't getting lag, I wanted, could get it now, but I cannot force the hand. I buy that shit when it's there, your homie just look around. We did it, I say a prayer, we bit that shit from the ground. In the foundation they saying, y'all ain't feel it though. Nah, but we ain't need them though. I ain't being cocky, I just won't look in the mirror, bro. Doing more than talking, boy, the empire empirical. Every time I sound a dotted, boy, it still feel like a miracle. I'm just tryna teach some, so let me speak. I'm just tryna eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit their free throws, and back on D. I can hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the peace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. running. Market's gonna crash, but I could kick another lesson. Till the curve went inverted and I don't talk recession. Till the dollar was stronger, then I ain't really stressing. But the fact it won't crash it until the Fed admitted 15 on 50, boy, the kid already seen this shit. Only way to get tricked off bullshit is to believe in it. 2022, like 92, you should go read this shit. Japan and how they move might really make you think they lead this shit. Inflation, hot money, boy, it sound like today. I'm not playing, it ain't funny, even the fix was raised race. Both the problem and solution started with a central bank. Call it what you want, but that one cost a decade.
I want to kind of give you a uncle translation on that one, but then I was gonna give you a kumbaya my long term. And yeah, bro, we hit a new low, we bounced. It really was just Google and Amazon, unfortunately. I mean, chips didn't even hit a new low on that, but yeah, that Google headline on delaying Gemini, and then Amazon went down on it. But remember, this Meg 7, how it to play today. But yeah, are you ready for this? Because I was going to kumbaya my long term. But, oh, dude. Chad, this is crazy. It looks weird. So it's finally past 1 year. So now, at least on the rebuild, it looks like a rebuild. So when we put the 1 year chart up, that looks amazing. So after the property, we were left with 8,000. And then doesn't it look ugly though? It looked like a computer. It looked like Bill. It looked like, that's why you got to be careful when you see a stock kind of ramp up. Because there's just somebody hella depositing into it. You know what I'm saying? It looked really ugly up at, like, you know, it's very choppy. That's why I always tell you guys, when you do the rebuild, bro, it's slow. You know, and not much is really happening, and you're still you know, there's some action in between, but the first couple of rebuilds. Spy under Biden. It does not, hey, either way, I have a long term. It does not matter who a president. You give me my money. Okay, I hold a 10-year long term. But do you think that would be more effective? You think long term if we had like Persian long term? Persian long term. Long term. Okay. I'm sorry. I really do enjoy the Persian accent. Okay. But yeah, man, it's a real rebuild. But even then though, today too, like I'm saying, you know, the long term, this one's not as diversified, but we do have, you know, we got a little bit of growth. We bought some laggers. We have some upside that's down, but we got our covered calls. But yeah, the other long term, You really get a diversification. You know, it's so diversified. It's a diverse. You know, no DEI, but it is a diverse. That's how we do it. For good value, make sure any environment, inflate, deflate, anytime. You'll be good. Is tonight's Trump speech going to affect the market? I'm going to go with no. Because last time he had, remember that big one? The big one, the when Iran were like middle of the war. Homeboy, I swear it was like either right before or after he was threatening to destroy civilization. Praise Allah. I'll never forget that one. Did you guys forget about that one? I know, because I react like this exactly the same every time. I'm still baffled by that one. But yeah, so it's either like right before or after, praise Allah. But yeah, he had that speech, the State of the Union, or not even State of the Union, excuse me, address to the nation. And it was really anticipated, but he like stuck to the time frame. He made sure that all the media, they like had to distribute it. This one, I don't think they do. Last one, it was like mandatory that it was played on TV. They all he got a time slot, and then he just literally announced nothing new. And then yeah, like, so I don't know. I'm not expecting much. I mean, people said it's going to be about elections and fraud, but then again, homegirl Caroline was just like, you guys, you are assuming. Don't assume. Don't. Okay, you're assuming. You're assuming a lot. They're like, I just asked who you thought was going to win the FIFA World Cup. You're assuming. Stop assuming. You'll find out tonight. You better watch it. So that's what she kept saying. So we'll find out. We'll find out. Praise be to Allah, I guess. I was insane. Insanity. I'm still baffled. I love it, though. That was still... this last couple months, this whole year has been bafflingly batshit. You guys know that? Like, that's the funny part, is because the market's still up, but like, this has been a wild year already. Everything from news, people reactions, social, the shit we've seen, the markets. Again, you guys remember gold and silver? That was this year. The war, people's reaction. Again, I mean, even, I forgot what bank said it yesterday. But there was a bank that came out. They were talking about it. They were showing the charts that I was showing you guys the other day, where retail is not buying as much single stocks. And then they're buying, they're not buying ETFs either, but they're trading more than ever. But they were just talking about how, like, even 2026, this year so far, it's changed a lot. Like, investor sentiment and or investor behavior, like post 2020, it has finally shifted this year. Both from buy the dip to what people are buying. You're not getting the Mag 7. Everyone buys it. It's a different marketplace in how people are. But yeah, it's a 2026 thing. I mean, it's all this year. So it's crazy because it is a midterm year. We haven't had the midterms yet, but all this stuff has occurred, and it is quite fascinating. Did we even have the tariff refunds? Oh man, there was a lot this year. So we're not even done. That's why I'm telling you, man, looking ahead, we still have a lot just from this quarter, and then a lot even to the end of the year, even to midterms, and then even after the midterms, you still got the Fed to deal with and everything else. TSM was earnings. They did good. They beat the top end of estimates. They guided above, and then their margin was still like pressured at like 80% or something ridiculous. But yeah, it not too bad. I guess down 3. I mean, at one point it came close to break even in the morning, but yeah, that was another good chip earnings. I mean, so far these foreign ones like Asmil, TSM. I mean, remember even Micron not too long ago. All of them have been good beats and raises, but you've I don't know, I have heard people say chip deflation, but for now it's still early in the season and there's a couple more things, but yeah, they've been under pressure, with a lot of pressure in Korea too. It's not again, there's been a weird loop. I made a video about it where just like, again, chip stocks in Korea. Again, Korea is part of the craziness this year. Remember, even end of last year, we were talking about Korea, so that's part of it. But yeah, there's that like loop between how our chips do, then it affects Korea. How Korea does affects us. But like, it's been doom looping. It's been virtuous cycle to doom loop, but like you don't know which one's affecting which at which point now. I don't know. Do you guys agree? Like who's moving what now? Is Korea moving America or is America moving Korea? So until there's like blowout earnings or a decisive narrative that probably develops from earnings, I don't think we're going to have that answer yet. But yeah, that's kind of what's going on. UNG is a natural gas ETF. So I think they hold futures though. But yeah, it's like they hold future contracts on the price of UNG, natural gas. And natural gas is not crude oil. Sam Altman with an apologetic tweet? I don't know. Sam still kind of creeps me out. But if you think about it, this has not been his year. Even though AI has proliferated, I feel like we haven't heard from Sam. Remember, again, there was a time Sam would go public. Sam was just raising money left and right. They're like, how much money have you made? Negative. Perfect. How much money have you made? I haven't even thought about it. Okay, how much do you need? He's like, and honestly, bro, he's, not really the biggest fan, but speaking in parables, like, he did follow the principle, like, damn, ask and ye shall receive, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, plant sparingly, receive sparingly. But like, he was like, nah, bro. They're like, how much do you need? He's like, $500 billion. They're like, okay, very ambitious, very, very ambitious. And Microsoft, keep it going. So again, you're lucky you have Microsoft. Even Apple, they didn't get hit. But like I'm saying, that little Google, Amazon, even Google's into the low. That sucks, bro. They filled the contract before me at 900%. I put my order in at 1,000%, and then it went down. But yeah, they're up, but not. The spread is insane. And then that first one, actually, the second one I held near the money, those would have worked. So that's what I was saying here too. And I don't know if you guys noticed, if there's no real momentum on these news plays, you're gonna want to be near the money, unfortunately. So that's what sucks, depending on how much they are. Again, last time there was like a Google delay or like a model delay. The stock got hit pretty. I think it was Meta who actually got hit on that. But yeah, the near the money is even higher. So I got like 100%, but they're around like 2 almost. So not bad. Not bad. But then the out of the monies are the same. They're like up to down, up to break even, depending on where you get. You can get all your money back on the bid, but I got to make those free earlier. What do you think it's going to be like tomorrow? The Trump? I think it'll be a non-event. To be honest, I think he might bring up, unless he brings up something new with the war, some new plan. I don't. God knows what could happen, but yeah, unless something of that nature, something very, very new occurs. That's it. Google, we got it within the first minute. I saw it on the low ticker, and then we got the headline pretty quick, but it's Google's delaying their Gemini model. So that was not taken too well. Again, I think it was Meta. Remember Meta? This wasn't too long ago. Meta delayed their model, and then their stock got killed, and then it popped. I forgot when that was. I feel somewhat in the last couple weeks. Maybe it was that candle? Oh, July 2nd? Netflix. So Google's still going low, and Microsoft's still on the high. So that's good. But where is it? Where is it, Google? Oh, no. Netflix. So you ready for Netflix? The puts are up 20%. And now the calls are down 31%. Terrible, terrible people. So yeah, when I was saying we should have ripped it, we should have ripped it. They were up 100% on the puts. That would have been perfect. Where is the Netflix? I'm kind of excited for that. We shouldn't. How much time? We got Power Hour! Oh, wow. 1 minute till Power Hour. I'm prone to excitement. I guess I'm easily excited. Some Netflix. Hi, Netflix. I love Netflix. Great. Do you, Josh? You think I should buy for long term, Joshua? I know you answer, but for me, buddy, for me, you tell me, Joshua. You think I buy? You think a good time is 50% off from a high? Sound like a discount to me, Joshua. No? Okay. Where is a Netflix? Oh, will that fit? Perfect. A Ripperoonie? Well, we're gonna see. Unless it's like painfully boring. So there is a small probability that it comes in so perfectly in line and nothing changes, and then analysts could sit on it for another quarter. I think that would be hell, because then people would still ask me at the same price. But then, yeah, generally though, with kind of how long it's been, the idea is after this quarter and then kind of the guidance, people should pivot their expectations and estimates quite largely, and the stock should follow. So that's why too, it's not only just like the report, but even the next couple days after the report will also be crucial. Man, Google, Oracle. I know, I can't believe they even, dude, does that say 5%? Am I tripping? Yeah, bro, they got murdered. So even then, imagine IGV. So IGV somehow green with that. I know Palantir's found. Oh, then you have Microsoft though, and then you have the Adobes and Intuit. That might be why, dude. But Oracle got low key a little murk there. But yeah, I think 121 to like 118. But I don't think it'll go much lower than that unless there's more of a freak out. But even then, this is already, you know, if I wasn't on a lockup, we'll see. So we'll see. Google. I know. So like I said, the near the money's worth. I got rid of all of those though. But the out of the money still the same price. And then Microsoft's still going. Habibi. Where is it? Is this it? Yeah. So here's Netflix numbers. So here's the expectations broadly, you know, the median, and then the company guide. The 12.58 billion is 13.5. Operating 4.1, and then next quarter 13, and then the full year guide. So as I'm saying, depending on how these change, it's really the guidance. That's the same for cybersecurity stocks. So the cybersecurity stocks, they kind of have a low bar. It's been raised, but it was a lot higher earlier. But a lot of these cyber stocks, this actually isn't going to be a good quarter for them. AKA, like, Q2 isn't where they do good. So a lot of these, like, main ones, like Sentinel, Checkpoint, the other one, it's Zscaler, and then even, I mean, I think even Gen 10B, even Qualys, some of they're all just these, like, laggers, but yeah, this quarter isn't like too hot, but it's all about their guidance into next quarter and then the ramps into the end of the year. So, yeah, that's the interesting part. What was I going to show you? I was going to show you one more thing with Netflix. But yeah, if these, I wanted to show you one more estimate thing, but they're down 31% on the quarter. SPY's up 6. XLK's up 19, pricing in 8%. Last 4 quarters, though, minus 10, minus 2, minus 10, minus 5. 4 quarters in a row of going down after earnings. But this thing has not made an outsized move. So that's kind of the thing that sucks with Netflix, is that it doesn't really move beyond expectations. Even though it's kind of surprised, it usually has either really big pre-moves, but even again, the past 4 quarters, it's not like it moves insanely. I have plays both ways on Netflix. I'm going to dump either one way or both of them before close. But I was going to dump one way earlier, but now I don't get as much. So we'll see, though. Again, I do think some of the volatility is not going to move too much more from here. But yeah, I do think I do like the prospect, though, of even kind of playing it or holding for the next couple of days. So we'll see. But usually I sell out before the earnings. Netflix to move the market? No, it shouldn't. I mean, it could affect. It might trigger some like mini rotations, kind of like what we're seeing with like consumer stocks, and it'll have some sympathies, but I don't think it's gonna. Netflix is too small now and the market's gotten too big in other places where it's not gonna be that. So you're not holding contracts in the next week? Habibi, I just explained. I said, usually I sell. I want to hold this time. We will see by the closing. I haven't made my mind up yet. Again, I usually sell before I was going to, but now the pricing have changed. So, we see, brother. We see, buddy. Right now, even now, the call down 26%. But now the put is up 27. So it all depends on the type of spread they offer and then after. But yeah, I have a 1 hour to decide to make a decision. I'll reach out through email, of course. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. And the Apple! Can you explain rotations? Yeah, it's like rotating your tires. So, have you ever rotated the tires on your car? Sometimes you don't need to change your tires, but you got to take the worn out ones and put them in the back and shift them out with the ones that still have some tread. That's what people do with stocks. So, for many reasons, or even if stocks go up a lot, Apple, that pop is pretty big. That candle there, even though it's power hour, it's been going up all day, but yeah, that's still going. That one got a little bit bigger, and Oracle. So even then, like Oracle right now, I would argue that some of the people selling out of Oracle right now, they're not selling, they're not getting out. Even if you didn't want to get out of tech, you might sell out of Oracle and go into Apple. But usually people do it between industries, and that's why, they've been rotating. What we've seen for literally a month. I even around the time cyber, if you guys remember, I also brought up financials and XLF in the banks. That's what even actually Bank of America and Morgan Stanley was talking about. So people, when they're done with something, or if they want to change their exposure or risk, there's many reasons, but they might get out of one industry and then rotate into another industry that is either underperformed or a better value. And then it either balances things out, or they do it for seasonals, cyclicals. There's, like you said, many, many reasons. But, yeah, it's like a tire, but with a stock. I don't know if there's a good analogy. XPO. But, yeah, you've seen it a lot lately as even the SPY. SPY hasn't even went down too much, but as chips have gone down, healthcare, biotechs, consumer staples, and financials, they've gone up. And that's why, too, there's a lot of people out there like me who say, is the market crashing? No. Are people, scared? No. They're not retreating. They're not running away. People are not selling and hiding. They're selling out of one area to go buy another, rotating into the next. They're rotating. They are not retreating. That has kind of been a theme I think we talked about that beginning or end of this year or end of last year, but I do think if you really understand that, I mean, it makes some of these annoying ass weird market moves a lot more digestible. Explosion in southern Iran, nature unknown. Remember that Dubai one? I think are they still debating if Dubai? And then low ticker is picking up. I mean, the damn SPY is on the low ticker. So SPY's only down by 0.6, believe it or not. Again, and that's what I'm saying. Word to the rotation. The equal weight is still up by 0.75%. What about the crashing upwards idea? So it's starting to reverse because, and that's what we were trying to explain with the leverage, and that's what people are talking about. So like right here, nobody had a fucking call, like literally, like no exaggeration. The data, people didn't even have a, they didn't have any upside exposure. That's why the unexpected move was going up. You know what I'm saying? The unexpected, we crashed upwards, and we did that for a while. So what do you notice? We're now in the box, right? We haven't really kept moving forward. People keep talking about positioning. We're not crashing up anymore. Why not? What happened? Do you know what happened? So if crashing up was a result of, again, just like a crash, I mean, think about why you crash beyond, systemic or fundamental reasons. But think about it. It's not liquidity. What was going on? People here, they didn't have exposure. We crashed upwards. The thing they weren't prepared for. So what is happening now? Why are we in the box? Yeah, I can put the SPY up here. This is the SPY too, but since I'm using the daily, we're into the low right now. Like I said, down 0.6. Nasdaq's down 1.7. Even the Dow, but I want to say the market breadth is still good. Again, that's word to these rotations. Google's still dump. Again, Google is not helping at all. Apple, you're lucky. And then Amazon's about to go again. And Meta too. So I think you only have Microsoft and Apple, but even they just came down there. No more buyers? No, it's easy. Maybe you guys are getting too smart about it. It has to do with positioning. It's simple. So we're at the damn low. We're crashing up. We crashed upwards because nobody had exposure to the upside. So we stopped crashing upwards. What do you think happened? It has to do with positioning. Everybody has exposure to the upside. Do you see why we stopped? So we were crashing upside because that's why we said it. That's why we would even call it a crash, because it was unexpected. It was more unexpected, and they were less exposed to upside. That's why it started going up and up and up. You crashed to the high end. So then we hit the box once everybody got exposure. That's why now we've been going back and forth. You hear people talk about leverage, these levered ETFs. It's like everybody got on board. So now if everybody's on board to a certain, the irony of all of it, the irony you could say is that the underexposed thing now is to the downside. But that's the shitty part. Are people underexposed to the downside right now? I don't want to ruin the surprise, but no. So you guys remember I showed you that chart here. That's where people bought puts. Those both got wiped out. So now you have people buying puts and there's people getting downside exposure. But yeah, unfortunately, you have earnings now coming up as well. So people are also hedging for that. So it's not like people are still kind of expecting it, just not to the same way that they were, kind of earlier. Or again, all it takes is one bad earnings and, well, they'll all start expecting it again. So, and then they'll protect themselves. And then we play this back and forth, Chop City, welcome to the box. It's kind of what we did for the last month. Ta-da! So, yeah, does that make sense? I hope it does. Giggle. Well, you have 100% on the bid on the shitty ones. I would have had 500% if I kept the bid near. So that's good, though. Because that's what I was telling you. On some of these, especially if it does work, just if there's no real crazy momentum, those really, really cheap ones, they're not going to work all the time. But some of those near the monies, that was a banger. Tell me why. 46 minutes left. I think bonds are doing good. Were they not? So actually, they're still red, though. Then the dollar ripped. I don't like that. But then, dude, staples. Then that's, again, though, today you have very strong, very, very strong moves. That's what I wanted to check. The market breadth. I'm pretty sure it's the same. Dow Jones, 22 green, 8 in the red. NASDAQ is literally half green, half red. SPY, 350 green, 150 red. So, yeah, unfortunately, I do think Google, Amazon, now Meta, that's going to add to it. Google's drilling the lows. And then I could take your favorite chip company. It's down 10% probably. And then, yeah. And then you got Apple and Microsoft doing a lot of work. And then the 300 other names nobody cares about. I know UNH, dude, they were killing it. They gave up all of that earnings. That was 460 to 420. That one's actually insane. Where's Bitcoin? They're down. Or Amazon. Again, Meta's into the low. Google's into the low. All you have is Microsoft and Apple. Even in Microsoft, they're kind of slow. How low can Google go? I don't know. It's down 5%. It's pretty large. But, I mean, it was just that you're almost 10% lower a couple weeks ago. But yeah, Google's not really the biggest mover, even for earnings. But then again, I mean, red light, green light. So all it takes is one big set of guidance from other companies or anything else, even good or bad. And, again, these things are going to start doing their thing. Or just wait 2.5 weeks, 2 weeks now at this point, you'll get their report. U.S. launched 5th consecutive day of airstrikes in Iran, targeting military sites through the Hormuz. Iran warned of expanded retaliation. Iran shows no signs of backing down. BMY tells all rotations, and then Google, man. You need one big tech to catch a bid, bro, at this point. Or chips need to stop dying. Fiserv. Dude, chips aren't even at the low. Chips are like, yo, I thought we were supposed to dump at close. We'll just wait right here. But yeah, the chips are hanging out, though. They're not going up or down. This is, unfortunately, this last 15 minutes, 30 minutes has all been Google, Amazon, and Meta. Because if you even had Apple go up, no oil moving, nothing crazy with bonds. Even though it looks like bonds move, they're red. Again, there's Meta on the low ticker. Again, 1.8 on the NASI. Everything in the red, even the Russell. John Deere. I mean, there's times like this, man, where have they got hit yet? Nah. Or what about Caterpillar? So yeah, some of these stocks that are really good that have kind of just gotten a little crazy because of the AI. I mean, if they ever have a Micron-like sell-off or anything or any of these momentum names, they're good. But if they're still jacked up, I'm not. I think Caterpillar is valued at 60 or 80 times earnings or something ridiculous for a big, heavy machinery company. But I like the company a lot. I think it's a great name, but I'm not going to chase any of these industrial or energy plays that are up a ton because they're kind of like dividend stocks. And unfortunately, these are great moves on them. And it's wow, great return if you were an investor. GG's, hope you enjoy it. But the problem is just like a dividend stock is if you buy them when they're already up a lot, if you buy them after the crazy momentum and then they slow down, I mean, you will spend years just to get to break even. So, yeah, unless there's something really, really cheap, but great name, beautiful name, easy decision in terms of quality, but it is a very, very high price on them. Again, John Deere, even the same. Them tractors. If only, bro. But I would have bought John Deere so long. If I bought a farm earlier, I would have bought John Deere. Because I haven't even bought a tractor. But now that I'm aware of what the fuck they have been doing all this time, once I became, again, I'm telling you, I was just showing you the Rolex prices are going up, but you want to know what holds better than a fucking Rolex? A vintage tractor. Any tractor. You know that? We should make that a thing, you guys. You know that? Maybe, is there any young guys? Or any of you guys in college? Any of you just getting out of college? Why don't you guys do that? How about I build a garage, and then you guys getting out of college, after you get your first job, instead of like buying a Rolex, you buy a tractor. We buy you like your first tractor, and then you park it in the garage. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit gonna appreciate, dog. I'm telling you, it's big money. It's worth more, bro. It's worth more. What do I have on my farm? Veggies and cattle? No, just weeds and dirt. Weeds, dirt, and structures that we rent out for events. So that's it. Unfortunately, in 1 year, I have not planted a single thing. I am a terrible farmer. You know that? I think I am. My farming performance is terrible. I'm not a good farmer. I did not do much. The property, if anything, it probably degraded a little bit. But I got economics on that shit. I got great economics on it, great data, great equity. No, the saffrons, everything, again, the seasons, the cost, the timing. That's why I didn't have a vision beyond my only vision. The building, I got permits, but I'm even about to change the permits, which sucks. But that's part of the economics plan, unfortunately. But like actual farming shit, I have not done shit. I have not. I'm still. But I looked into it. I mean, I did some stuff, but physically, there's no farming. Like I said, I did a very extensive work on finding out what we can do. So I sound like I work for the government. Oh my gosh. I got consultants and we went through and we ran scenarios. But that's what I really did though. I had people out there. I had all the metrics, the cost, and like I'm saying, like I got the numbers on planting shit. So, because again, like I said, I mean, I can't do the farm. I'm a terrible farmer in many ways, but I'm just not the guy to like, you would pick me last if you're like, I need somebody, we should plant this. So long story short, I got like quotes for doing everything on like autopilot. Like if I straight up was to pay somebody to take the land, fully build out the farming of, again, we looked at many different crops. I wanted avocados. We couldn't do avocados. I would have already been doing that, but everyone keeps wanting me to do grapes, but then the shitty part about grapes is the price is down. Again, we looked in the spinach too, but yeah, I got all the cost, and it's like, anything from like 10 to 30 grand an acre, or I think 12.5 was the minimum per acre to install and plant and then set it up, and then depending on the crop, anywhere from 2,000 to 3,500 a year to do the maintenance. And then each crop had a specific yield depending on the price, so how much you'd get paid. So saffron, I can't find it. Nobody does saffron planting in mass. That was my idea that I had, and I looked into it myself, but I couldn't. The companies, like, because there's commercial companies that come out and do this. They'll come to your land, and like I'm saying, they'll set it up. So it works if things are good. Like I'm telling you, if avocados is great, like avocados, you're spending like 30 grand an acre, but then you're literally, you can make $12,000 to $15,000 a year per acre off of the avocados. Whereas like grapes, you're making $3,000 to $8,000 an acre, depending on how much people drink. Literally drinking, you know that? So grapes, and like the alcohol trend has fucked up grapes. You guys, so that's what I learned. You thought it was affecting just tap and bud. No, like literally the guy who was telling me, he was saying if you did grapes 3-4 years ago, you were planting them, it was still like, I think 18 or 20 grand an acre. And then, he said you were yielding $8,000 an acre. He said now at the current price of grapes, it's like 3 grand an acre. You pretty much break even on maintenance, just because the price of grapes are low because people don't drink as much wine. So yeah, 10K on a patch of peonies for 2K. Yeah, we'll come set it up. But yeah, that's still there. We haven't done the animals. I don't have anyone living on the property. That's it. That's the thing. It's like rentals, but like we haven't fully like, had somebody, live in. We could do cattle planting. Oh, there's so much. But like I'm saying, I mean, so far our opportunities economically have already improved, but there's a lot more. But at this point, sadly, we're either going to do it or I'm just holding on to it for the guy who's going to pay me a lot of money and do it. Because, yeah, that's just unfortunately. Again, moral of the story, I'm a terrible farmer. I'm glad I got the farm, though. I think it was good. It sucks, though, because the other alternative wasn't bad. If I bought a Ferrari 812 instead, I would have still made money, but, But I wouldn't have sold the long term to buy a Ferrari. I couldn't. I don't think that would have been a good example. It would have, though. Honestly, that would have been a great YouTube video. I think it would have worked the same. The FIFA tin, ask me tomorrow and we'll flip a coin. Yeah, it takes a couple years to get it. Even just for the plants to grow. That's the other part. That's the big part. Plants don't just come out the ground. But then again, think about it. So are you ready, though? What's crazy? Something crazy, depending on how it is. But even like right now, there's already a little bump. Think about what's going on right now. What would be great if we planted it? Or if I was already planting it? That's what sucks. Imagine if you already had if you had your own private coming into harvest. Think about it. Take a second. Woo! All right, man. 749. You know what's funny? You're lower than yesterday. So even yesterday, you had a lot of chips selling off. Once again, I mean, every day has had good earnings, but yeah, you're lower than yesterday. You're back to the Monday lows, practically where we closed. So this has been our week. So you're kind of at the lower end of the weekly range here on this Friday, Junior. Netflix. Is Netflix going to save us? So now the chips are going, but oh yeah, I blame a Google. You know Google playing around. Algae? No, not algae. Bro, lettuce. Think about how clutch that would be right now. If they're like, if you eat lettuce, you get explosive diarrhea. That would be awesome if we had a fucking farm full of lettuce right now. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? I'll be like, listen, bro, I got clean, non-shitted on lettuce. Are you interested? Nobody I'm telling you, dog. I grew this myself. From ground to out of the ground, I promise you, I kept it away. Maybe it might be some animal shit. Maybe, I don't know, but I know none of this human feed's getting you Psilocyclosporus. I don't know what it is, dog, but I'm just saying it's not. I ain't shit on it, and nobody I know is shit on it. It's fresh lettuce. So I don't know. That would be clutch right now. That would be clutch. Yeah, berries. Isn't it affect berries too? Non-shitted on raspberries. That's a premium. So yeah, that would kind of a missed opportunity If we need to get, I don't know, man. Chad, I said it. Does anybody have an RV? Does anybody just come and live on the ranch with an RV? That's it. You get free utilities, and a free spot. But that's it. Because I can't. The other units, we're gonna have to remodel them, and those guys are making us money now. Unfortunately, if I gave it to you before that, maybe, but nah. Oh wow, we have a weed grower. Okay, we could grow weed. Nice. Told you it takes about 2 to 3 ideas, and we somehow always end at growing weed or selling weed. I'm telling you, I can't. But yeah, we could grow weed, but I don't know. I don't think it's the best crop, per se. And that's what I'm saying. They're not. It's like, people are shitting their pants right now, eating fucking salads. I'm not like, good thing I got some sticky icky, son. We are, thank God, in the middle of all of the supply chain. Yeah, I don't have integrity. Bro, it's getting ugly, unfortunately. So yeah, again, Russell's doing good. If anything, you're rotating into the Russell. But yeah, you have a lot of names that are up, but it's just ugly price-wise. But it's just, and then now chips might save you. They might save you, but then Apple, because Apple's going to come down while everybody else goes up. So hold on, you might bottom out here. Because look, Apple's going to come down. That's what's adding the pressure at the low. But then if the chips could bounce off of this. Otherwise, it gets very ugly, Habibi. Very ugly. So yeah. That's what I said. Just RV spot. Call it a day. Call it a day. You could, and then whatever you plant, I'll give you half of it. I don't even care at this point. Because everything's upside from here. That's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to do with this farm in the beginning. Because that's what I was like, once we just find a way for it to pay for itself, you have 50 different ways you can make money off of this thing, which kind of sucks because then you have so many ideas and too many options in a weird way. And then again, the building and all of that. But yeah, it's, I think it's, now everything here is all upside. So, we have a more flexibility. You bought some more Oracle. I think a couple of you guys did. I don't think it's bad. I'm still on lockup, but like I said, you're going to have a couple more dollars of range. I mean, anything could always go lower, and you never know. I mean, people kind of in a mood right now. It's interesting, too, because it's not all of software. Yeah. Oracle, bro. You say farm to bong weed. Is that like farm to table? Wow. I did not know. Farm to bong. It's impressive. Impressive. AXS. Yeah, it's all everything on the low ticker. Like I'm saying, it's Apple giving up some of it. You need everything else to rotate. Otherwise, it will not be a pretty, brother. I had an oil, but oil's already settled. Yeah, Microsoft's coming down too. So, who else did you have? No, Google. Who else was the only one that up? It was Microsoft and Apple, right? That's it? So, yeah, both of those just came down. I mean, they're still green. They're by a lot, but unfortunately, that's what I'm saying. Here at the low, you need somebody to take the lead But now the guys that were kind of, they were adding tension, one pulling in opposite ways. But yeah, now if they all go down, but it's interesting. You're getting a green on the SPY. Something's fighting. A lot of dope growers swapped out for microgreens a decade ago. The margins are better. Yeah, surprisingly. I'm telling you, if you're going to grow crops, the one you can eat go a long way, man. I tell you, it's edible. Edible arrangement. Playing tetherball, but someone's winning. That's a great analogy. Kind of is like tetherball. And then, like, it's like it starts to like lean in one direction. That's a great example. Well, yeah, the 1 minute's almost maxed out. Again, this now is just Microsoft and Apple losing the lead. Apple not as much, but those both just came off the high. Low ticker fully maxed out almost. You have barely anything on the highs. So even staples now, you just have nothing advancing. You have simple as that. You got a couple names going up, but now downside pressure is continuing, and then you just don't have anybody else pulling to the other side. Better be careful, or Wiz Khalifa song's gonna start playing. Sad. Something's holding it though. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of interesting here. Oh, I guess Google stopped dying. And Tesla held up pretty decent. But yeah, again, there's a bunch more. China's even on the low ticker, Oracle, Hood. It's still, dude, it's literally just leaking. Oh, I didn't even think financials. Yeah, they've been negative, but not too bad. That's what I'm saying. There's something stubbornly holding you. I mean, like I'm telling you all day, you still do have 350 names in the green. Again, even the NASDAQ, still 50-50 to this moment. So, I mean, it's just the pressure, but from the big tech, unless Apple and Microsoft got their candles back. But no, Apple's a little lower, and Microsoft. But I don't see the chip move, Only thing I see is a Google and a Amazon off of the low, but that's why SPY go, but very slow, brother. Okay, now Qualcomm, NXPI. This has to be more chips on the low. I'm very surprised the chips are. It feels like they would be hitting the low right now, but they're about to. But again, there's a couple of new names or bigger names that are starting to drill. A couple names on the high, but nothing really worthwhile. Oh, I guess those names did hold up. Those little smaller software ones. June lows on SMH. Is it in a correction? Is it 20% yet? They all just look like Korea, but a little lower. See, this is the range I was telling you about. This is where Korea's bubble got crazy. It went there and then went even crazier every time. That's why people are saying this is the breaking point for Korea where people get margin called. So pretty much all those mother effers from May and June who levered up and it's been working and they haven't gone negative. Now any of the late May, June Korea investors, they're underwater, most likely with leverage. So that's where people have kind of been bringing up that a lot. People, the Netflix candle? Oh, wow. Netflix. Oh, wow. Have you seen a One Piece? I like a One Piece. But yeah, I got to do something with these plays. These little scammers. They're honestly perfect though right now. Who knows though? The calls are it's kind of getting better. The puts are still up 31% and the calls are down 24%. So yeah, If you size them equally, you're just literally making like 5%. So we'll see if we're gonna hold them or not. That's what. Wow, I only have 22 minutes. Oh, I don't know. Do you guys want to have fun, or should I not have fun? We could have fun. I don't know, because I have an idea, but I don't know if you want. Do you want to have fun, or we should not have fun, or we could do it a certain way. Because I'm fine with either way, and I've kind of brought him back a little bit. What if we flip the coin? Yeah. What if we, bing? Where is it? Where's my coin? So spy off the bottom. What? Okay, low ticker just kind of froze. It's beautiful. Turn them into spreads. You could turn one of them. The one that's up would make the most sense. But yeah, I just don't, I don't know. I like what I see with Netflix. I don't like that option chain. I didn't like the puts. Then those are the ones that went the most. Even then, how they're acting later in the day. But yeah, I do think the story, but there is a possibility. It's like there's a possibility that it does come in painfully numb. So I think that's worst case scenario if it comes in so in line, because that's what happened last time. I don't know if you guys realize that's what happened last time, is that their earning, they were already kind of up, doing this recovery, and then the earnings was like so in line. Everybody was expecting so much. So like the guidance like went up, but then the stock it fizzled out. So I think that would be worst case scenario, but like I said many times here, I do think it's prone to get some repricing depending on which way the momentum lands on this one after the report. ACN, yeah, CBOE, Polanter. Not bad. Yeah, Oracle. So again, 121 to 118 to 119. That's the like next panicky range. So yeah, I thought it was either supposed to stay at like 127, 126, and then go to the 130s, or now that's the next weird zone. Unity. I don't know if this is on any like Google headline or not, but they're down 3%. Most of that took like 40 minutes though. Again, we only have 20. Am I gonna show the coin toss? I think I might. You guys turned into, y'all were just Yahoo. I don't believe you. I'm like, okay, calm down. So yeah, maybe I'll show you the coin. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling in the next 20 minutes. I don't know. Scary. What do you guys? Or we could just make a decision. You could leave it to the coin, or again, you could take the easiest one. I don't know. Shit, because a lot of you guys said you're gonna hold it, so I could help you out right now, and then I could just sell it before earnings, and I sell it, and then hopefully that helps you, and then I could just play it afterwards. So that's another option. You see, you have many options. You're already assuming it's going to zero, so it's holding. It's good. It's very good. That's what I did with mine too, but even then, so I didn't size it to a size I wouldn't be comfortable going to zero. But yeah, the whole idea, it's like there's the two opportunities. There's before the earnings, then there's the after. So, and then obviously there's the hold through earnings. So that's what you got to figure out. So that's what sucks about Netflix and makes it so great, not only the pricing scenario with this thing and how it's performed, but this is one of the first earnings. So we don't know if it's going to be, we don't know if this is going to be Cuck City earnings or not, even though we've seen the chip ones. They're kind of in their own little area. But the bar on Netflix is not low. So but then that's the good part, though, too. So pretty much, you guys realize the bar of Netflix is higher today here than when the stock was right here. So that's the good thing working in your favor, because if they somehow blow it out of the water and they beat that bar, the stock was doing a lot better. But then at the same time, they still kind of have a high bar. So that's why I said if they come in line, it won't be bad, but it also won't be good. And then, that's where we, then you got to wait another week and another week and another week. More going lower. Approval for Merck's Keytruda? Or no, for Lependra? First once daily oral PCSK9 inhibitor? All right, man. You're Amazon now. No good, buddy. So again, the SPY's still like weirdly. Amazon took 3 big candles right now. Yeah, dude. I don't know. That one started dumping with Google too, but I don't know if this is even all of them. Like even Meta's into the low. Google's trying to come back down, but yeah, it's Amazon. That's ugly. And then even Apple too. And Microsoft. Habibi, you can't get out of this one. A quick recap. Earnings were good, but the market sold off everything for just so we could rotate. But this time, no Mag 7. That's pretty much it. I wish there was more. But no, that's it. Now Netflix after the bell in the next 13 minutes. So we are deciding what we're going to do with our plays. What are we looking like? 48 to 26. So it's not bad. So yeah, the calls are down 20. So you could still make 20%. 20% if you exit before earnings. Or you hold both sides. Or you cut one side and hold the other. So yeah, that's your options. But yeah, nothing really happened today. I'm sorry. I wish there was more. Straight up, even off the morning, even war headlines, there wasn't much. Again, who was the earnings that did really good? TSM, they killed it, but the market ignored it. Chips and Momentum, they continued their decline. Korea wasn't good, but then Staples, Healthcare, we had a lot of good rotations. Even believe it or not, right now, there's 350 names green on the SPY, even though the NASDAQ is down by 2%. So, yeah, you actually have a lot of names doing good right now. But, unfortunately, the big Mag 7 isn't doing anything, even though yesterday it was. And then the rest of the mega caps are just doing terrible. Mega cap chips are very, very bad. It was a TSM. They killed it on earnings. They even announced more CapEx. That's what I'm saying. It was good news, but yeah, I mean, I still think this is the market's still clouded by this rotation earnings dynamic. But yeah, TSM announced another $100 billion in America that they're going to win. You know, that's CapEx. That's more spend, but like, yeah, face value, that's bullish, but it didn't, yeah, everyone's still kind of panicky in chips. Again, like we just said earlier, is it because of Korea, or are we now causing the Korea? Who knows? So VIX at the high, at the low. Praise the Lord. So yeah, we're either going to flush from here or bottom out. But then again, it's 10-minute rig, so it doesn't even matter. At this point, it's going to be whatever happens in Asia. Then get ready for a Friday of either a floppy Friday or maybe it'll just be a nothing Friday. But yeah, and then Netflix after the bell. It's time to decide. Oracle, yeah, I don't know if this is 10-minute rigged or not. All right, man. What should we do with Netflix? Do 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 do. Palantir, Nvidia. I mean, it's 10-minute rigged. You just got two random ass in NVIDIA, Oracle, couple names on the high. I mean, I think even Palant. Well, it's bigger on NVIDIA and Oracle. Okay. 3.5 to the buy side. Well, Chad, I made a decision, and I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know long term, and I won't forget the 10%. No coin. No coin. I can hold that L, bro. That's on me. I like the uncertainty. You know that? I like the pain and punishment. I like the reward and glory. I enjoy the moment. I made a decision. I ripped the puts at 55%. But I'm keeping the calls. Okay? Even though Netflix is a bunch of fucking liberals, I'm going for the One Piece. I'm keeping the calls. So why? Because I mean, usually like I've been saying, even though lately I've seen a lot of puts go up in value, the puts usually have limited downside. It's not like $60 is still a good price, but still somewhat limited. That's why I'm like, okay, those are the ones that are jacked up. I didn't like the price to begin with. I think the calls have a better risk to reward. So, and again, it was smaller to start, so might as well. The ones by selling all the puts, it helps pay for the calls, lowers it, and then yeah, that's the one with the better upside and risk to reward. But that's it, man. So good luck. Not a recommendation. Do whatever you want. Again, lately, if in earnings environment, if I'm right, I'm right. If you fade me and you're right, you're gonna be right, and it pays. So just make a decision. Believe me, you don't have to follow me. That's why, again, I hope all of this information could help you make a good decision. Like I'm saying, knowing the prices. And like I'm telling you, the puts are already jacked. So, and I've been talking about them for 2 days. So we will see, Habibi. We will see. Netflix. Netflix. Can't. Oh, the puts are going higher now. Look at that. So you're getting more for the puts now. And the calls are coming up. But yeah, I could have got double for those puts, though, if I sold them when I was talking about them. But I'm happy. They're next week. The calls are going up now. Scammers, bro. I would say it's like, usually I'd tell you not to buy them if you wanted to play, but as long as they're cheaper. So, but if those calls start to jack up, I would back out. I don't know, brother. If they go up enough. Oh, wow. I think Apple is what lifted you there. But yeah, Chad. That's final 5. I mean, only got 4 minutes left. But that just that last, like I was telling you, bro, that last like 30 or 15 minutes of Power Hour, dude. It was just got ugly there with certain names, but now they just put all the money back. It went to something, bro. Again, I don't know if it was Amazon. Nah, Google's still down. It's somewhere. TSM got a little bit. They're hiding where this money is. But yeah, you just ripped up a ton, but I think it might all be Apple, to be honest. That's what I'm saying. Some of the other ones. So we'll see tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens with Netflix. So yeah, I'd finalize your plays, you guys. You really don't have much time remaining. Good luck, Netflix. Where is it? We got the preview up. I think I already have it up. All right. I think they're going to come out right at the bell, and then the conference call. I don't think it happens for like another 30 minutes. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I'm used to Netflix. Netflix usually drops right away. Yeah, 4:01 p.m. Yeah, we played Netflix a couple days ago. I did the 2 standard deviations. We played both sides. So I just sold the puts. I took profits on the puts, and I'm going to hold the calls since they help pay for it. And then, yeah, the puts are the ones that jacked up. So I'm down, and I like the upside. Come on, Netflix. Show me what you got, buddy. The calls are break even now. Holy fuck. So even then, though. So I don't know. I think the puts are up, too, to be honest. But I don't know where they went. I stopped there. I took them off. All right, Chad. The time is coming. I've been trying to keep quiet, but I feel it. Don't you feel it? Netflix used to mean a lot more. You know, Netflix used to be one of the guardians of the galaxy. But, you know, it still could be kind of important. But then again, like I said, our first earnings here, that's not like chip related. And let's see, man, what kind of earnings season What are we going to get off to, man? What type of stories do we have at hand? It's a nice little appetizer. I would say Netflix is not your biggest, it's not your smallest. You know, it gets you a little bit. So, Chad Rapparooney, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, earnings. Are you playing Netflix? You got a couple more in the morning. We get to close out the week, the weird rotations, the chips, all of it. Get ready for your earnings appetizer. First one of some big tech here, but yeah, man, you got less than 10 seconds. Make your decision. Make a decision. We're closing at VWAP. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chad Adonia. Oh, we did it. We made it. 7 hours, Chad. I need a GG, but it's going to come out soon. You know that. It's going to come out in a minute. So, good game, baby, and God bless. I'm like, here's your numbers. So, if you see any numbers, it's very simple. Very simple. Higher than 12.5, but then really guidance higher than 13. That is what we are looking for. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Those calls went green by the end of the day. Those little scammers. But God bless you, Chad. And thank you for your time this evening. Let's see where this earnings is. I'll see you on the watch list too, but I think we're gonna wait for the earnings, bro. It's gonna, I think in 5 seconds it should be out. We'll see if they're liars or not. Oh, I think it's out. Oh, I don't see it yet. Hold on. Hey, come on. Oh, I put in the video. That's why. Oops. Oh, come on. I typed in the video, you guys. That was my fault. I think it's out. Yes. So EPS 80 cents. Sees third quarter revenue 12.8. Oh, they guided down 12.8. Uh-oh. Operating income 4.19. They beat on that. Operating margin 33.4. They beat on that. That was good. Free cash flow 12.5 billion. They see third quarter net 3.45. That's lower. They guided down. Oh, very bad, Habibi. They narrow for full year view 51.6 to 51.4. Revenue. It's so maybe it does so bad it does good, but no, I think it's bad. Revenue 12.56 and net 3.4. So they missed top line and they missed. I think they beat on bottom line, but yeah, they did not. Yeah, they barely beat. And then they guided a little lower, and they guided a little bit lower on the air. But full year guide was already, actually, they narrowed the view. They raised the bottom end. So 51 billion instead of 50. But then they lowered the top end by 0.3. So I think it's bad, but that could also even lean towards painfully neutral. But hey, the market likes it. I have calls. I don't give a shit. I think it's bad. But like, it may be so bad it's good, but no, I'm telling you, it's not a first one. Pretty underwhelming. Am I wrapped in a sleeping bag in your IG videos? Yes, it's exactly what it is. I put on a sleeping bag, make sure I get warm and cozy, and then I find my favorite pair of socks, and then I make sure it's fit snugly upon my head. And then I begin to explain the economic concept at hand. Yes, sleeping bag. Well, that was kind of underwhelming. I mean, it's kind of up now. I mean, remember, it's pricing in 8. So, yeah, unless they have something I missed in there or they come out with something pretty and shiny. Like I said, the full year guide, they raised the bottom end a little bit. But the guidance and everything was still low. I haven't read anything on subscribers or anything like that. But yeah, it's going up for now. I don't know. Like I told you, the bar was already high. So even coming in line is a certain bar. But for now, you got a little pop. You got a little pop. I don't know if could have been worse. Just wait. Like I said, the thing with Netflix, after this report, just see how people expectations and how they price it. So like I'm saying, this number is very similar. Like, look, all the numbers I have up on the screen, they reported just slightly below it, which usually isn't good. But even then, some of them slightly improved. But yeah, nothing's moved too far away. That's why somebody or a group of people just need to come out and, you know, give a big future expectation. That's what Netflix has been missing. So we'll find out. But for now, just dancing post earnings. So Chattadonia, wait till the conference call. God bless America. I think that is all that I have for you. I think I must depart. I gotta make sure I get to the I'm not gonna wait for the conference call. So, you know, you can't wait for the conference call. I'll wait till I'll listen to it after hours. You know, if it comes on while I'm at the gym, I'm down. I think it comes out in like 30 minutes. They see rough doubling of ad revenue, $3 billion in 2026, revenue growth of 11 or 12%, excluding Forex. They will start publishing what we watched report annually in first quarter. What's that? Yeah, it comes out at 4:45. Now it's down. I can't make their mind up. So like I said, I still think it's bad. I don't know what's but now I have calls, so shit. But like I was saying, I don't know. So now I guess I give a little bit more of a shit. But wait for the conference call. Like I'm saying, it's just you need a repricing. You need something sexy, or you need something terrible. I don't even know if it's that terrible. That's the problem. But they did miss on a lot of these metrics. It's just a matter of give us some color behind it, as they would say. So, Chattadonia, may you have a good rest of your day. I hope I could make it better with a watch list later today. Maybe an Instagram video if you're lucky. But I think it's time that I depart. I'll give you a song and then we'll see. And then we'll go from there.
Viper. It's a cold baby. Coach always said, don't look down when you dribble. Arguing right, left, I went up the middle. That's a big account, but it started with a little. Sold before the bounce, I sold for my initial. Swear I lost count, head just on a swivel. This ain't bout clout, it's about who's beneficial. Finger to the clouds with the whip superficial. Made my mama proud and some friends artificial. Why you getting loud? Trying to keep it civil. Told me run it back, now I'm up triple. Dime is a dime and a nickel is a nickel. Lies will arise when the money's in the middle. I ain't that wise, they just shady, that's simple. If I'm not that guy, then why would y'all listen? See, it get nervous when I'm quiet. It don't happen on the cell. I make the money when I buy it. Passionate as well, and I love it. You should try it. Imagine past the bell, you be the gambling and lying. Truth serum, I be sipping on that shit. No long term, that's a different type of bitch. Think it's just money, dog, open up your shit. I was getting ready before I was getting rich. Preparation, child of the nation. Try to sell us change, but they raised us impatient. You can know the price and not understand the basis. They haven't faced the truth, Josh is still faceless. Killing shit, I could quit now. From this damn song to owning the whole town. Bitches smiling at me, my peers make a frown. First I didn't get it, but I understand it now. Keep shooting like I'm born in Chino Hills. It's hard to keep money, harder to keep it real. If I was really cocky by now, I would have been killed. But if you kill me, I meet God, so low key, I'm kinda thrilled. Amen. Yeah, Chad. No mas. You gotta wait till the conference call. But yeah, I do think
I do think it's absorbing some of the underwhelmingness. I was just surprised initially. Because like I'm saying, I mean, people have been willing to vomit good numbers. But yeah, those first set of numbers were not really good. And they were like, I'll buy it. But then, yeah. So I don't know how much more what is that? 74 to 70? It's like 4 or 5% right now. 6% after hours. So yeah, you're dropping a little bit. But Chatadonia, God bless you. And thank you. But I must depart. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. I will see you tonight. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why Chatadonia, fear is a signal. Vision creates discipline. Make your mind up. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. I will see you on this glorious evening. We'll see if this changes. We'll see them. Are you ready for tomorrow morning? And thankfully, another week ahead as we climb the wall of worry through earnings. Oh, what are they going to throw next, my friends? It's like waiting for tinfoil with a coin flip. I know, but have a wonderful evening. I'll see y'all later. And goodbye. But actually, no, before I go, I think it's more important than ever. You know, more important than ever when you see it, the long term, 1 year, the property, you see how long it takes, man. There's so many things, but we've been here for a long time. God willing, we continue for a long time. But yeah, man, none of this would be possible without the Lord, our Savior, and Long-Term Monthly. So please check out our sponsors. Please make sure you visit them, show them some love. Get their product, okay? Because if you don't get their product, then I don't know if they're going to keep paying me, okay? But actually, that's how Long-Term Monthly works. It pays you. It's amazing. Honestly, I don't want to turn this into another sponsored post because Long-Term Monthly changed my life, man. So, but anyway, just check out our sponsors. I love you. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first.